Dreamscape presents Her Perfect Girl by Nicky Downs. Narrated by Caroline Fantozzi. Prologue. Emma. 6 months ago. With a roar, the support band Headsticks played their final song. Emma wiped sweat off her forehead with the cuff of her sleeve. Louise took her hand, giggled and danced, throwing her arms in the air. That was amazing! Time for a trip to the toilets. The line snaked to the mixing deck. Emma had a choice. Go back to the front of the crowd, wait for Robert to reappear, cross her legs, or spend the break in the queue, gossiping, catching up with Louise on all the lost gigging years that being a mother had brought. The queue won. Robert would probably be at the bar getting in the drinks. He'd save a space for them at the front. That was how it always went. Every gig since their first. There was time, if she was quick, for Emma to call her mum and check on her daughter. Did Charlie eat her tea? Brush her teeth? Go to sleep? Stop being silly. She should enjoy her freedom. Plenty of time to be a mother tomorrow and every day after. Swimming. She would take her daughter swimming first thing in the morning to make up for abandoning her for the night. How many laps would her sporty girl do? The lights went up. Emma turned to the stage. A crew member stood at the mic, wiping his hands on stained black jeans. "Could Emma and Robert Dean go to the cloakroom?" he barked. Emma's heart skipped a beat. What? Why? Robert strode towards her, appearing from the crowd. He took her hand. His was cold and wet, presumably from clutching pints. The drinks were now missing, passed on to a mate. Not a word was said between them, just a glance of shared confusion. A police officer, older than them, with a kind face, stood at the cloakroom kiosk. Emma stopped and pulled on Robert's arm. "Em?" he said, stepping forward, almost dragging her behind him. The officer strode towards them. "Are you the parents of Charlie Dean?" "Yes," Robert muttered. A howl escaped from Emma. "No!" "Can you come with me?" The officer pointed towards the exit. Stairs led from Stanton's only music venue to a waiting police car. Emma stumbled down them, her feet no longer her own. She leant on Robert as her breath froze in her lungs. "Wait!" She turned, letting go of Robert's hand, and ran back up the flight. Reaching into the pocket of her jeans, she felt for the ticket. Passing it to the cloakroom attendant, she managed to say, "Black hoodie and leather jacket." "What are you doing?" Robert gasped beside her, having chased her, fighting for his own air. Handed over by the attendant, Robert's jacket felt heavy. She dropped her own hoodie to the floor, opened one zipped pocket on the jacket, then another. Where was it? Her phone. She found it and pulled it out. 16 missed calls from Mum. Robert grabbed his own phone from his trousers. He held it up. 12 calls from Medusa. The officer caught up with them. "Your daughter's missing. I'm sorry. We think she went to the park. We're searching it now." "What?" they both said in unison. "At the park? It was late. So late. She's only 6. The police officer turned to Robert. "Your mum." "Emma's mum, not mine." Nodding, he turned to Emma. "Your mum said Charlie was upset. She always goes to the park on a Friday." Emma stared at him. Nothing made sense. But it was true. Every Friday, after school, they went to the park. Every Friday except this one. Charlie was missing. It was her fault. 1. Robert. 6 months later. It was Friday. For most people on the bus, that was a cause for celebration. The end of the working week and time to relax with their family and friends. It filled Robert with dread. He twiddled and turned his skull wedding band, pressing the sharp edges into his skin. He grabbed the back of his dreadlocks and pulled them tight. The pink elastic hairband he wore each day was his protection, his talisman. It held no power after 6 p.m. on a Friday. A small, brightly coloured ball rolled down the aisle and his stomach clenched. He pulled his camouflage jacket firmly around him and hunched in his seat. The ball came to a stop next to him, and he heard the clattering of excited feet running down the bus. He mustn't turn round and look. Instead, he stared at the back of the driver's greasy head. Robert shuddered and involuntarily turned away, coming face to face with the child who knelt down to pick up the ball. He sighed, only then realising he had been holding his breath. It was a boy, with short black hair and wide brown, heavily lashed eyes. The boy looked nothing like Charlie. He could relax as he forced a smile. How had it been 6 months? 6 months since his daughter disappeared. 6 months since Charlie was murdered. 2. Robert. Arriving home an hour later, Robert half expected to see Charlie running up the path to greet him. She would hug his legs and he'd ruffle her hair. She always did that when he'd taken the bus home. The journey was long and tedious, involving a change at the bus station. The connection was often late. Why did all buses have to go through the centre of town? Why couldn't they go around the outer edge? It would make his life so much simpler. He could go back to using his motorbike, his pride and joy, but it held no pleasure now. Truth was, he would rather face the drudgery of the bus ride. It meant spending less time in his soulless home. When he entered the living room, Robert wasn't surprised to see Emma scrolling through what he assumed was Facebook on her iPad. He noticed her smile when she read something that pleased her. The parent support group she spent most of her time on helped her to make sense of the loss. How? He did not know. She looked up briefly to acknowledge his presence. There was a pint of what looked like green algae half finished in a glass on the table next to her. She was beginning to get herself back, while he felt himself diminishing. "Do you want something edible to go with that?" he asked, pointing at the glass. "What do you have in mind?" she muttered, squinting at him. "I was thinking of a Chinese. It's been ages." He stopped speaking when he noticed her screw her face up. This was the first month since Charlie's death that Emma had been eating properly. Of course, Charlie hadn't died. She had been murdered, killed, butchered. The headlines were clear. But even when printed in black and white, the facts were still unrepeatable in public. "I hear your daughter died." You don't correct them. "No, she was butchered by a psychopath." That would be impolite. "It's okay," Robert said evenly, opening the fridge and gripping onto its side. "How about the rest of the quiche and salad?" Emma smiled. "Thanks. That would be nice." A chow mein would have been nicer, he thought. It might fill the gap, the emptiness. Ordering a takeaway on a Friday night, it's what normal couples did. Robert doubted there'd ever be that again. As he reached for the lettuce, he noticed dried blood on his finger. It had bled from the pressure of his ring. He lifted his finger to his mouth and sucked. Then he reached back into the fridge for the lettuce. "You still wearing it, then?" Emma was behind him. She rested her head on his long hair and wrapped her thin arms around his waist. He knew she had always loved the citrus waxiness of his dreadlocks and the way they tickled her cheek. He guessed she meant the pink elastic hairband. He had found it discarded on the ground by the swing some days after Charlie was abducted. She was always pulling the bands out, preferring her curly blonde hair to be free, flying behind her as she ran or rode her bike. The hairbands were for school, or visiting old relatives where she felt constrained and expected to conform. But the hairband wearer was not his sporty, adventurous, independent daughter. Charlie hated pink too. Pink was the colour of Barbies and tutus. but she had torn so many hairbands from her blonde locks that on that morning this was the only colour left in the packet. Robert usually removed the pink hairband as he walked up his tarmac drive. He didn't need it at home. It never worked. It didn't keep him safe. It didn't stop him breaking down. No one mentioned it anymore at work. The scaffolder with the pink hairband. Well, they wouldn't, would they? Not now. Everybody in Stanton knew what had happened. 3. One person knew what had happened to Charlie more than most, but he was a stranger. A stranger who, when he scuttled up the street, no one mentioned his name. He wasn't the subject of gossip or neighbourly chat. Wearing his hoodie and cap, he could be a regular guy down the pub. Nondescript. Average. Nothing special. The stranger sat at his kitchen table tapping his knife. Tap, pause, tap, 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 pause, tap, tap. An irregular rhythm, but he wasn't bothered by it. He was bored. Bored of being out of sight, bored of being the last person people noticed. The one who never got the girl, never captained the football team, never got chosen as the employee of the month, a nobody. But he was, of course, a somebody. Soon, everyone would know his name. He felt it welling inside, not anger, more a darkness that usually simmered just off the boil, a growl that was half-spoken, half-swallowed. His foot began to tap a quick, anxious rhythm against the laminate, the garish laminate that he would never have chosen, its pink pattern scuffed and worn. His sister had picked it because it matched the tea towels before she left and took them with her. He glanced at the headlines in the paper and picked it up off the scratched kitchen table. The reporters always sensationalised events. The act was far less exciting, much more ordinary, like sliding your knife into a tub of margarine. He never really thought about the girls, never saw their faces, just their beautiful golden hair. He stood up and went to the sink, dropping the butter knife into the water. Then he sat back down at the table and continued to read the paper. It was after 6 p.m. on a Friday. 4. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. James Chambers wanted to say, "There's been another one," but that would have been inappropriate. He never understood why they always said it in crime dramas. It was like the victims didn't matter. They were just a number. 1, 2, another 1. Instead, he put the phone down and gathered the team. They would travel in separate cars to the scene. His bagman, D.S. Kapoor, drove, allowing James to concentrate on his thoughts without having them interrupted by the everyday prattle of his colleagues. D.S. Kapoor had worked with him long enough to know not to speak unless it was relevant to the case. For D.I. Chambers, conversation was for his own family. It was what he did when he wasn't at work. At home, he could talk about the weather, the cost of milk. At work, he talked about death, strategies, and suspects. Everyone had a job to do. Each officer should know their role in the investigation. He made that clear at every briefing. His DCI, as senior investigating officer, would join them later, once all the paperwork was complete. D.I. Chambers was glad he was, as usual, being trusted to run the murder investigation team. While he sat in the passenger seat of the speeding, unmarked car, he called Patrice, the family liaison officer. She had supported Robert and Emma Dean for the past 6 months and still had regular contact with them. He thought about the Deans, how Robert Dean had broken down. The police had interviewed both parents when Charlotte went missing. They couldn't understand why she was out so late. It was possible the parents had done it, either together or one of them, in a rage, had taken and hidden their daughter or hurt her. It happened. Instead, it turned out, Charlotte had been at her grandmother's when her parents were at a gig. She had sneaked out of the house while her grandmother was making tea. She was never allowed to go alone to the park next to Granny's, and certainly not after 6 p.m. on a Friday. It was full of weirdos and freaks, drinking cider out of litre bottles and kissing on the swings. Charlotte, age 6, was a bright, independent little girl, so the papers said. Just like D.I. Chambers' daughter, she'd always followed her own path. Loved the outdoors, wasn't glued to the television or a tablet. He had learned all this from Granny. Her parents were inconsolable. Robert had called Charlie his little girl over and over. He rocked incessantly and pulled his own hair so much they thought it might come away from the roots. He howled and squealed and cried. Emma Dean sat catatonic. She looked like a china doll, with hair that had been spiked and sprayed green by a naughty child. A doll that could shatter at any time. D.I. Chambers hoped he didn't have to see another set of parents so consumed by grief. He hoped that this was a mistake, a long-lost, discarded shoe, not a body. A skeleton, degraded from thousands of years of burial, of an Iron Age man with an axe hole in his head. But it wasn't. It was another one. 5. Robert. Robert sobbed silently. Emma was asleep beside him, curled up tightly, her back just touching his side. He felt the warmth of her skin. In the half-light of the early morning, he looked at the carpet and tried to concentrate on one spot, a coffee stain, slowing his breathing to regain control. He bit into his hand. He had woken from a dream. Not a nightmare. A memory of Charlie's last sports day. She had won the egg and spoon race by a mile, beating both boys and girls. Her happiness lit up her face like morning breaking over the top of a mountain. The good dreams were the worst. There was a loud knocking on the front door. Emma woke, startled, her eyes staring at him in the gloom. She shivered. He covered her with the plain cotton duvet and kissed her gently on the shoulder. "It's okay. I'll go," he said softly, and rose. When he opened the door and saw it was Patrice, his legs nearly buckled. She never came to see them this early in the morning. "What?" he began to say. Patrice asked, "Can I come in?" Robert opened the door and called up the stairs to Emma. She didn't hear him at first. He was tempted to let her sleep, but an early arrival could only mean one thing: news. He didn't listen to Patrice for at least 3 minutes. He sat beside Emma, huddled in one corner of the drab brown leather sofa, staring at the family liaison officer. She was talking, but just in random words. Girl, found dead, same place, good, they might find clues. "How can it ever be good?" Emma asked. "That poor family," Robert said. "I'm sorry," Patrice said. "I meant they might find clues as to who murdered Charlotte." "Charlie," Robert muttered. I want to see them. I can help," Emma said. She had pulled her knees up to her chin and was hugging her legs, rocking. "See who?" asked Patrice. Emma pushed her hair out of her eyes. It still stuck out at all angles from her sleep. No longer green or spiky as it had been when Charlie was alive. It was now a dull brown bob. But Robert noticed that she'd recently dip-dyed the ends red. She was coming back to herself. "The parents," said Emma. "I can help." "That won't be necessary," said Patrice. Emma started to cry. Robert wanted to hold her but had forgotten how. If he wrapped her in his arms, she might disintegrate into dust. Instead, he pressed his body deeper into the sofa and stared at the wall. The pictures of a smiling Charlie playing football at the park looked back at him. "Do you want me to stay a while?" asked Patrice. That was the last thing they wanted. "Yes," they both said. 6. Emma. If only I'd taken Charlie to the park. If only we hadn't gone to the gig. If only I hadn't met with... Emma was awash with fresh tears. Her face and pillow were damp. Her mind raced with the horror of the thought of another girl, a blonde-haired 6-year-old. Another mother, another father. It broke her heart to think of their grief. It didn't get better. Not over time. 6 months and the emptiness remained. Nothing would ever fill the gap. No words ever comforted, no flowers ever replaced, no new days ever moved you forward. It was all lies. Spoken in hope, but dishonest, nevertheless. Surround yourself with photographs of the good times, someone suggested, and there they were. Charlie on her bike. Charlie at sports day, Charlie winning Star of the Week for her dance performance. Charlie at the seaside. Charlie at the park. Charlie in the garden. None of it helped. Robert seemed to think she was getting well, improving. Trying to be normal was killing her. She turned back to Facebook, typed a quick, "What am I supposed to do now?" Now there's another one. 7. Robert. The calls came through almost immediately, withheld or unknown numbers, one after another like firecrackers. Robert ignored them, didn't answer a single one, not even later when the calls were labelled Mum or Jack. He'd seen it all before. Reporters, friends, even family, wanting to know how he felt, wanting to get inside his head to that forbidden, boarded-up place. He picked up the pink hairband and bound it round his hair, pulled it so tight it hurt his scalp. He walked into the garage. His Suzuki Bandit sat neglected in the corner. Weather-worn from all the winter's riding he'd previously done, paint peeled from the wheel arches and engine casing, salt-corroded pipes and scratched seat. He took a pot from a top shelf. He dumped the contents out on his workbench and shuffled through the old screws and rusty nails until he found the hidden keys for his bike. You could never be too careful. So many young wannabe thieves in Stanton. Many a time a house had been robbed just to nick the bike. He was shocked when on the second attempt the bike fired up. Rumbling and purring, he opened up the throttle and it roared. Smoke billowed from the exhaust. He let it tick over for a minute before turning the engine off. His helmet was in the hall on top of the coat stand, above his leather jacket. Should he bother telling Emma where he was going or just sneak off? When he went inside, Emma was back on Facebook, no doubt listening to her friends in the Mothers of Murdered Children group, telling her how she should respond to the news. He noticed Patrice's shadow just outside the back door. She was either smoking a cigarette or phoning her boss, D.I. Chambers. He didn't really care which. He picked up the helmet and jacket and left the house. He rolled the bike out of the garage and onto the drive, got on her and started her up. He welcomed the throb of the engine between his thighs, not having ridden in 6 months. Riding after Charlie's death seemed pointless and pleasureless. He never really went anywhere except for work. But he had somewhere he needed to go now. Turning onto Sutton Road, he remembered the other times he had come here, before Charlie's death. It was a sanctuary. He loved walking through the trees. He reckoned if he had a previous life, he'd have lived in a treehouse in the middle of a forest, lighting fires with ease and scavenging for food. Since Charlie's death, he'd been here once, forced to come by Emma and her mother. He sat in the car looking in the other direction as they went to lay flowers and notes. The mere smell of the flowers had made him retch, sickly sweet and cloying. He'd wanted to place, on that spot, Charlie's favourite doll, a Batgirl figurine that he bought her from Forbidden Planet, but he couldn't let it go. He'd hugged it in the car, facing the other way. Reaching the scene, he came to a stop, Forgetting to pull in the clutch, he stalled. He wanted to see this. What they do when they find them. How they are treated. Are they kept safe? He just had to know. For the other father. No one had been there for Charlie as she lay like this. He walked toward the trees to the spot where Charlie had been found, knowing from the press reports that this was where the other girl would be. He felt nauseous and anxious, but he knew it must be done. 8. D.I. James Chambers. Oh no, it can't be. D.I. James Chambers mumbled, spotting Robert approaching the cordon. The scene of crimes officer turned round, dropping the trowel he was using around the tree trunk. "What's up?" he said. But James had already bounded off to the car park, just past the first line of trees. "I want to see her!" Robert was screaming, wrestling with 2 police officers trying to force his way past. "It's not Charlie," James said. Surely this grieving father wasn't that confused. "No, I'm not stupid. I need to see her. I need to know." "You need to know what?" "What he did to her. And what you do. When you find them, I can help." "You can't be here. You won't help anybody. Go home to Emma. Go home where you are needed." He didn't want Robert to see all the clinical necessities. The scraping of nails, the prodding and probing, the constant flashing of camera bulbs and scientific, lacking in emotion chatter of technicians. Despite the firm grasp of the officers, Robert continued to struggle. "Needed. I'm needed here to make sure she's not left alone. For her father. He can't do it. I need to give her some dignity." Dignity. There was no dignity in violent death. Robert sank to his knees, still staring at the crisp white tent. James looked the other way as Robert began to shake. He hated seeing the outpouring of grief. It was understandable, but it should be a private act, not for public consumption. "You need to go home," James said, putting his hand on Robert's back. He bit his lip. He should have worked harder, should have been more meticulous, not relied on anyone, found the killer the first time. This was his fault. 9. Emma. Emma stared at the television screen. They kept showing the 2 girls' photographs together, side by side, like they were friends. Charlie looked so much older than Samantha. Older and stronger. Definitely taller. Maybe she had fought more than Samantha. She couldn't think like that. Couldn't think about how Charlie died. Maybe she should turn off the television or at least switch the channel from the BBC News. For some reason it helped, watching it over and over again. She'd even started counting the minutes between reports. If these grew as other news stories took over, then that would mean that the girls' deaths were now less important. She dreaded that. Patrice entered the room. "Can I get you anything? A cup of tea? Something to eat?" Emma didn't answer, her eyes transfixed on the television. She worried that if she changed the channel, the girls would be forgotten. They wouldn't have existed. Sitting so close to the screen, her mother would have scolded her. "You'll get square eyes sitting there." What did that matter, in the scheme of things? Half an hour later, Emma heard the front door slam and the sound of a motorbike engine. She didn't stand, didn't go to the window, didn't care to look. There were new videos to watch of the poor girl's father, asking to be left alone. Emma remembered them. Reporters, clamouring, trampling the lawn, bulbs flashing through the net curtains, no decency, no manners. Robert's father screamed at them to leave. Patrice took control in the end, ordered them off the premises. The porters must have a Patrice, taking control, asking unanswerable questions, blaming. Did you not know where she was at precisely that time? Judging you, assessing. "I'm here to support you," never quite sure if that was true. Where had Robert gone? Why did he take the bike? There was the photograph of Charlie again, smiling, not a care in the world. Emma touched the screen, stroked her golden hair. No tears. Emma could see Patrice's reflection hovering behind her in the television screen. You really should eat. Shall I make you some toast? Emma didn't answer. The screen hypnotized her. Patrice disappeared, left her to it. The pictures of Charlie and the other girl, Samantha, ended. They were replaced by a weather report. At the bottom of the screen it said, "A second 6-year-old child murdered in Stanton." There were other headlines concerning a bomb in an Iraqi marketplace, scrolling along the bottom of the screen, repeated. Emma realised their daughter would always be the first murdered 6-year-old child in any reports. She would come first, followed by Samantha Porter, followed by... No, there wouldn't be more. She couldn't imagine there would be more. She heard Robert's bike pull up outside. She didn't move. The news was returning to the scene, the wood. A reporter spoke to the camera, microphone in hand. This is the spot where a second body of a child was discovered early this morning. She saw Robert's reflection in the television screen. He was staring at the picture of Charlie. Emma touched the screen again. She wanted Robert to move. She couldn't see her daughter properly, couldn't see her blonde hair or her smile, couldn't hold on to her. Again, she was losing her, and she couldn't bear it. 10. Robert. Patrice opened the front door when Robert pulled up outside his house. Not stalling, this time. He wondered how he'd got back safe. He'd ridden aggressively, which he'd never normally do, taking corners too fast, leaning too far like Valentino Rossi dragging his knee on the tarmac, not concerned if it left a graze through his unpadded jeans. He thought his boy racer days had long gone. He had a father's responsibilities until 6 months ago. Today, he didn't care. He unflattened his hair as he guiltily walked to the front door. He knew he wasn't a prisoner, but he should have told Patrice where he was going. When she'd first arrived at their house as a family liaison officer, he hadn't been sure what her role was. He was concerned that she was sent to spy on them. He felt that D.I. Chambers hadn't believed that they had nothing to do with Charlie's death. It was only when their friends at the gig spoke up for them that everyone's demeanour, including Patrice's, changed. Then she was far more comforting. But he still wondered if her role was more to keep them away from the investigation rather than to keep them informed about it. "I'm sorry if I got you into trouble," he said, like an errant schoolboy. Patrice didn't respond as she led him back into the house. Emma was watching the news. They were showing that picture of Charlie, the one they didn't like, the school one. She was smiling, but not in a natural way. For the first time, he noticed the glint of pink. She had her hair pulled into a ponytail and he could just see the pink hairband that held it tight. "She's been watching the news on a loop all morning," Patrice said. Robert turned away from the screen. "I need to talk to you," he said. "In private." 11. Patrice. Robert followed Patrice into the kitchen and they both sat down at the counter. She noted the anguish etched into his face, the lines of concern. Not just for himself, but for the other grieving father. It was rare for there to be a second murder, and she had never considered how it would affect the parents she supported. Emma had become more immersed in the pool of grief. Robert had become more animated, wanting to be involved, to have a role to play. Patrice had a nagging concern that this could cause her problems. Robert spoke. "I've never asked for details before, but I need to know now, for his sake." "Whose sake?" she asked. "His. The other father. He'll want to know and, like me, won't be able to ask. I need to know what happens." "You want to know how she died?" "No, not that." Robert let out a low moan. "I want to know what you do at the scene. I want to know if you look after her, care for her. I want to know why you keep her there out in the cold for so long. I need to know, so I can tell him when he asks." "You can't meet the other father, Robert." "Why?" It just didn't happen, but what to say? You could still be a suspect, Emma could, the Porters. No one should assume anything. The cases might not even be related. She understood this desire. At the time of Charlie's death, Robert and Emma were all consumed by grief. They wouldn't have given a thought to what was happening to their daughter's body before they buried her. Patrice, Emma's mother and stepdad and Robert's parents had done all they could to shield them from the media, but she understood why he would want to know now. You only had to see a white tent to imagine a body beneath it. The tent was there for a reason. The reality of body retrieval was far more clinical and gruesome than they portrayed in television dramas. The smell. It was the smell that defied description, but Patrice could describe the rest, if it helped. There are two things that are important, the scene and the body. Patrice paused, uncomfortable that she had referred to his daughter as a body. We must be careful that any evidence found is not contaminated, not added to, by what we bring to the scene on our clothes or shoes. The uniformed police arrive first. They tape everything off. In Charlie's case, this was from behind the tree where they found her, right up to the car park. They need to account for everyone coming in and out. Is this what you wanted to hear? Yes, exactly. Keep going. Robert's leg was tapping against the cabinet. Patrice wondered how much she could and should say. There was a fine line between offering comfort and causing distress, between what a parent needs to know and what an officer cannot disclose. She decided to stick with the procedural facts. Anyone that enters the scene has to be appropriately dressed. They wear double gloves, a face mask, a white suit and white slip-on boots. They should all wear a hairnet, but not everyone does. D.I. Chambers does. He's quite meticulous. They look for the obvious first without moving or touching anything. You can learn a lot this way. Sometimes there is something so obvious and specific that it stands out immediately. Patrice stopped, concerned she might say it out loud. Robert noticed her pause. What was it? There was something, I can't tell you. It's key, a statement, a signature. Robert stood up, paced the floor. What was it? He shouted. He punched the kitchen wall. They looked after her, I promise. They cared for her. They didn't do anything that wasn't necessary. D.I. Chambers will have thought of his daughter and the photographer, his niece. They were careful, respectful, I assure you. Patrice stopped speaking. She tried to forget the photographs she had seen of Charlie. Not the ones on the living room wall of her smiling with her beautiful blonde flowing hair, but the ones after. He had shaved their heads, removed their hair. Both of them. You understand, don't you? Why I can't tell you. But when we get him, Robert slammed his hand on the worktop. If you get him. When we get him, it will be the key. 12. He'd slept in. Something he rarely did. No work today, but he usually spent Saturday gardening. Tiredness consumed him, having spent the night reliving it. Every small part. He wasn't a lingerer, never wasting time with them. There was no torture involved. Quick, simple, done. One set of tools buried and another to buy. He woke up recalling the hair removal, lay with his hands behind his head staring at the ceiling, remembering his previous night's work, being careful that every blonde strand was collected. All important, all special, no matter how fine. Cutting with scissors first, right up to the root, and clutching the precious locks in his hand. Then, with the sharpest razor, shaving right up to the scalp. each precious blonde hair falling onto the plastic sheet below. Grinning, he rose and walked to the spare room. Sitting down on the wooden chair, he stroked the wig from the root to the ends. Picking up a pile of hair, he rubbed the locks between his fingers, then held them to his nose and breathed them in. Such innocence, such beauty. He closed his eyes and remembered her. 13. Robert. Monday finally arrived, and Robert prepared for work. Jack, his boss, had told him to take the week, but he didn't want to. He wanted to work. Jack could remember what happened last time, how reporters had followed them around to each job. He told Robert that this time he could work in the back office with Mariam and sort the invoices. But Robert refused. He liked being up the scaffold. He liked being exhausted and sweaty and bruised. He also needed to be away from Emma and the news on a loop. 2 hours later, and he was up top, fixing the last boards. He glanced over towards Draper's and saw them. All lined up outside a house, a row of them with cameras like vultures, all dressed in black. He slid down the ladder and ran. It was hard to work out whose garden was theirs from the back. There was an entry further up, so he jogged up to it and peered round the corner. From this angle, the house appeared to be 3 doors down. He walked up to the correct gate and found it firmly bolted. He climbed over and dropped to the floor. The garden was long and wide, mostly lawned except for a few flowering shrubs and the odd clump of ground coverers. There was a wooden Wendy house, and various toys and bikes littered the lawn. Purposefully, he walked up to the French doors and knocked. He noticed 2 young boys playing on the rug. One was constantly looking around, checking his surroundings, while the other was engrossed in playing with the Lego. A tall, thin man with wavy brown hair opened the door. "How did you get in the garden?" he asked. "I'm sorry, I climbed over the gate. I'm not a reporter." "I know who you are," the man said. He opened the door fully and Robert stepped in. "You probably don't remember, you put some scaffolding up for us when we had the windows done. My wife took a shine to your dreadlocks. She's always liked them." "I'm Robert Dean." He offered his hand. The other man shook it. "Simon Porter." "My daughter was Charlie Dean." Robert then realised he didn't know what Simon's daughter's name was. He couldn't bear watching the news. "My daughter's name is Samantha. Sam." As if reading his mind. Now he'd got here, he didn't know what to say. He thought it would be easy. He knew what not to say, the things that people said out of kindness, the things that actually really hurt. But instead, he said nothing. Simon stared outside, emotionless. She was taken from next door's garden. It was sometime after 6:30 p.m. She'd sneaked through the gap in the fence to feed the rabbits. We didn't know she'd gone. Jane thought she'd taken herself up to bed. She did that when she was tired. We'd had a busy day. We didn't protect him. We failed. There, Robert had said it. Out loud. The one thing he'd been thinking for all those months and hadn't spoken, but then again, he'd said very little about that night. Without looking at Robert, Simon said, "That's right. We didn't protect them." Robert realised that he hadn't come here to help this man, this stranger. He'd come here for himself. He felt out of place. "Here," he said. "Here's my number." He wrote it on the back of a receipt that he found in his pocket with the quote pen he always carried. "If you ever need anything, have any questions, just want to talk, or your wife, Emma can help." Simon took the receipt and Robert left the kitchen. Looking back through the patio doors, he saw Simon put the receipt in his back pocket. Robert doubted he'd ever hear from him. He watched Simon's older son hug his father's legs. The other child just carried on playing. Oblivious. Simon was lucky to have other children. They might numb the pain. 14. D.I. James Chambers. James stared at the board in front of him, at the pictures of the two girls. The nice pictures. He'd covered the other ones with a tea towel, not wanting to upset the cleaners. There were obvious similarities. The same long blonde hair, same vivid blue eyes. Charlotte had a rounder face. She was much taller than Samantha. Samantha had freckles, hundreds of them, and a missing front tooth. She had a giggly smile, while Charlotte's was wider and crinkled her eyes. They were both the same age, 6, but Charlotte seemed older somehow. It was the hair, though. Nothing else would have been important. On his desk sat a yellow notepad and various other items of stationery in their assigned space. Before taking a sharpened pencil out of the pot, he paused, head in hands. This was his fault. A second murder. He should have caught the killer, seen the patterns, found the evidence. Glancing back at the photos of the smiling girls, he promised them that he'd try harder. He drew a line down the middle of a fresh, clean page. The tip of the pencil broke off as he did so. He reached for another. He wrote similarities and differences in capitals at the top of each section, scribbled notes below each one. He worked alone in his office. He told the team to have a night off, at home, although he knew they would have gone to the pub first for a much-needed drink. They'd worked solidly since Friday night, gathering information, CCTV near the forest, door-to-door across the Draper's End of Stanton, interviewing the parents, gathering clues from the scene, all of it bagged and typed, then added to the board, added to folders on the computers marked with each child's name. D.I. Chambers preferred to write with a pencil on yellow-lined paper. He wrote in capitals on a clean page, "What does he want with the hair?" 15. Robert. When Robert arrived home after visiting the Porter's house, Emma was lying on the sofa, asleep. He turned off the television, pulled the throw up to her chin, and ran his hand through her hair. It felt soft, freshly washed. He decided he actually liked the red tips. They suited this older Emma. She stirred and opened her eyes, looking directly at him. "Where have you been?" she asked, rubbing her face. "Jack called. He said you walked off-site." "I found their house by accident. I went there and then walked home." "Their house? Whose? The Porters?" Emma sat up. "Yes." "Did you tell them I want to help?" "I gave Simon my number. I didn't see his wife. I assumed she was upstairs, sedated." Just like Emma had been for weeks after Charlie's death. Months, really. He moved closer to Emma, held her. First time in ages. She rested her head against his chest. He remembered her telling him the statistic, the one about how many couples stayed together after the death of a child, how it was even lower after a murder. He hoped the Porters would. He wasn't sure how he and Emma had managed to. Maybe it was because Emma talked and he had just listened. Until she found the group, and then she talked to them. That was easier, in a way. Eventually they just stopped talking and listening altogether. 16. Emma. No one had questioned her about the park. Robert had. One question. That was it. "Did you pick Charlie up from school?" "Yes," she'd said, with confidence and without a flicker of doubt or shame. "I picked her up and took her to Mum's. There wasn't time for a swing at the park, so I took her straight there." She hated lying. It ate away at her soul. In the heat of the search, in the horror of it all, when she'd broken into 1,000 shards at the mere mention of her daughter's name, there were few questions. She imagined Sam's mum. Unfit to be questioned, blaming herself all the same, every minute, every day, believing it's her fault. And maybe it was her fault. There would have been time to go to the park, to swing so high that her ponytail sailed behind her, to laugh and giggle and share juice on the picnic table, to run to the climbing frame, to be like Daddy and aim high, quick as a flash, to reach the top. Maybe Charlie had her final swing on the day she died. But she just couldn't imagine that. 17. 2 years ago, the stranger had taken up wig making. He read a book from the library, hoping it would be easy. He hoped he would just need to buy a few wig-making tools. Then, carefully following the book's advice, he could take the simple steps to make a wig from freshly shorn hair. But it hadn't been simple. In the end, after unsuccessfully trying to follow the instructions in the book and using many how-to videos that he had found on YouTube, he had decided that he needed proper tuition. Within a few months of starting a course at the FE college in the next town, he acquired the necessary skills to make a passable wig. He could now tie a single knot of hair neatly into the silk net foundation. It had taken him months to complete a quarter of the wig. He had wasted a great deal of hair just to get it to knot firmly in place and sit in a perfect row. Now he had more. He could continue his task. He smiled and hummed a few lines from his favourite song, Unfinished Sympathy by Massive Attack. 18. Emma. They made love last night. The first time since Charlie died. They'd had sex before, but it wasn't making love. It was too desperate, too remote. Eyes shut could have been anybody's sex. She loved Robert and had missed him. They'd met at a new Model Army gig 10 years ago. He was in the mosh pit with his shirt off. She was at the front getting crushed against the barriers. She stared at Justin Sullivan, listening to every single word, singing some of them softly, raising her hands in the air, dancing as much as space would allow. The words to Green and Grey floated above them, swirling in their heads. He'd thumped her, hard, in the back. When she turned around, he started apologising. She put her finger on his lips and kissed him. The rest, as they say. Emma thought about this, curled up in Robert's arms, and smiled. Then she remembered Charlie and stopped. She got up, put her slippers and dressing gown on, picked up her iPhone and went downstairs. Rachel was online. She was furious. Her own mum had been to the papers again. Emma hated the anger, flicked through it, couldn't cope with seeing it. She only liked the cheery posts, the I've survived another day posts, or the ones that described the good times, the trips to the park, the holidays, the school plays, happy memories. She made tea and toast, breakfast in bed. It was early, but she didn't know if Robert was going back to work today. She knew Jack didn't want him to. He told her last night when he rang to say Robert had gone missing. She was pleased, in a way, that he'd gone to see the other family, but wished she'd gone too. She wanted to go back to work full-time. Instead, she was still doing odd hours in the bookshop. Until recently, she'd just sorted the orders coming in out of sight in the back room. Over the last couple of weeks, however, she'd started serving more customers. No one seemed to recognise her, and she realised that was because she'd changed. Her hair, the way she dressed, even her size. She'd gone from a 10 to a 6, then back up to an 8. She was a vegetarian now, although Robert hadn't noticed. And she'd started eating healthily and drinking her miracle juices. Robert was awake when she got upstairs. He actually smiled as she passed him his tea. "I'm not going in today," he said. "Do you fancy a ride?" He seemed so cheerful. It wouldn't last. A day of happiness was always followed by a day of despair, or even guilt. A ride wouldn't fix it. Charlie would be on their minds constantly. But she'd make the effort if it meant they'd spend the day together. Who knows, it might bring them closer. 19. Emma. So there Emma was, holding on tight on the back of the Bandit. It was stop, start, never filter on this road. Too many side streets, too many BMW drivers who never use their indicators, pulling out without a care or a thought. Then out, into the countryside, tight corners and turns, racing past tractors and minis, singing in your helmet and flying through the wind. Then they slowed, slipping down into first gear, turning, stopping at the edge of the forest. They'd come at it from the back way, not the car park. She got off the bike, took off her helmet, and stared at Robert. "Why are we here?" "We can get in this way." He took her hand, like last night. The palm felt warm and soft. She wrapped her fingers around his calloused and broken knuckles. She felt uneasy. She remembered her 18th birthday. She'd had a massive row with her then current boyfriend. It was 9 o'clock, it was the middle of winter and pitch black, and he'd wanted her to walk through the woods to the park. She'd wondered if he was going to hurt her. In the woods, just the two of them. Then, suddenly, as they left the woods and stood on the path, all of her friends jumped out. They brought fireworks, which she hated. It was a surprise for her birthday. They broke up soon after. She'd never forget the apprehension, though. She had the same feeling as Robert took her deeper into the woods. 20. Robert. The trees were getting denser and the ground was getting thicker with stumps, bracken and ferns. People didn't normally use this route. Robert stopped. He looked at Emma's ashen white face. "Just a minute, I'm not sure where we are." He let go of her hand. She moved closer towards him and lay her head on his chest, pulling him closer to her. He could hear her heartbeat, loud and fast. "Why have we come here?" she asked. He held on to her. He didn't want to lose what they had last night. He remembered how beautiful, soft and amazing she was, how she completed him and had made him whole for those few hours. He didn't really know why he brought her here. He could have come alone. But he knew he didn't want to lose her again, so being apart today was just not an option. "He brought Charlie here," Robert whispered. "I want to know why." He. Emma and Robert had never spoken about him. Never said a word. Robert took hold of Emma's hand and started walking again. The route was getting clearer, and he thought he saw light blinking through the trees. They were close to the edge of the forest. Maybe the right edge. 5 minutes later, they reached a line of police tape. Robert rubbed his fingers along it. It was part of their story now. Charlie and Samantha's. A strip of police tape saying, "Keep out, do not contaminate me," was part of their life. The police seemed to have left, finished with the scene. Robert noticed a break in the tape further along. He pulled Emma in that direction. It wasn't long before they reached the tree. Robert recognised it straight away. He just knew it was this tree. It faced the car park, slightly hidden by a row of bushes. The side of the bark was hollowed out like a seat, and this is where he placed them. He wanted them found quickly. Robert had climbed this tree thousands of times as a child. It was one of those trees with a long, thick set of branches low enough to the ground to set you off. He didn't know why, but he placed his foot in the well and started to climb. He looked down and saw Emma wince as though he'd somehow consecrated Charlie's grave. He just had a feeling that this climb was essential, so much more important than anything else. He had to check every inch of this tree for himself. He could climb much more easily than when he was 10. It took him seconds to reach the branches he needed to. He tested their weight and turned to look over Stanton. He spotted Charlie's primary school at the top of the hill. It was break time, and he could see the faint blobs of tiny heads. If only he had binoculars. If he looked to the right, he could see Draper's, the area where the town's professionals lived. When he was younger, he dreamed of owning a house there with a long garden where he could plant, grow and tender saplings. He realised that the neat row of gardens that he was looking at included Sam's house. He could just about see the wooden Wendy house. He imagined Sam playing with her dolls and pushchair. This wasn't merely the dumping ground. This was where he stalked them. His daughter and Sam. He sat here in this tree and watched them. "We need to go to see D.I. Chambers," Robert shouted down to Emma, who was staring up through the branches, shielding her eyes. 21. The wig maker stroked the blonde locks on the table in front of him, flattening them out. He reached for a comb and gently separated each strand. The partially constructed wig was already placed on the block. He then attached the blonde wavy hair to the drawing mat, ready to begin. Next to the mat, he lined up each of the tools that he needed. He wiped them one by one with a tea towel until they shined. He paused for a moment and smiled. The pleasure he got from weaving the wig would one day be surpassed by having her wear it. As he weaved, he thought of his sister and her incessant moaning. "You need to wash the dishes, wash your clothes, mop the floor. What did your last slave die of? If Mum could see you now, she'd be turning in her grave." It was good that she'd moved out. He didn't miss her. And soon, very soon, he would have company. And she would be worth the wait. 22. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers sat in his office, facing Emma and Robert. He wasn't sure what they wanted, or why they'd been brought to his office by the front desk. He hadn't even had time to cover the board in the next room. He furrowed his brow and hoped one of the team had the sense to do it. Robert clenched his hands together. "He stalks them," he said. James and the team had already realised this, months ago, when Charlie was killed. He guessed that Charlie wasn't randomly taken, after 6 p.m. on a Friday, from a park usually frequented by skaters and emos drinking cheap cider. "What makes you think that?" James asked. Robert told him about the tree. He described in detail what he could see, stammering as he mentioned the school and the tiny black dots of children playing. He theorised that the killer would have binoculars and could have clearly seen his daughter playing a game with her friends, perhaps running from one side of the playground to the other. He looked uncomfortable as he spoke. Each sentence made him visibly shudder and squirm in his chair with the realisation that his daughter was chosen out of a school of 200 children. As Robert spoke, James put aside his assumptions. He saw past the father's grief and discomfort and honed in on what was important. He made a mental note to reprimand the uniformed officer that should have been guarding the area. Then a sudden thought. The dumping ground was a stalking ground. How could they have not seen it? The painstaking lines of officers scouring the ground. They should have looked up. When Robert had finished speaking, James was quick to dismiss them. He was eager for the parents to leave the office and go home, so he could check. Somebody was going up that tree. 23. PC Sarah Mason. His puce face barked orders like bullets. There was no mistaking his anger. But he was right. Why hadn't anyone climbed the tree, spotted the school? Sarah was late to the case. Would she have done it? The others stared at the board, or their laptops, the coffee machine, anything except D.I. Chambers. He stopped and took a breath. "Just get SOCO up that tree. I want panoramic photos, a fingertip search." "I'll do it, sir." PC Sarah Mason picked up her phone and called the Scenes of Crime team. He was right, of course. This should not have happened. It was their fault. 24. PC Sarah Mason. An empty car park. Local parents must be scared, frightened to take their dogs for walks or go for family strolls in the wood. Flowers had been dropped off. Hundreds of them. Flowers and teddies. Both here and at the porter's home. Candles lit around a carpet of bouquets. Sarah didn't blame them. She wouldn't bring her baby nephew here again either. Maybe one day she would bring her own baby. A family walk, pushing a pram, arm in arm with Jess. She couldn't think about that. There were other green spaces in Stanton, including the park where Charlie was abducted. But these woods were unique, with a wide area of paths for walkers through the trees and a fenced-off area where the forest grew wild and untouched. So, where was the tree? Not far, or so she'd heard. Binoculars clattered against her chest as she walked. This was the spot, marked with fresh tape. She flashed her lanyard to the PC gatekeeper. He nodded and held up the ribbon which she bent under. The tree stood proud, with branches held wide. She'd seen pictures of its roots, holding the poor girls, embracing them in death, but not of its full height. It towered above all other trees around the large site. Climbing up, a step at a time without looking down, Sarah's heart pounded deep in her chest. She clambered to the highest branch that she dared. She sat on the widest part, nearest the trunk, and stared into the distance. This was the killer's view of the town. The houses, the factories, the canal, and the schools. A crazy planner's dream that didn't quite gel. The haphazard roads ended in dead ends with so many empty parades of shops. Sarah took in a breath and raised the binoculars to her eyes. She'd swiped them from her dad's bureau that morning. Everything blurred. Nothing was clear. She turned the wheel in the middle until the school came into bright focus. Charlie would have stood out from the crowd with her long blonde locks. Was that why he'd picked her? The school. That's where she needed to go next, to speak to Charlie's teachers and the kids, just to be sure she was right. 25. Emma. On Saturday morning, Emma was about to go food shopping, searching for her keys when the doorbell rang. She answered the door expecting it to be one of her neighbours. They seemed to be doing a relay on checking if they were okay and offering to cook them a meal. Emma suspected that what they were really doing was fishing for a piece of gossip they could share between them. Emma wasn't sure why after a second murder they had all come out of the woodwork. Maybe it wasn't so close to them this time, happening to someone else's neighbour. Emma usually just shooed them away with a thanks but no thanks. It wasn't one of their neighbours. It was Patrice. "Can I come in? Is Robert here?" "He's in the shower." Emma blushed. It was 11 o'clock. Robert was just getting up. She had been up since 6:30 and had cleaned the house from top to bottom. "Pop the kettle on then and we can have a cup of tea while we wait for him." Patrice sat herself down on her usual chair. Emma decided that there was little point protesting. The shopping would have to wait. Patrice wouldn't get any biscuits, though. They'd run out. In fact, there was barely any milk left. "I just need to go next door. I won't be a minute," Emma shouted from the kitchen. Might as well make some use of the neighbours. Jim, a mechanic, lived next door. His wife and kids were away at her mother's. They'd been away a few weeks now. Hopefully he could lend them some milk. Emma knocked on his door. Jim answered in his dressing gown. "Sorry, just got out of the shower." He wasn't wet, Emma noticed. "You couldn't borrow us a cup of milk, could you? I was just about to go shopping and we've had a visitor." Jim ushered her in. "Yeah, course. It's that family liaison woman, isn't it? Everything okay?" Emma winced. Jim continued. "Sorry, stupid things to say. Must bring everything back, you know." "Yes, but Patrice thinks it might help. They might have a better chance of catching him." "Oh, bloody hope so, Emma." Jim reached into the fridge and took out a litre plastic bottle of semi-skimmed. My wife and kids might come back if they do. Oh. Emma looked at the floor. It's not your fault, love. Any bloody excuse, really. We weren't exactly getting on. Emma had heard the rows, but had never said anything. Here, have all of this. Jim thrust the bottle at her. I've got to go to Best Price later anyway. Thanks, but a mugful will do. This is easier to carry, you might as well have it. I'll never finish it on my own. Emma took it. She was glad to leave. She found it impossible these days to show others any kind of sympathy. She couldn't find the words. By the time she got back to her house, Robert was up and dressed. He followed her into the kitchen and watched her make the tea. What does Patrice want? Has she said? No, we were waiting for you. Emma didn't hide her annoyance that he'd stayed in bed so long. I've been at work all week, okay? Robert scowled. I wasn't complaining, just stating a fact. The tea was ready. Emma gave Robert a mug and then took Patrice's into the living room. Here you go. There's no biscuits or anything, sorry. Patrice smiled. That's fine. Why are you here? Robert was still scowling. Emma gave him a look. The Porters are going to do a television appeal. We thought you might want to join them. Patrice slurped her tea. Emma waited for Robert to respond. He didn't. I know you didn't want to do one last time. They couldn't. They could barely speak. Emma didn't need to be reminded. Can we think about it and get back to you? Robert eventually said. It will have to be today. We need everything set up for Monday lunchtime to catch the news. Patrice paused. I know it's hard, but it might jog someone's memory, even now. They hadn't got any witnesses. Not to Charlie's abduction, not one. Despite the fact, at that time on a Friday night, there were probably teenagers hanging out at the park. Patrice was still talking. Emma had tuned out. The Porters might appreciate the support too. Her ears pricked up at this. We could help them, you mean? We had nobody, but you're right, we could support them. Robert? Robert was still angry. Emma wasn't sure why. You can do it if you want. I don't know. He got up then and went to the kitchen. I'm sorry, I don't know what's up with him. Emma apologised. It's okay. I know this is hard, Patrice said. For both of you. I'll talk to him. Get back to you later. Patrice finished her tea and stood to leave. Thanks. That would be great. I wouldn't know what to say. Emma followed Patrice to the door. We'll help you with that, don't worry. It would be good if you could do it. Good for the investigation. Emma nodded her head towards the kitchen. I'll talk to him. Thanks. Patrice touched Emma's arm and then walked down the path towards her car. Robert had come back to the living room. He sat on the sofa with his head in his hands. Emma sat next to him and put her arm around him. We should do the appeal. Look at us, Emma. We're freaks. That's what people will think. People will look at the Porters in their smart clothes. Then they'll look at us, with my dreads and your dyed hair. They'll sympathise with the Porters and just think, look at those freaks. They don't deserve to be parents. But they had to do it. They couldn't let the Porters do the appeal on their own. Samantha would be seen as more important than Charlie. Robert might be right about how they'd come across, but at least they wouldn't be seen as heartless. That had to be more important. Even if you won't do it, I will. We must. Don't you see this is for Charlie? Who cares what we look like? 26. Emma. Emma wasn't sure what she'd said to convince Robert, but here they were, sitting in the Britannia Hotel, waiting to be told that it was time to start the appeal. Simon Porter was sitting in a chair at the other side of the foyer. Jane wasn't with him. Emma didn't blame her for not doing it. It was tough. No one had spoken. Robert kept looking down at his clothes, then over at Simon, comparing. Simon looked pale and drawn. He wore a grey suit, an open-necked white shirt. His clothes were immaculate and his black shoes freshly polished. Emma wondered if Jane had washed and ironed instead of doing the appeal. She nudged Robert. "We should go over and say something. I feel sick." Robert didn't look sick. Not like Simon, who looked as if he could vomit at any time. "It's just nerves." Emma showed Robert her hands. "Look at me. I'm shaking." "You go over if you want. I can't physically get up off this chair." Emma glanced over again at Simon. His family liaison had joined him, or at least Emma thought that's who she was. She was speaking animatedly to Simon, waving her arms around as though she was explaining who would be in the room. It was too late to go over now. Simon had someone. Emma wondered where Patrice was. She should be here too. Robert must have noticed this. Someone should be telling us what to expect. To be fair, Patrice had spent most of yesterday afternoon going through the questions. She'd even told them what to wear. They had both just nodded. Neither of them possessed the items of clothing she suggested. Emma looked down at her black jeans and black jumper. She hoped people didn't think she was still in mourning. She wasn't Queen Victoria. Black might not look good for the cameras, but she didn't care if she looked good anyway. Robert looked pretty much the same. He hadn't polished his Doc Martens either. Perhaps he was right. Everyone would think they were freaks. D.S. Kapoor entered the foyer. He sought them out first. "We're on in about 10 minutes. You can take your seats now." Emma needed the toilet, but decided it would be better just to get it all out of the way. They all sat in a line. Simon, then her and Robert, then D.I. Chambers. Then another man that did all the television stuff. He was a DCI, and when he started speaking, he introduced himself as the Senior Investigating Officer. Emma couldn't remember meeting him before. Perhaps they weren't important enough. Robert had a piece of paper in front of him. His leg was pressed against hers, and it felt like he was doing an Irish jig under the table. Emma took his hand in hers. Bulbs flashed. She shielded her eyes. The room was packed. There were even people standing at the back. Emma was relieved Robert was going to speak and not her. She held his hand tighter. And then it started. 27. Robert. Robert couldn't quite believe he was here, sitting in front of the vultures. Why was he doing this? Emma took his hand. She squeezed it tight. It was for her. No, it was for Charlie. That's what he had to think. He was doing this for Charlie, to help find her killer. Her killer was no doubt out there watching, revelling in the parents' anguish, or maybe simply not caring. He wouldn't give himself up if Robert asked him to. That's not how it worked. Patrice had said that they needed to do this to jog people's memory. There might be a witness who hadn't realised that what they had seen was important. Or there might be someone who knows the killer, has seen them acting suspiciously, someone who will give them up. Or perhaps no one would come forward, and the whole thing would be a waste of time. The self-important police officer had stopped talking and was looking Robert's way. It must be his turn to speak. The microphone was passed down the table like a relay baton, and Robert was scared he'd drop it. Emma put it in front of him and then put her hand on his thigh. His legs stopped shaking for a moment. He had a speech typed on A4 paper. He lifted it slightly and his hand shook, so he placed it back down on the table and began to speak. "Our daughter, Charlie," he glanced at Emma, who smiled back at him and squeezed his thigh, "was abducted on Friday, the 11th of November, just after 6 in the evening at Bradstone Park." Robert felt the need to explain rather than read the next part. Explain why she was out at the park at night. Explain so people don't think... She'd sneaked out. She was staying at Em's mum's. It was the first time we'd been out in months. She went to the park because she loved flying high on those swings. She loved being outdoors. Tears started to form. He coughed and went back to the script, tried to ignore the errant tears that were now streaming down his face and dripping onto the paper. He couldn't see the words. Emma took the paper from him and spoke. "Were you in or near the park that evening? Did you see anything or anyone? Please come forward. We need your help. Charlie needs your help. We can't bring her back, but we don't want any more children hurt." Robert felt ashamed. He covered his face with his hands. Emma stopped speaking and hugged him. He should have read the whole statement, but he just couldn't. Every time he spoke his daughter's name, it took him back to that night and reminded him how empty life now was. 28. This was mildly amusing. Watching Robert sitting there, shaking pathetically. Emma looking as beautiful as ever. Had she dyed her hair again? She'd look better as a blonde. He had decided to make a little snack and treat himself to a beer. Fortunately, he didn't have to work today and it felt like Christmas. It's not every day you get to witness such fascinating television. This was almost as good as an Attenborough documentary. It was like watching that polar bear sneaking up on the seal pup. He dunked the Dorito into the salsa dip and took a bite. That arrogant DCI spoke first. He whittered on about witnesses coming forward, as if he'd be stupid enough to be seen. He watched as the DCI ran his hand through his hair, preening for the camera. What an idiot. They were passing the mic down now. It was like observing a pass the parcel. "Please stop on Robert." He mimed some music, stopped at the right spot, raised his hands and cheered. Robert was talking about his daughter, trying to explain why she was alone at night on the swings. He could have thanked Robert for that. He couldn't quite believe it himself. She was like a gift left out for him, a perfect surprise, swinging up and down. His favourite part was when she got rid of that hairband. Then her blonde hair had flown behind her. Beautiful. He took another swig of beer. Robert was crying. This was priceless. He started to giggle. Now Emma was speaking. He shut his eyes and listened to her voice. It was soft, imploring. It would do. 29. Robert. He had failed her. Failed his own daughter. Couldn't get the words out, sat there shaking and mumbling. Yet the other father managed it. Simon spoke and the journalists listened, recorded every word on their phones. Robert spoke and they strained to hear him. Why did he do the appeal? It had been a mistake. No one would call the hotline and give up their son, their brother, their friend. They should just interview everyone in Stanton. Everyone's a suspect. The guy who delivered the milk, the florist, the driving instructor and the local vicar. It could be any of them. It could even be a member of his own or Emma's family. What about the Porters? Was it Simon? He held his head in his hands and began to howl. 30. Emma. What had she expected? A flurry of action? A swift arrest? 2 days had passed and they'd heard nothing. Every 5 minutes Robert groaned and grunted. He was driving her mad. Why didn't he do something? Go out for a ride? Watch the television? Do a crossword? He needed to stop getting under her feet. The washing needs ironing, Emma mumbled, not expecting a reply. You know what happened the last time I did it. She watched him play with a loose thread from his t-shirt, twirling it around his finger. She did remember. He'd burnt a hole in her work blouse, got distracted by the motorcycle racing on the radio. He'd offered to buy her a new one, but they couldn't really afford it. She had a spare. It wasn't as nice. The material was cheap. It made her itch. "I'll put the kettle on." He stood up and stretched. Emma smiled. She loved his lean body and the way his t-shirt rose and flashed his belly button. Her phone buzzed. It was another text from him. She ignored it. 31. Emma. The next day, Emma went to do the weekly shop. She always shopped after work on a Thursday. She used to pick up Charlie from school first. Charlie loved to run down the aisles, helping her mum picking up the regular items, the bread, the soup, the beans. They'd carry the bags home between them. Charlie never moaned, even though the plastic often cut into her skin. Today, Emma had brought one large bag for life that she now used, not noticing the weight, as there was less to carry with just 2 of them at home. Emma was walking through the car park when she spotted her, struggling to get the bags into the car. The trolley had a life of its own and was moving out into the traffic. Emma rushed over to stop it. "Thank you," the woman with the long, plaited golden hair said. Emma knew it was Jane. She'd seen her in the photographs in the paper looking distraught. She was surprised she was out of the house, particularly after not being able to do the television appeal. Maybe she needed the change of scene, the escape, the route back to normality. Emma recognised the look, the gauntness, the grief. Jane was staring at Emma, struggling to place her but knowing she should know her. "I'm Emma Dean," was all she needed to say. The woman shrank, stepping back. She clearly didn't know how to respond. "Why don't we go for coffee? I can help," Emma said. There was a coffee shop attached to the supermarket. They'd recently upgraded the machines to replace the dishwater they'd previously served. Emma chose a latte and Jane a cappuccino. They went and sat at a table by the window. So, this was the woman who, according to Simon Porter, liked her husband's dreads? The papers said she was an administrator at the hospital and her husband was an accountant. They would never have met or spoken if it wasn't for this. Jane stared out of the window, then turned to face Emma. Picking up her mug, she drank. Emma noticed she had left a line of milk on her top lip, and she must be too embarrassed to lick it off. Emma liked that. Jane had beautiful, slightly freckled skin like that woman on Casualty, the consultant. Emma had always wanted skin like that, instead of pale, washed out. But it was her hair that caught your attention. Blonde, just like Charlie's. "Do you shop here all the time?" Emma asked for something to say. "Yes." They both shopped here. Emma because it was closest, Jane because Waitrose was too expensive for what it is. 2 women from opposite sides of the town, shopping in the same place. Sam liked to come with me. She'd run along the aisles, helping, Jane said, tears forming again. Emma put her hand over Jane's and they sat silently. Then came the sudden realisation. She shivered as she thought that maybe he was here today, looking for another one. After a few minutes of silence, Jane stood up in a sudden rush to go. Her husband would be worried, she said, grabbing her bag. He was with the boys. Emma tried to hug her, but she shied away. As soon as Emma got home, she texted Patrice, not wanting to bother D.I. Chambers. He'd been so dismissive before. Her message was simple. We use the same supermarket. The Porters and us. 32. Emma. It was after 6 p.m. on a Friday. Emma heard the sound of a car engine. She looked out of the window and saw her mum's car pull into the drive. She looked for Robert. Whenever her mum Janice called round, he would disappear upstairs. He never wanted to talk to her. It was as though he blamed her for Charlie. He was in the kitchen, making a vegetable soup. He'd already commented on the fact that Emma seemed to have forgotten the meat again. He'd assumed she'd been distracted when she bumped into Jane. "Mum's here," she said, and went to answer the door. Robert hadn't moved. He was still chopping the carrots. "Oh, love, I've been wanting to come round for days, but I didn't want to upset you. I've been waiting for you to call," Janice said, kissing Emma on the cheek. Emma felt a little guilty for not ringing her at all for weeks. Janice raised her eyebrows. Robert was still downstairs. She looked torn between talking to him, something she'd barely done in months, or going into the living room. Emma watched as her mum, biting her lip, headed for the kitchen. "Robert?" she said. "Janice," he said, and carried on chopping. Emma stood in the doorway, observing these two people she loved, not knowing how they could resolve the gap between them. "How are you doing?" Robert asked. "I've been busy at the charity shop. Since that programme on the elderly in care homes, everyone wants to donate. I think they're feeling sorry for us lonely old women." Mum was only 50. She liked to milk it. Emma smiled, and Robert laughed. He actually laughed. His blue eyes all scrunched up at the corners, just like Charlie's. He was laughing. Then Emma asked after Eric, Mum's fancy man, and he stopped. 33. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers reviewed the results of the TV appeal. Disappointing was the only way to describe them. The first showing on the lunchtime news had brought the regulars out of the woodwork. John, from the nursing home, a prime example. John had met the killer many times. He announced that the killer was one of Stanton's 5 serial killers that he regularly shared a drink with at the local pub. The killer had described to him in detail both murders and where he had burnt the children's blonde hair. He needed it for a pagan ritual that would bring him an endless supply of cash. PC Sarah Mason had taken the call. James had seen the raised eyebrows and knew straight away who she had at the end of the line. 20 minutes later, and she was still there, umming in agreement and taking copious notes. When they'd spoken about it afterwards, James wondered how John knew that the hair was important. He was known for picking up on the nuances of individual cases. Maybe it was obvious that the girl's long blonde hair was a factor, or maybe he was just a lucky guesser. Then there was Hilda, the curtain twitcher. On both the evenings that the children were abducted, she had seen a tall man walking down her street, acting suspiciously. James had picked up this call. He knew how to deal with Hilda officiously and politely, getting her to stick to the facts. He recorded what she said, and within 10 minutes ended the call. Best not to offer encouragement in any form. James would send a couple of police constables around to take witness statements. At least they'd get tea and biscuits, maybe even cake. The evening news produced little in the way of new information. The news at 10 was more fruitful. A harassed-sounding mother called to say that her son had been at the park on the night Charlie was abducted. He hadn't seen anything important, or at least that was what he was telling her, but he had been there. He went to the park every Friday on his skateboard. The skateboard park was opposite the swings, but it would have been dark by that time. James hoped this wasn't going to turn out to be a waste of time and resources, but he knew he would need to interview the lad. You never know when it comes to leads. Sometimes they were the turning point, the game changer they were looking for. 34. PC Sarah Mason. Charlie's primary school sat at the end of a cul-de-sac. It had 2 long, rectangular buildings with a large reception area and a triangular roof. A typical primary school. This wasn't Samantha's school. She'd attended St. Francis's Church of England at the other end of town, the one with the outstanding Ofsted judgment displayed on a massive banner at the school gates. Sarah's wife, Jess, had wanted to put their child's name down for a place in its nursery. This was before the miscarriages and the failed IVF. Sarah didn't want to try again. The grief was too much. But they had another appointment with the consultant tomorrow. A new treatment involving bed rest for the first 4 months. But Jess had to be pregnant again first. With a sigh, Sarah entered the reception and asked the young woman at the desk if she could meet with the head. She nodded and picked up the handset of the phone. Sarah turned around, admiring the artwork on the far wall. The swirls of red and orange were meant to symbolise the Great Fire of London, so the labels stated. Black blocks, the tragic buildings of Pudding Lane. Sarah shivered. A year ago, when she started as an officer, she'd attended a house fire. You never forget the smell. A figure emerged at her shoulder, a tall young man with curly blonde hair. "How can we help?" he said with a cheery smile. Surely this wasn't the head teacher. He looked no older than 25. "I'd like to speak to Charlie Dean's teacher if she is available." Sarah held out her ID badge for him to vet. "Ah." A cloud descended. "She's not here, I'm afraid. She hasn't been in work since, It wasn't a surprise. Grief of losing a child. "Is there anyone who knew Charlie?" "Well, I wasn't the head then either. Mrs. Drake left. Early retirement." Sarah remembered Mrs. Drake, speaking to the press, holding herself together, clutching the beads at her neck. Poor woman. She'd described Charlie as a well-loved member of the school community. Sarah didn't doubt that she was. A classroom assistant, another teacher. He shuffled his feet, anxious to return to his office. Paperwork would suit him more than being with the children, Sarah thought. Eventually he said, "There's Mr. Turnbull. He's the sports coach. He'll know Charlie. Often talks of her." "Thank you. That's perfect." A quick glance at a watch. "But he'll be teaching now." "Could someone cover? 10 minutes?" Mr. Turnbull wore shorts that were far too short for his long, hairy legs. "Ah, Charlie," he kept saying. "She was so good at sports." "Was there anyone who came to watch her play? Someone you didn't recognise?" A stalker? A stranger? He'd noticed this. "Her mum came to the matches. Knew it was her. Bright green hair. Football, hockey and netball. Whatever the weather, and sometimes her dad." His foot tapped as he talked. Not a regular rhythm. "No one that you didn't recognise. They might have stood away from everyone else." "I'd have questioned them if there was. Safeguarding and all that." Sarah nodded. She understood safeguarding. A thought struck her then. Sports coach. "Do you just work at this school, Mr. Turnbull?" "No, as it happens. 2 days here, one at St. Francis's, one at Parkmead." "So you know Samantha Porter?" A nod. "Lovely girl she was too. Not a patch on Charlie, though. Running-wise, I mean." 35. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers had worked with P.C. Trent on 2 previous occasions. Both times he had the annoying habit of interrupting him to ask the most ridiculous questions. P.C. Trent was young and had only recently passed out from Hendon Police College, but even so. D.I. Chambers didn't make conversation in the car. He was annoyed that he had to interview a child with a probationer. If both D.S. Kapoor and D.C. Black were busy, they could have at least got him an experienced constable like Sarah Mason. He'd have a quiet word with the duty sergeant when he got back to the station. They were nearing the address the skateboarder's mother had provided. "Just leave all the talking to me. You take notes." D.I. Chambers didn't hide his annoyance. "But—" P.C. Trent's eyebrows raised as though he was overexcited and just had to tell D.I. Chambers something important. "No buts. Do what I'm telling you. Listen to the questions. You might learn something about interviewing a minor. They can be tricky." P.C. Trent dropped his shoulders and looked out of the passenger window. "I think this is the road," he said, pointing to the left. "Thanks. I know." D.I. Chambers turned into the quiet cul-de-sac and pulled up at the 3rd house on the left. 10 minutes later, the lad had been called down from his bedroom and both officers provided with tea and biscuits. D.I. Chambers started the interview. "Jordan, Your mum has told us that you were in Bradstone Park on Friday the 11th of November. Is that correct? The lad was sucking on a biscuit and muttered a barely audible, "Yeah." "Jordan, this is really important. That poor girl was murdered, love." Jordan's mum was sitting on the arm of the chair that her son lounged on. She leant in and ruffled his hair. Jordan leant away from her. "I didn't see nothing, no," Jordan spluttered on his biscuit. "Which is why I never said anything before. I wasn't supposed to be there, so—" "Why don't you tell us what you did when you got to the park?" One step at a time, D.I. Chambers thought. Jordan sighed. "I was supposed to meet my mate at 5:30, but he didn't turn up, so I rode around on my board for a bit." Which mate was this? It was possible he'd come to the park, but they'd missed each other. He would need to check. "Anthony Smith. He lives on Shelton Road, on the other side of the park." "Thanks. I'll get his number off you later." D.I. Chambers nodded to P.C. Trent to get him to make a note and remind him. He would get Sarah Mason to interview Anthony, since she was likely better at interviewing boys off the estate, having grown up there herself. "So you arrived at the park? Where did you wait for Anthony?" "By the main entrance. I sat on the wall." "The main entrance on Bradstone Road?" "Yeah, that one." "How long did you wait for?" D.I. Chambers took a sip of the insipid tea, instantly regretting it but wishing to appear polite. "About 10 minutes. Then I got bored. I texted him so he knew I'd gone off to the skate park." Jordan helped himself to another biscuit just as his mum tried to remove the plate. "Did you notice any of the people coming into the park before you left?" "It was quite dark. The lights are rubbish in there." D.I. Chambers noted the look that Jordan got. It was similar to the looks he'd given his own daughter growing up. There was a time to swear and a time to be polite. "But did you see anyone enter the park? Even a brief description might help." "There was a couple of kids my age. They were into each other, if you know what I mean." Jordan laughed. Into each other. D.I. Chambers took this to mean they were kissing. He took a description of the couple. No one had come forward as being in the park at that time. It might be worth putting out a specific appeal for them to come forward. Maybe DC Black could contact the local schools and youth clubs. "Anyone else?" "Don't think so." He scrunched his eyebrows and scratched his chin. "Oh, yeah. There was some bloke with his hoodie up and cap down. Looked like he was rushing home from work. Didn't see his face, though." "Describe him to me." D.I. Chambers made a note of the description Jordan gave. It was vague at best, but average height, dark hair, white would eliminate some. "Did you see this man again?" Think carefully before you answer. You were riding around, even if it was only from a distance. It might help us place him in the park. Jordan sat up and chewed his bottom lip. A few seconds later he said, "When I was riding my board up to the skate park, I felt a bit weird, like someone was watching me." D.I. Chambers knew that sensors were often more astute than people gave them credit for. If Jordan felt that someone was watching him, then chances are they were. "What did you do at the skate park?" "I just sat at the top of the slope. There was glass all over the bottom of it. Some idiot had been drinking there again, so it was unrideable. So I just put my headphones on and listened to my music." P.C. Trent interrupted. "If you were sitting up there, then the swings were behind you. That's right, isn't it?" D.I. Chambers shot him a look, but then he had a point. Unless the kid had turned round, then he wouldn't have seen what was happening at the swings. They should go and measure to be certain, but he estimated the distance between the swings and the skate park as about 50 metres. If Jordan was wearing headphones, then he quite possibly wouldn't have seen or heard anything. Jordan continued. "I went to the swings after the skate park and it was kind of creepy. There was nobody there, but one of the swings was moving, swinging back and forth. I had to stop it to get on it." The significance of that hung in the air, swinging back and forth. 36. He sat patiently knotting each exquisite strand of hair, careful not to damage it, pulling it through the net with the hooked needle. The block was mounted on the dressing table in the spare room. He'd glued it straight onto the surface to prevent it from moving. The curtains were pulled tight across the window so nobody could see. He worked like this for hours. The timer on his alarm clock was set so he wouldn't miss work that evening. Sometimes he was so engrossed in his own thoughts of her that he lost track of time. 37. PC Sarah Mason. Background checks were so important. All the staff, teachers, classroom assistants, caretakers, dinner ladies and sports coaches, all needed to be looked at. That hadn't happened. Was this a failure at the top or the bottom? She could ask DC Ann Black, but she was always gruff, just like her younger brother Martin Black. When she was a teenager at Park Mead, Sarah sat next to him in maths every Friday afternoon. He was always right, even when he was wrong. They marked each other's work, and when she put a cross, he rubbed it out and put a tick. She imagined Anne to be the same, but D.I. Chambers thought a lot of her, so maybe she wasn't all bad. The PCs must have forgotten to check the school staff. That's what she'd say. Only Mr. Turnbull worked at both schools, had done for years. A link, albeit tenuous. Sarah knew she should tell the boss, but she'd keep it quiet for now. Maybe she could find out more about him, watch him at work, suss him out, see him in action. She imagined him like a peacock. Look at me, girls. This is how you hit a ball, pass a ball, hold a racket. 38. D.I. James Chambers. Patrice was angry. James knew she was angry because she'd practically slammed the door off its hinges when she came into his office. "You can't treat them like this," she said. James just stared at her, not really sure what she meant. "I know I'm family liaison and it's my job to work with the parents, but you've got to spend time with them too. Dismissing them out of hand when they've got important information to the case is just not good enough." Had he? He couldn't really remember. She was still talking. Did she never take a breath? "Look, James, you are the best detective I know, and you can talk to suspects for hours, or rather listen to them and throw in the right question just at the right time. But seriously, you need to learn to deal with the victims' families." Fair enough. He hadn't spent long with Robert Dean when he'd told him about the tree, and, yes, he hadn't spoken to the parents at the appeal, so maybe she had a point. But that was her job, really, not his. He couldn't cope with grief, to be honest. He felt for them, but his job was to help the victims, to know the killer, get into their mind. She was still talking. "Well, now Emma's met Jane and found something out. It's really pivotal. They shopped at the same supermarket, Best Price, the one near town. They both regularly took the girls there too." James thanked Patrice for this key piece of information. He also asked her if it was wise that the two families seemed to be talking so much to each other. He asked her to do something about it. Then he wrote on a new page in his yellow pad, "Shopped at the same supermarket." 39. PC Sarah Mason. Anthony Smith lounged on the settee. No room for his mum to sit down. She perched on the armrest. "Did you want tea or coffee?" she asked for the third time. Sarah thought of her bladder. "Fine, thanks. Now, Anthony, you must remember the day in question. You were supposed to be at Bradstone Park with your mate, Jordan." His face screwed up like he'd smelt a dead fish. "He ain't no mate of mine." "Why's that then?" "Grossing me to you lot. Mates don't do that." Sarah would hardly call it grassing unless the little scrote had something to hide. "Were you at the park the night Charlie Dean went missing? That's all I need to know. Then you can go back to your Xbox. Don't remember. She waited. Give him time to think. She could wait for ages. Had nowhere to be. Call of Duty clearly beckoned to him. I didn't get there till late, all right? Now they were getting somewhere. To the park? Yeah, my mum. He looked up at her. Well, she made me do the washing up. It must have hurt for him to admit that, being such a badass. Did you see anyone at the park when you got there? I couldn't find Jordan at the skate park. He must have left. There was no one, really. Just some bloke loading his dog into the back of his car. Sarah dropped her pen. Did you see the dog? Hear it? Anthony shrugged. Don't remember. Can you describe the man? It was dark. He had a hoodie and a cap on. He got into his car and drove off. What sort of car was it? Another shrug. No idea, not into cars. I like motorbikes. But the car, can you describe it? It had a big boot. For the dog. Sarah waited a moment for it to sink in. The look of horror on Anthony's mother's face said it all. You're sure it was a dog? He shrugged. It was big, like a big dog. 40. Emma. It was Saturday afternoon, and they were still in bed. Emma stared at Robert. He had his arms over his head, clutching the pillow, snoozing. She looked at the fine new hairs at the back of his neck. They were always blonder than the rest. She played with them, twisting them into the roots of his dreads. He turned over, looked at her and smiled. We ought to get up, instead of wasting the whole day, she said. I don't think we've been wasting it. I've had a great time, Robert said, grinning. Emma gave him that look, the one she did when she pretended to scold him. She placed her hand on his tattooed chest and he took it in his. I was thinking, maybe he works there, at the supermarket. We could go there, get something for tea, you could get some meat. I don't want any though, I'm sort of off it right now. She wasn't sure why she suggested it. It seemed like a good idea. But how would you know what he looked like? Was it even a he? They'd always assumed, but... Let's get dressed. I'll treat you to a latte, Robert said. 41. Emma. They'd sat in the coffee shop at best price for 2 hours. They'd bought bags of shopping that they'd probably never eat. Robert had insisted on buying bacon, which Emma was annoyed about but didn't say. Maybe it's the guy behind the cheese counter, Robert said. He always stares through you like you're not really there. I know his sister. She comes in the bookshop. It won't be him, he's just shy. She stared into the car park. The guy pushing the trolleys around had his cap pulled tightly over his head. It was raining. He seemed completely preoccupied in getting every last one neatly attached to his line. There was no one, really. No one suspicious. The woman behind the fish counter, she was lovely, always used to talk to Charlie about her week. She never spoke to Robert or Emma, just Charlie. Since Charlie's death, the fish counter woman was always busy when they came into the store, serving other customers or checking the price tags on the fish. It made Emma love her more. She clearly missed their daughter and didn't know what to say to make things better. The women on the checkout always seemed too busy to really notice you. Apart from Nadia, she was great, always commenting on Emma's hair. She liked the same type of music and would let Emma know who was playing locally. Not that she ever went to the gigs. Not anymore. In fact, she rarely listened to music. But Emma always made a mental note of what was current and Nadia's favourite bands, leaving them to one side until she was ready to listen again. No one fitted the bill. But what did a killer look like? How would you know if you saw one? Oh, this is hopeless, Emma said. "Let's go home." She bit down on her tears so Robert wouldn't notice. 42. Robert. Emma was having a bad day. She'd gone into Charlie's room and closed the door. Robert would never go in there, hadn't since that night. There was so much to remind him of his daughter still in that room. No one tells you what the right thing to do is. No one tells you whether you should hide everything away after your child dies or keep it on display as a reminder. There isn't a rule book handed out to grieving parents about how they should react or behave. He was totally led by Emma regarding Charlie's room. He knew that every time Emma entered the room she was in pain and he couldn't stop it. He didn't know what she did in there, but this time he felt his chest tighten. He went back to bed and pulled the cover over his head, wishing he could help her on days like this. He closed his eyes tight, willing himself into an untroubled sleep. Dreams were a constant. Nightmares were a battle of wills between memories and the darkest thoughts of death. He pushed them away, but they were always there in the periphery of his mind, taunting him. This is how your daughter died. Recurring dreams. Playground swing rocking back and forth, no child sitting on it. The pink hairband floating to the ground, hiding itself, ready to be discovered later by a desperate father. Robert knew every splintered edge of that swing. He'd sat next to it and cried every night in reality and in his dreams. Watched as he plunged his own hands deep into the bark, discovering softness amongst the shattered edges of the crushed wood. He'd never told the police that he'd found the hairband. Never told Emma that he'd gone to the park every night for a month while she'd lay in a drug-induced sleep, unaware that his side of the bed lay empty. These weren't the worst dreams. They came with a thunderous entrance that made his heart beat so hard in his chest that he couldn't breathe. He'd lie paralysed, not even able to move a fingertip, eyes wide open. The scene played like the bloodiest horror movie in front of him. He watched the murder of his daughter by a faceless monster. The blade flashing, plunging repeatedly into her flesh. He'd wake to the sounds of his own screaming. One night he even vomited with the horror of it. Would the nightmares ever end? 43. Emma. Emma lay on the bed in Charlie's room and sobbed. She could do this here, knowing that Robert wouldn't see her. It was a place he never entered. Too many memories. She could come here and hide away, shut the door on the world. Some days she came here to talk to Charlie, to tell her about her day, the strange people that came into the shop and their odd choices of books. Some days she came to read to Charlie, the latest new children's book with its beautiful, unspoiled pages. She read aloud and showed her each picture. She spoke in numerous voices for all of the characters. The loud, bossy ones, the quiet ones, the scatty ones, the posh ones, the cackling witches and the wise old owls, each with their own rhythm and tone. Some days she played with the Playmobil left out on the desk. The small doctors, nurses and patients in the hospital with their various diseases and complaints. She told Charlie all their stories, encouraged her to join in. She had stripped the room 3 times and put everything in labelled boxes, only to put everything back where it was hours later. Today she just sobbed until there was nothing left. Then she lay staring at the wall. The spot where Charlie had peeled back the wallpaper when she was 3 and didn't know any better. 44. Robert. Emma must have climbed into their bed sometime in the night. When Robert awoke, she was snuggled up against him. She'd pulled his arms around her. He realised that they hadn't eaten at all the previous day. He'd make sure they both had breakfast before they went to work. He'd make porridge or pancakes, whatever she fancied. Saturday had been a good day. They'd stayed in bed until late and gone to best price. They'd hidden around corners and peered at that weird guy on the cheese counter. Even the security guard had noticed their strange behaviour. He'd followed them around for a bit. He was that lad he knew from school, the quiet one, in the year below. What was his name? He couldn't remember. Saturday was a good day. Sunday, he wanted to forget. He pulled his now numb arm from under Emma's head and went downstairs to make breakfast. 45. PC Sarah Mason. Every 2 minutes she pressed refresh. Today, they said. She'd get the information today. Her partner waited down the hall for them to start their patrol. She couldn't be late again. Refresh. And there it was. The email from the Disclosure and Barring Service. Sarah opened it with a degree of anticipation. There was a list of names, all the teachers from both Sam's and Charlie's schools. Sarah scanned the list until she found the name that she was most interested in. Next to it was a note and a link. Why hadn't anyone else checked? Her hand shook as she followed the link to a new page. An investigation that was unfounded by all accounts, but still an issue with their conduct relating to being to inappropriate touching of a pupil. A quick text to her patrol partner, just another 5 minutes. A quick email to DI Chambers with a "I'm happy to follow up" message. This had to be important. He must see that. 46. Robert. Robert rode his motorbike to work. He enjoyed the freedom of it. It surprised him that he was actually getting pleasure from overtaking queues of traffic, from not having to sit next to ripe-smelling strangers on the bus. He arrived early and shackled his bandit to the railings next to the office. Mariam was making tea for Jack. She smiled when he entered the office. "Do you want a cup?" she said. "He hasn't got time," said Jack. "We've got a load of work on. It must be spring. The roof companies want scaffolding set up all over the city and that job at the new estate is ready. I'll need a load of stuff putting up there. The other lads aren't here yet, but you can start checking the jobs off for me." Mariam raised her eyebrows at Robert, who smiled at her. "It's going to be one of those days," she said. A few hours later, Robert was finishing off a job when he felt his phone vibrate in his back pocket. He wasn't allowed to take his phone out on the scaffold. It was one of Jack's rules. Sackable offence, mate. He knew it was mainly because one of the crew liked to gamble. If he had his phone out, he'd be putting a bet on or playing the slots. Slacking, in other words, but everyone had to suffer. Robert managed to get down the ladder just in time to catch the call. It was Simon Porter. He was straight to the point. "Jane wants you and Emma to come for a meal on Friday after 6 p.m. Can you make it?" "Yes," said Robert. "Fine, we will see you then." Robert started to reply, but Simon had already hung up. He stared at the phone, wondering what on earth Simon wanted. 47. Emma. Emma walked to work most days. Today she felt uncomfortable. She'd learned to cope with the stairs months ago. At first she wanted to carry a billboard sign with "Yes, I'm the mother" printed on it. No one ever came right out and asked her, stopped her and said, "Are you that poor child's parent?" She overheard 2 women once as she walked down the high street. They were huddled together, co-conspirators whispering. "I heard they were out clubbing and left that baby alone. No wonder she got out and went to the park. They deserved it. Hope they never have another." Emma considered confronting them, demanding that they tell her to her face what they had just whispered behind their hands. But she didn't. She just walked to work with tears streaming down her face, then locked herself in the staff toilets until she stopped crying. Afterwards, her face was so red and blotchy she was assigned to the back room. Memories don't fade. Their effect just gets weaker. Emma pulled her PVC jacket tightly around her and kept walking. Still sensing the stares and the pitiful glares, the rhythm of her steady pace calmed her. Passing the newsagent, she saw that the small wooden sign out front was missing its white paper headline. The owner, Mr. Candesi, knew Emma walked this way. Emma never read the papers. They lied. But she guessed the sign had read, "No clues in blonde girl murder" or "Parents' misery at losing Samantha." One day she would thank Mr. Candesi for his kindness. There was a queue outside the bookshop. Emma nearly turned and ran. She couldn't face a horde. Maybe they were reporters. But they didn't look the type. They had kind faces. Oh, maybe it was a coincidence. The shop was late opening. Emma headed for the back door, avoiding the scrum. Her boss opened it. He'd seen her coming. "Front or back?" he asked. Could she face them? Front. She walked in and hung up her coat. Putting on her brave mask, she entered the shop front. 48. PC Sarah Mason. Every few minutes, Sarah checked her phone for a response, but none came. Wasn't he working today? They drove around the block a second time. "I don't like the look of that group of lads," PC Ian Blackwood said, pointing to a group loitering by the betting shop. "They're just lads. It's 3:30, chucking out of school time." "I'll go round again." Sarah shrugged. What's the point? Still no email of acknowledgement or thanks from the DI. "Can we go to St. Francis's school? There's something I want to check." Ian's turn to shrug. At least he didn't ask her why. Ian was used to taking instruction. He'd always be a beat copper. Sarah had higher aspirations. She imagined herself out of uniform and in CID. Maybe even a DI herself someday. The patrol car reached the school and her dreaming stopped. The coach was there on the field, refereeing a football match on a perfectly manicured pitch, calling the shots. She shivered as she left the car. Mr. Turnbull caught her eye and waved. She didn't return the gesture. 49. Emma. Emma worked on the till. By the afternoon it was unusually quiet. She couldn't help but watch the customers in the shop. Some walked slowly along the aisles, peering at the titles, rarely touching or taking out a book. Some stood with a puzzled look on their face, perhaps trying to think of the name of that author they liked. Some flitted from genre to genre, while others stayed in one section of the shop. The crime lovers were worse for this, Emma had noticed. They rarely strayed from their dedicated shelves. They often stayed with the same authors until they'd devoured all of their titles. She wouldn't see them for a couple of weeks, then they'd return and do the same to another author's works, like a swarm of flies. She'd seen some funny requests for books over the last few months. There was even that guy with the weird centre parting who wanted to order a book about costume design and wig making. It looked like he'd been spending too long in the gym. Overdeveloped, top-heavy. It seemed such a strange request. Maybe he'd bought it for someone else. Or that young girl who wanted Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance. She'd only looked about 12. She'd been carrying a pink rucksack with a notebook sticking out of the top. She could write her own book about the strangeness of some customers. Emma's daydreaming came to an abrupt halt. The woman in front of her was jabbing a copy of a Patricia Cornwell at her to get her attention. "Did you not get enough sleep last night? Out clubbing, were you?" The woman in a two-piece suit snapped. "Sorry," said Emma, and took the book. "That will be $6.99. The woman huffed at her and left the shop, leaving Emma to return to her daydreaming. If she got the chance later, she'd tell Charlie all about that horrible, rude woman. 50. The wig-maker went downstairs to fetch the bag he kept hidden at the back of the sink. He'd fixed a new board just behind the waste pipe. A hard push, and it would open on a spring. He put his hand into the flat canvas bag that had a picture of a paperback on it. He grabbed a large handful of blonde hair and realised there wasn't much left. He would need to go hunting again, to re-enter the killing field. He planned out his next move in that corner of his mind with the half-open door, where his secrets were kept just like the hidey hole under the sink, the place where he could touch and smell the long blonde hair of his angels, the place no one could see when they glimpsed the average guy with the regular job, the place where darkness lurked, stalked, and killed. 51. PC Sarah Mason. The head teacher's office was full of brightly coloured picture books and chapter books with enticing titles. Sarah took a seat and smiled. "I'm sure other officers have spoken to you about poor Samantha. I'm just following things up and won't take a moment of your time." Edina Cole reached for a tissue and blew her nose. "It's been the saddest time for the whole community. The Porter family are well liked." It was a mere pause, a punctuation mark. Well liked. Edina didn't like the Porters then. That was interesting to know. Which one causes you pause, Mum or Dad? "Tell me about Samantha." A smile. This was easier ground. "A lovely girl. Kind and caring, loved animals, always chatting about her rabbits, bright as a button." "And her home life?" Ian shuffled in his seat next to her. "We have to check." "The family always seemed happy. The boys come here too. Mum's a bit of an attention seeker. Dad's a bit distant, busy with work, I expect." Like every other middle-class family in the town, Sarah thought. Were they looking in the wrong place? The implications shone out like a warning beacon. What was it, Edina? What don't you like about the Porters? Spill the beans. But no concerns? No social services referrals? Signs of neglect? Good gracious me, no. Lovely people. Change of tack. "We think the girls, Sam and Charlie, may have been stalked. Have you had any issues with anyone coming on site that shouldn't be here, or anyone hanging around the school gates?" "There was an issue. That was months ago. It turned out to be the ex-boyfriend of one of our parents. Tried to pick up their son when he didn't have permission. Threatened to punch Mr. Turnbull. We reported it, of course." Sarah made a quick note, and here was her chance. "We've checked the records of your staff as it happens. Mr. Turnbull had a bit of an issue in the past. Can you tell me about that?" 52. Robert. He said nothing to Emma, but he just wasn't sure. Simon was odd. The weeks after Charlie died, Robert was numb. Emma was absent, inconsolable. Yet Simon could function just fine. He'd invited them to dinner, spoken to the press, gone to work. Was that how a grieving father would behave? Robert shivered and played with his phone, writing a "no thank you" text. Over and over, deleting it. It was grief. Some coped so much better than him, and the Porters had other kids that needed to be played with and loved. What did he know? He wasn't a psychologist or a family liaison officer. But he was a specialist in death. He had become one anyway. So he'd be careful. Take things slowly. It was all a little strange. 53. D.I. James Chambers. The period between the two murders. Was it key? He'd counted the days, noted the days of the week, used a calendar to see if it fitted with any special holidays or full moons. That kind of thing happened. Killers that only hunted their victims on particular days, like werewolves. Some people turned a little odd when there was a full moon. He'd read a paper on it in a police periodical. Why wait 6 months? Or 6 months, 3 days to be precise. Had the killer been away? Was he a lorry driver? Did he work on the rigs, or as a soldier? They'd checked for similar murders. Not just once, but many times. PC Mason had been the keenest, always dropping him a message. What about this child? But they were often older, runaways. It was rare for a child as young as Sam and Charlie to be taken. What had the killer been doing in those 6 months? Something with the hair. And what about that teacher, the one that Sarah had mentioned, the sports coach? Was he capable of something like this? He certainly had links to both girls. He made a note on his pad and underlined it twice. She was out on patrol. He'd catch her later. 54. Emma. Emma lay on the settee covered by a grey fleecy throw. She'd watched the news. There was no mention of Charlie or even Sam. That disappointed her. She'd wanted to hear something. Anything. Were they looking for a particular witness or car? Had they found any evidence from the scene? Were they hopeful of an arrest? Anything was better than nothing. A few minutes later, Emma heard the roar of Robert's Bandit as it entered their street. She got up, went into the kitchen and switched on the kettle. Calmly, she put Yorkshire tea bags into 2 mugs and added the milk. Robert entered the kitchen. "Simon called me today," he said. Emma added the water to the 2 mugs. "What did he want? Does Jane need my help?" "He wants us to come to dinner on Friday after 6. He swirled the tea bag around in his mug. He never took it out until it was stewed a deep brown. "Really? But I've got nothing to wear." She looked down at her old black trousers and white blouse that she wore for work. The rest of the time she wore black jeans or leggings with various band t-shirts and hoodies. She only had 1 pair of shoes and a couple of pairs of Doc Martens boots. His brow furrowed. "You'll think of something." "What could they want? Do you think they've heard something about their daughter's death?" Robert looked concerned. "I've no idea. He didn't say." Emma took the tea bag out of her tea. "You look tired. Did you have a rough day?" "I'm fine. It was busy, but you know me. I like to work," Robert answered. Emma added, "It stops me thinking," in her head. She did the same. Worked hard to forget. She took a sip of scalding tea. It burnt her lip. She blew on it before taking another sip. The roof of her mouth began to furrow. She ran her tongue along it, feeling the ridges and just a little discomfort. 55. D.I. James Chambers. Sarah read from her little black notebook. A parent said Turnbull had touched his child on the bottom while showing her how to hold a racket. This was interesting, but not relevant. They weren't assaulted, touched in any sexual way. If James had to guess, they were killed for an entirely personal reason to the killer. A killer who loved blonde-haired women, not girls. He never thought it was about the girls. They were too easily discarded, like chocolate bar wrappers. And what did the investigation uncover? He already knew. That the girl was probably lying. He had upset her that lunchtime while she was queuing for lunch, caught her pushing into the line. She'd answered him back, something that you never do at St. Francis's. Shouldn't do it anywhere. He nodded. Good, thorough police work. Commendable. "So, what do you make of him, eh?" "I think we should look into him further. He works at both schools and is a sports coach, so would have known Charlie in particular." James nodded. He knew all this, too, which is why D.S. Kapoor was keeping a special eye on him, on the quiet and off the books. It always took too long to get the super to agree to anything, and there was yet another overtime freeze. This was one of the very few times that D.I. Chambers broke the rules. 56. Emma. Emma was sat up in bed, flicking through Facebook posts on her iPad. Robert was gently snoring beside her. She contemplated getting up and moving downstairs to the settee so she wouldn't disturb him. But she decided she liked looking down at him as he slept. She liked looking at the gentle curl of his blonde eyelashes and the loose, wispy new hairs at his temple, the ones not ready to wind around his dreads. Martina was online. Her son, Jay, had been killed in a fight in a pub 7 years ago. One unlucky punch. She was one of the night owls. She'd nap during the day when she could and would be awake most of the night. She'd recently got a job as a chat monitor on a bingo site and seemed to be doing much better. Emma had asked her what she should wear to a meal somewhere posh like Draper's. Her response lit up the screen. Marty, 23. How on earth should I know? The only time I've been near anywhere like Draper's is when I've been cleaning people's houses. Charlie's mum. Should I get something formal or casual? Marty, 23. It's only been a few weeks. You could turn up in a bin bag and they wouldn't notice. What do you think they want anyway? It's all a bit weird if you ask me. Charlie's mum. I don't know. Simon didn't say. Marty, 23. Apart from the obvious, it's not like you've got much in common, though. What on earth will you talk about? Charlie's mum. Our kids' murders, maybe? Emma was getting frustrated with Martina. She was fine if you wanted to talk about feelings and how much pain you were in. She knew all about the different stages of grief. But try and talk to her about anything remotely practical and she hadn't got a clue. There were others who knew all about the law or how to set up a charity or a trust for your child. They had made it their mission to find something positive out of all of the grief and horror. They would know what to wear. They often had to speak at functions and attend formal dinners. They weren't online much, though, as they were too busy. Emma sometimes wished she could be like them. She wished she could put her feelings into words so that people would listen. She couldn't even do the original television appeal. Robert's dad had done it in the end. The group wasn't just UK-based, with members from all around the world. One message was always clear, though. There were no hard and fast rules, only good days and bad days. Days you could cope, and days you couldn't. Days you could put on a brave face, and days you couldn't get out of bed. Days when you wanted to scream. Days when you could smile at a random happy thought. Emma thought of the day that Charlie was a bridesmaid for her cousin's wedding and remembered that she did own a strappy, flowery dress. Charlie had to wear a dress to match the 3 other bridesmaids. It was lilac and floaty. She looked cute in it, but not at all comfortable. Before the wedding, Charlie asked her if she'd wear a dress too, so she wasn't the only one looking like a girly girl. The strappy dress was in the suitcase on top of the wardrobe. That would do. Oh, she couldn't face shopping for a new outfit. She could borrow her mum's shoes to go with it. 57. Nicole. The bite-marked blocks came tumbling down and Rosie giggled so much she began to hiccup. She waved her arms around as if to say, "Again! Again!" Nicole started to rebuild the bricks, one on top of another, a red one followed by a blue one. She pulled her dressing gown tighter around her. She'd forgotten to add the fabric belt again after she'd washed it and was worried it might gape open. Thankfully, there was only Rosie and her at home. Her older daughter, Holly, was staying at her dad's. She wouldn't be dropped home for hours. As Rosie knocked down the bricks again, Nicole sighed. She pushed her long, mousy hair behind her ears. She tried tying it up in a ponytail, but Rosie always grabbed at the hairbands with her chunky little hands and pulled them out. Nicole looked over at the open books on the table. Her college assignment was due, and it still needed referencing. She hoped she would have time to finish it later. She couldn't ask for another extension. Her tutor had made that clear. The washing machine had stopped. It was making that noise again. Beep, beep, beep. She wished she hadn't taken it off her sister's hands. The incessant noise drove her nuts. She picked up Rosie and a handful of the bricks, placing them in the middle of the playpen. She went to pull the damp washing from the machine. It was mostly the kids' clothes, pretty little dresses, odd socks and misshapen cardigans. It would take her ages to hang them on the rotary dryer. Nicole hated going into the yard to hang up washing to dry. Recently, it always felt like someone was watching her. The garden was overlooked by a row of other terraced houses, and she dared not look up at any of the windows in case she spotted someone staring back down at her. It didn't seem to matter that she knew most of her neighbours. She'd felt this way for days. The fabric belt was on top of the machine, so she quickly tied it around her waist and put on her slipper boots. She shivered as she stepped outside. 58. Emma. Robert was making breakfast, buttering the toast, over and over. Emma wondered if he'd make a hole in it. She took the knife from his hand. "Sorry," he muttered. "Did you ever wonder if it was me?" Emma asked, scared of his answer. Puzzlement lined his forehead. "If what was you?" "If I hurt our daughter." He spat out his toast. "Don't be fucking stupid. You'd never be capable of hurting her, and we were together all night." "But we weren't. I was dancing with my crowd, you with yours." "Are you accusing me?" He slammed his mug down on the table. The hot liquid spilled over the edge onto his knuckles. "No, but parents do kill their kids and cover it up, don't they? They lie to the police, it happens." What was she saying? She didn't mean any of this, but it was like pulling off a scab. You know you shouldn't, but you can't resist. "I'm not saying you lied, I'm not saying that, but you must have thought about it. Once you must have thought." "Never, Em. Not ever." "But I have lied to you. People lie to each other all the time." 59. The wigmaker couldn't use the tree anymore. It had become a shrine where people came to mourn or simply stare grotesquely at the place where those murders of little girls happened. Instead, he stood in the stairwell of a block of flats facing the Longmere estate. Tapping a rhythm on the side of the binoculars, he watched the woman in the yard hanging out the washing. She wore her dressing gown and kept brushing her hair behind her ears with her hand. The clothes she hung were all her children's. But he had no interest in kids' clothes. In truth, he had no interest in children. There was no sign of her daughter with the long golden locks, the one who practiced handstands against the yard wall. He would give it another 10 minutes and try again tomorrow. 60. D.I. James Chambers. It was late on Thursday evening. A few officers on the murder investigation team were still at their desks. A couple were crouched around a laptop, reviewing CCTV footage from the road leading to the Forest's car park. So far, they had traced several vehicles in the vicinity of the Forest on the night of both Charlotte's and Samantha's murders. All of those traced had valid reasons for passing the Forest at that time. They had not found the same vehicle on both nights, but they still had a small number to trace. Unfortunately, there wasn't any CCTV in the car park. The council could not afford to run and maintain it. They had to rely on the footage obtained from local businesses, the latest of which they'd only recovered that afternoon. They'd decided to widen the search to try and get a clearer picture of a couple of so far untraceable vehicles or drivers. For some, the number plate had been partially obscured by a passing jogger, for example. For one, the owner of the vehicle, Mike Dayton, denied using it on that night. Mike had a good alibi too, as he worked nights as a DJ and had taken his van to a local hotel, leaving his car on the drive. D.I. Chambers prepared for Monday morning's staff briefing. He opened a new page of his legal pad and wrote down in a table all the facts of the case so far, analysing and comparing, theorising and matching up as he went. He was extremely concerned about Mike Dayton's car. It was a key part of the inquiry. He was sure of it. The crime scene manager, Janet Taylor, had not yet agreed that they should treat the car as a crime scene. He thought this was a mistake and had called her several times to explain why. If evidence was lost because of this, it could prejudice the case. He wrote down the next steps. Door to door in adjacent houses to Mike Dayton's address and removal of his car. He underlined the second point 3 times. He'd have to convince Janet that was necessary on Monday, in front of both their colleagues. He made a note to speak to D.S. Kapoor about his surveillance of the sports coach. It would probably come to nothing, but it was a connection between the two girls which couldn't be overlooked. A few minutes later, he closed his pad, tidied his desk, turned off the office lights, and left. His thoughts immediately turned to home. There was a stew he'd prepared earlier in the slow cooker. His wife would have already eaten. They had a rule. If he was working after 6 p.m, then he would text her. She wouldn't wait for them to eat together. He'd warm up something when he got home instead. It prevented all those "your dinner is in the dog" conversations. James got into his car, the thought of tucking into stew and crusty bread warming him. 61. Emma. It was after 6 p.m. on a Friday. Emma and Robert had spent an hour discussing what to take to the Porters. They'd decided on wine, chocolates, and a mixed bag of Haribos for the boys. Neither of them were big wine drinkers. Emma liked bottles of Newcastle Brown, and Robert liked real ales or lager if he'd been working. They bought the red on offer at their local off-licence, a Chilean Merlot with plenty of spice, $8.99 reduced to $6.99. Emma chose it because she liked the label. It was red with large diagonal writing. Robert hammered on the porter's door. Emma scowled at him. Sometimes he didn't seem to know his own strength or what was appropriate. Simon Porter opened the door. He looked pale and drawn. Emma noticed the flecks of grey at his temples. He brushed hair from his face before shaking her hand. "Pleased to meet you," he said politely. Emma smiled and gave him a hug. He seemed unsure how to react, keeping his arms by his side, but then held on to her bare shoulders for a moment. He seemed glad of the contact. A few moments later, Jane came to the door. Her eyes were red. She had clearly been crying. She wiped her hands on her navy blue apron. "The boys are at their grandmother's," she said quietly, as though that explained her tearful appearance. Emma hugged her too. "I understand," she whispered. Robert looked unsure what to do. Emma took his hand and led him into the house. He gave the plastic bag of offerings to Simon. The meal they ate, homemade quiche and salad, followed by strawberries and cream, was finished quickly. Neither set of parents brought together in this random, horrific manner were able to start the conversation or acknowledge the reason they'd been brought together in the first place. The men briefly talked about football. Emma was sure that Simon far surpassed Robert's knowledge on the subject, as her husband preferred watching MotoGP and British Superbikes. This was confirmed when Robert started nodding instead of commenting on the state of Stanton Rovers. Emma was relieved when the meal was over, and she could offer to help Jane in the kitchen with the washing up. "Thank you for inviting us," she said to Jane as she rinsed the dishes in the sink. The Porters had an industrial-sized dishwasher. Emma felt envious, then realised there was nothing in either of their situations for anyone to be envious of. "How do you ever cope?" Jane was crying again. "I guess everyone is different. I wear a mask. The outside Emma. The one that people see at work or at the shops or here tonight. Inside, I'm in a million tiny pieces. Pieces that will never be put back together. They're just covered occasionally by the mask. A blanket. I'm sorry, that's the best way I can describe it. Although there are good days mixed in with the bad. More now than before. Odd, random days when you notice the colours of the flowers or the softness of a piece of fabric, when there is a sliver of light in the world full of grey. I've got to wear that mask for the boys, but I can't do it. I just disappear upstairs. I can't even play with them. What sort of mother am I? Jane balled up the corners of her apron. Her eyes pleaded with Emma. Help me. Emma sat Jane down at the kitchen table and poured her another large glass of the Merlot. Here. She sat down next to her. You're still a mother. Not just a mother to your 2 boys, but you're still Samantha's mother. No one can take that away. Jane didn't move, didn't touch the wine, didn't speak. Emma continued. For the first few months, nothing made any sense. There was no reality. Everything happened a million miles away. No one knew what to do or to say. No one knew how to connect to me. My world became a silent place. Even Robert wasn't a part of it. He just went to work, came home, and occasionally tried to force-feed me. Emma smiled. I think he thought he was about to lose me too, that I'd starve to death. Jane still stared blankly, concentrating on some imaginary spot. Emma drank some more wine. Its acidity burnt down her throat. She welcomed it. It does get better. You think it never will, but it does. She touched Jane's arm. Jane looked at her then and smiled, the briefest smile. I'm not Samantha's mother. My daughter is dead. Then Jane stood up and started to scrub the worktops. 62. Robert. Simon was clearly wrestling with something. He kept offering Robert another lager despite his full glass. Neither of them spoke. Robert kept glancing towards the kitchen door, hoping Emma would come in and save him. Finally, Simon said, I wanted to ask you whether you saw Charlie after. After? After what? Then it clicked. Simon meant after she was killed. No, I couldn't. My dad did the identification. I couldn't face it. Emma couldn't either. We decided that we wanted to remember her before, not after. I haven't told Jane. I don't want her to know. Sam had her head covered, and the rest of her body. I could only see her face through the glass. I thought it was odd. I couldn't see her hair, just her face. There wasn't a mark on it, not a scratch. Was it the same for Charlie? I don't know, Robert admitted. He'd never asked his dad what Charlie had looked like lying there. In fact, he rarely spoke to his dad at all. He'd not been able to find the right words. It was as though his seeing Charlie after had created this chasm between them. He knew he was going to have to go and see his father now, find out if the same was true for Charlie, travel the 50 miles there as soon as possible. I'll ring you when I've spoken to my dad, Robert said. Silence fell again. A sense of unease crept up on Robert. Why did he need to know this, and so soon? Robert couldn't ask questions for months. There was nothing left to say, so Robert went to call Emma. It was time to leave. 63. Emma. On their walk home, Emma followed behind Robert. He seemed in a rush to get away from Draper's. His attention was focused on a point straight ahead, and he did his darndest to avoid talking to Emma about the evening. Emma stopped. Her feet were killing her in her mum's shoes. She never wore heels, and these were a size too small. Robert didn't seem to notice. "Rob!" Emma called him, but he didn't seem to hear her. Whatever was in his head was clearly more important than she was at that moment. Emma sat down between a Ford Escort and a Kia. After taking her shoes off, she placed her elbows on her thighs, held her chin in her hands and sighed. Home was about a mile's walk away, and they'd spent all their spare cash on the treats for the porters. She couldn't even get a taxi. As she considered her options, she felt a hand on her shoulder. She jumped and twisted round to see Robert behind her. "Where did you go? Took me a minute to realise you weren't behind me." "My feet were killing, and you seemed to want to jog home." Emma turned her back and faced the road again. Robert massaged her shoulders. Emma smiled and said, "It's my feet that are killing." He shuffled next to her on the curb, stretching out his legs in front of him. "Stick 'em up here, then," he said, gesturing to his legs. Emma complied, only to topple backwards against the bumper of the Kia. They both held their breath, expecting the alarm to go off. It didn't. They burst out laughing. Robert massaged her feet, squeezing her toes tightly between his thumb and fingers. That's better." Emma laughed. "Glad to be of service, madam." Emma leant over and kissed him. He tasted of lager and strawberries. She didn't mind. She broke away and said, "What did the porters want? Did you find out?" Robert looked up the street. "No, Simon didn't say. Maybe he thought you could help his wife." Emma sighed. "She just cried, and I passed her the wine. What can you say?" A tabby cat scuttled over, turned to glance at them and darted off. Robert finished massaging Emma's feet and squeezed her thigh. "I want to take you home." He straightened her legs and stood. Emma started to put her mum's shoes back on, wincing as she did so. Standing, she lost her balance and leant on the Kia's bonnet. The car alarm pierced the still night air. Emma put her hand to her mouth and giggled. Robert pulled on her arm. "Come on, let's get you home before they call the police on us." 64. Robert. For the rest of the walk home, Robert thought about two things. The first, and perhaps most pressing, was how much he wanted to kiss Emma again. But the other thought that kept crashing in was, why had he lied to her? Why didn't he tell his wife what Simon had asked him? They'd never been told that Charlie was damaged. Of course, they knew that Charlie had been stabbed just once and that had killed her, but they hadn't been told anything else. Robert remembered asking that question, the one all fathers had to ask. Had the bastard abused his daughter? The reply had been immediate and reassuring. No, there was absolutely no evidence of that. It still gnawed at him, though. Turned his insides into writhing mush, that fear that some madman had got off on butchering his daughter had been aroused by it. He forgot about Emma for a moment. His urgency to get home dissipated. Until she squeezed his hand. He realised she was limping. Leaning into her, he whispered into her ear, "It's not far now." He noticed her shiver. They hadn't brought jackets with them. It had been warm earlier. So he put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her towards him. She looked up with the eyes of someone who was ever so slightly tipsy. He pecked her on the lips, but she was having none of that. She kissed him back, hard. The urge to rush home returned in an instant. He picked her up and carried her, loved the feel of her arms around his neck, holding on tight. 65. Emma. Emma woke the next morning with a pounding head. She didn't think she'd drunk that much at the Porters, but they hadn't got to sleep until at least 3:30. Emma smiled as she remembered the previous night's events. Robert had reminded her how much she fancied him. He could be a considerate lover when he chose to be. but she'd rarely given him the chance over the last 6 months. She'd missed the closeness, the letting go. Robert must have known that she was awake. He opened his eyes and stared at her, placing his arm across her belly and hugging her close. "I hope you weren't thinking of leaving me," he said. "I was only going as far as the bathroom," Emma laughed. The good thing about dreads is that they looked the same, whatever the time of the day. Emma's spiky hair stood out at all angles until she attacked it with gel. He leant towards her and kissed her. She was aware that she hadn't brushed her teeth yet. He didn't seem to care. "You can go now," he said. She threw her pillow at him as she got out of bed. He tapped it away and it landed on the floor next to his side. Emma guessed that she'd have trouble getting it back off him on her return. The post clattered through the letterbox as she crossed the landing. Emma wasn't sure whether to bother going to fetch it. It was usually bills or adverts for stuff they didn't want or couldn't afford. She decided bathroom first, then she'd go and check on the post. By the time Emma had finished in the bathroom, Robert had already got up and fetched the post. He was in the kitchen reading a letter. His face was etched with the tightness of anger. A plain brown envelope was open on the worktop, the address handwritten. It was addressed to her, Emma Dean, not Robert. Why had he opened her letter? She attempted to take it from him, but he just grasped it tighter and pulled it towards his chest. "It's addressed to me, Robert. Give it to me." "Believe me, Em, you don't want to see it." He wasn't looking at her. Why? Was he embarrassed by what he'd done? Ashamed? "You can't open my mail! You just can't! How dare you!" Emma screeched. "I've had them, Em. Too many to mention, all from the same person." He sighed. "You don't want to read it. Trust me. I can be my own judge. You can't make that decision for me. Please, give it to me." He held the letter out to her then. Emma took it. Her hands shook as she began to read. There was no introduction, no address, no "Dear Emma." The letter began, "You didn't deserve a daughter, you green-haired freak. I bet you've spent more on tattoos and piercings than you have on toys. I bet Charlie was a mistake that got in the way of your drug-taking and partying." Emma stopped reading. "How many of these have we had?" "A few. I'm sorry, Em. I didn't want to worry you." "Worry me? Have you told the police? Patrice, have you told Patrice? What's the point? Do you think they'll be interested in this shit?" Robert grabbed the letter then and started to crumple it in his fist. "Stop! Let me finish reading it." Robert stopped crumpling it, but didn't let it go. Emma's heart pounded. She wanted to grab her husband's hand and tear the letter from his fist, but she knew it would be pointless. He handled planks for a living and she handled books. Two very different uses for the same tree. She was far stronger than Robert in many ways and certainly not the weaker sex, but in terms of brute force he would win. She had to be subtler. "I need to finish reading it, or what I imagine it says will be far worse." Emma held her hand out. Robert gave her the letter. She lay it on the worktop and attempted to flatten it out. "You and your dreadlocked husband are freaks. I hope you never have more children." Never have more children? Why was this stranger, this vile accuser, allowed to mention more children? When Emma couldn't speak of more children in case anyone thought she was replacing her daughter. The letter writer had no clue how hard it had been to have Charlie. The first year they tried for a baby, nothing happened. The doctors they saw were quick to say that there was no medical reason that she couldn't conceive. Maybe they were trying too hard. Then she tried ovulation strips, texting Robert the moment that she found she was the most fertile. It didn't matter whether he was up a ladder on the other side of Stanton. She'd expected him to rush home as quickly as possible. Sex became clinical. Until she fell pregnant, only to then have a miscarriage. Emma was ready to give up when she caught for Charlie. But the writer of that letter wouldn't know that. They wouldn't care how sharply their words cut deep into her soul. "They think we're freaks, Em." Emma tore the letter into tiny pieces and threw it into the kitchen bin. Instantly, She regretted it. What if it was from the killer? But chances were it was from some bored housewife with nothing better to do than inflict pain on others. Neither of them was a freak. They were just different. Emma hugged her husband, buried her face in his locks. What do you want to do? Cut your dreads off? Buy a suit? Get a job in an office? We can't be led by those idiots. Robert hugged Emma close to him. It reminded her of the night before. He whispered, "Maybe you could grow your hair long and pin it back into a messy bun." A giggle took hold until it could no longer be shackled. Emma laughed out loud and stroked Robert's dreads. "Don't you ever cut these off, even when you're 90. Do you hear?" She didn't talk about having another baby. She couldn't talk about that. She could stop taking the pill, leave it to fate. But she'd done that weeks ago. 66. Emma. I'll come round at 11:30 a.m, Saturday. You better be in. Was it him? Was he sending them the letters to taunt them? Emma was only trying to help, and he knew that. But he was malicious. Never took her side, never understood her concerns, always poking and prodding, making things worse. She wouldn't be in. Meeting up with him only ever brought problems. Last time, Emma couldn't think of last time. That wasn't the reason Charlie ran off to the park. It couldn't be. Protecting her mum was so important, but at what cost? 67. Nicole. Nicole had run out of nappies. It was nearly Holly's bedtime. Even so, she would have to go out and get some, or Rosie wouldn't have a fresh nappy for the morning. Nicole had worked solidly on her essay all morning and had sent it into the academic ether before the cut-off time. Afterwards, she'd spent a couple of hours cleaning before lying down on the settee for an hour dozing with Rosie. By the time she'd picked Holly up from school, despite walking straight past the shops, she'd forgotten that she needed nappies, milk and bread. There was only one thing for it. Holly and Rosie would have to forego a bath tonight, and she'd have to pop into Best Price. She'd even get herself a pizza and a frozen banoffee pie as a treat. She'd worked hard. She deserved it. 20 minutes later, Nicole was pushing Rosie down the aisles in the shopping cart. As ever, she'd chosen one with a dodgy wheel. Holly helped her push the stubborn trolley in the right direction. A couple of times they'd managed to hit the metal at the bottom of the displays. The shopping trolley had lurched and Rosie giggled. Nothing ever seemed to faze her. As Nicole approached the frozen section, she felt apprehensive. She wasn't sure why she felt so uneasy. She usually didn't mind looking after the kids alone. Yes, it was tiring. Yes, she got lonely for adult company. And yes, it got in the way of her studies. But she loved not having to seek agreement for every trip to the shops or having to discuss what she was eating for dinner each night. She was proud to have got through 2 years of her English literature degree, only taking a year out in the middle to have Rosie. Both her children's dads were nigh on useless anyway. Neither wanted the full-time responsibility of fatherhood. But unusually, she wished she wasn't alone tonight. She quickly went to the checkout, paid for what she'd managed to collect, not bothering with the banoffee pie, and left. She almost ran across the car park, pushing Rosie in her buggy. Holly barely kept up, holding onto the buggy's frame as tightly as she could. Nicole only felt safe when she reached home and slammed the front door. 68. D.I. James Chambers. There came a time in any investigation when you had to go back to the beginning, restart with those closest to the scene, to check and recheck. D.I. Chambers had hoped that Patrice, the FLO, and his officers had done a thorough job interviewing the parents of Charlie Dean, but each piece of evidence needed to be reviewed now there was a second murder. He opened a file. It contained the disjointed statement from Emma Dean. It was taken the morning after her daughter's abduction, before her body was found. It was difficult to read, not because it was emotional and raw, which it was, but because it was so broken. Making notes on his yellow pad, James jotted down a simple timeline. Emma had dropped her daughter off at school that morning and went to work in the bookshop. They checked this with her boss, which her PC had made a note of in the file. Emma only worked mornings on a Friday. She said that she'd gone straight home from work, made herself a sandwich, tidied up, and got ready for her night out. Something niggled him. He stretched and scratched his chin. Other files were marked with the time and date, the note-taker's name and who was spoken to. He was drawn to the one marked with the time that Emma and Robert were collected from the gig on the night Charlie went missing. Opening it, he spotted the statement that had been bothering him. Emma usually picked up Charlie from school and took her to the park. Every Friday. So why hadn't she done so on this particular Friday? She had time. The gig didn't start until 7 p.m, and Robert wasn't home until 5:30 p.m, or at least that's what it said in his statement. He left his office in search of someone he could send to speak to Emma again. He spotted the keen police constable that liked to run errands. She always got his tea exactly right. Besides, everyone else had left for the night. "I've got a little job for you," he said. 69. The wigmaker couldn't believe his luck. The girl with the long blonde locks had been brought to him. At one point, he was close enough to the virgin, undyed, unbleached hair that he could almost smell it. Her mother was so desperate to get all her items through the checkout that she hadn't noticed him standing next to her daughter. If he'd had the chance, he would have followed them home, but he was working, and it would be noticed if he simply left. Patience is a virtue, his mother would have said. His sister, on the other hand, would have said, grab life with both hands and to hell with the consequences. He took after his mother. His sister was too flighty and easily led. It would be her downfall. 70. PC Sarah Mason. It gave her a warm glow to be specially chosen by D.I. Chambers. The others on the MIT squad found him weird. Some openly talked about him, saying he was distant and discussed whether he should retire. But he was thorough, and he always said please and thank you whenever she brought him a cuppa, unlike most of the others. She'd phoned Emma Dean last night. Whispering on the phone, Emma had asked if they could leave their visit until Friday morning, when she wasn't due at work. It would be easier to talk without Robert. Sarah wasn't sure if that meant the two had secrets, but what married couple didn't? Her wife kept many from her, she was sure, usually related to the special weekends away she liked to organise. Sarah blushed at the thought. Emma answered the door, looking smart in her work clothes. Sarah soon got to the reason for the visit. Often, in the middle of a case, we realise that there's a question that hasn't been asked or answered, and we just like to tick these things off. The wriggle in the chair gave it away. Emma knew what was coming. Sarah was sure of it. I hate to ask you, but think back to the day Charlie went missing. Must I? A tiny voice from her tiny frame. She always reminded Sarah of a pipit, the type of bird that flutters instead of flies. Sarah wondered for a moment whether she was being unkind. Emma, before Charlie's death, may well have been stronger. It would help us. You might remember something important that could move us forward. We know it's difficult. Emma nodded her head. They were sitting in the garden, and the deep red of her hair shone in the sunlight. Why didn't you pick up your daughter from school on the day she went missing? Why didn't you take her to the park? Emma sighed. I was meeting someone. She looked relieved. 71. D.I. James Chambers. James read the newspaper in his study. He'd only bought it for the crossword. The puzzles in this particular paper were usually the most challenging, but he'd finished it in record speed today. Flicking through the rest of the pages, his eyes caught a headline: Small Town Policing Failing Communities. Reading the first few paragraphs, he soon found references to their case. His heart sank. His boss could use this as an excuse to remove him as lead, to get some high flyer in from the county, a young, fresh-faced detective, a recent university leaver with a PhD in criminology. There was a faint knock on the door, and his wife stepped in with his morning tea. James glanced at the clock. 11 a.m. precisely. "Read this," he said, thrusting the article in her direction. She sat down opposite him, holding the paper close to her face. She muttered, "Sorry, my specs are downstairs." "It's an outrage. Officers with little or no experience of violent crime leading on a double murder is sure to lead to a catastrophe. Parochial policing needs to be replaced with crack murder units. Do they think I've had no training? That I've had no experience of murder in my 29 years? James slammed his hand down on the table, rocking his cup. "I hadn't got to that bit. I'm sure no one believes that, dear. And who reads this rag anyway?" "It's the Times. Practically everyone this side of Stanton." James was going to spend his afternoon gardening, but instead sat in his study for the rest of the day waiting for a call from his boss, expecting the worst. 72. Emma. The sun blazed on Saturday morning. Nothing but a blue sky as far as you could see. The occasional cloud drifted softly, casting a fleeting shadow across the garden. Emma called it a garden, but it was more of a backyard. There was just enough room for the green plastic table and 2 chairs that sat by the kitchen window. Robert had planted seeds in tubs, and these had managed to grow over the last few months, despite the neglect. The first of the violas with their brassy colours had started to bloom. Emma was drinking a coffee, alone at the table. She looked up and saw a flock of racing pigeons begin their regular swoop above their house. She wasn't sure who trained them, but at least 3 times a day they were let out and would sweep above the terraced houses in their street. You would sometimes see a flock of them together, or sometimes they would settle into a formation of 2s and 3s. Emma always enjoyed watching them. During that time she didn't think of anything else. Robert had left on his bike early. He said that he was going to see a friend in Crowborough. He said it was someone he used to work with, and he'd asked if he could help him with a job on the side, cash in hand. Not that they needed the money now. They hardly ever went anywhere, and Emma couldn't remember the last time she'd treated herself. She had to work in the shop for a few hours that afternoon to cover for a colleague attending a friend's wedding. Maybe she'd go into town early and buy some new clothes. She could stop off on the way back at Best Price and buy something special for tea. It would be a surprise for Robert when he got back from work. She sat there for a little while longer, until she heard the slam of a back door 3 doors down. It was quickly followed by the giggly laughter of 2 young sisters. Emma sighed, debating whether to go inside. Then over the fence floated 3 large, perfect bubbles filled with tiny rainbows. She watched them burst. 1, 2, 3. Emma drained her coffee and went back inside to wait for her visitor. 73. Robert. The journey had been uneventful. The bike swooped and soared effortlessly through both country lanes and small towns. Gear changes glided into place. Speed rose and fell. Corners hovered on the skyline and were taken with precision and faultless timing, the bike flicking from side to side. Despite the constant hum and roar of the engine, the journey gave Robert the chance to contemplate the meeting ahead. He knew any conversation with his dad was going to be difficult. He hadn't spoken to him in so long. They'd lost the ability to communicate. Robert tried to remember the conversations they'd had before Charlie's death. What had these 2 grown men spoken about? He recalled that they usually talked about bands and bikes. His dad had been a bass player in a 70s rock band, one of those brilliant in your local pub but never quite making it bands. They both shared a love of music and had watched several bands play on numerous occasions. For the first few years of going to gigs, Robert had sat on his dad's shoulders watching in muddy fields. At the last few gigs, they'd entered the mosh pit together, both dripping in sweat and singing loudly. Then Robert thought of the bikes, the old Honda CB500 that stood gleaming in their garage until Robert's mum insisted his dad sell it. She'd feared it was encouraging Robert to ride. It was too late by then, of course. Robert regularly rode his mate's scrambler in the fields behind their house, even though his feet barely touched the ground. He remembered the day his dad handed over the keys to the CB to a greying, spindly dealer who wanted to add it to his collection. Robert had seen his dad's end-of-an-era, downhearted look and felt sorry for him. Even so, Robert could still speak to his mum about anything. She often phoned in the evening when his dad had gone to the pub. They'd talk about their day in detail. She'd recently admitted that she wanted to go and live in Australia with his brother, Adam. She wanted to be near her other grandchildren. She didn't say her surviving grandchildren, but she may well have done. Robert could understand why she'd want to leave, but it upset him. He wasn't sure why he hadn't told Emma yet. He had to be careful about what he told her. She was still so fragile. He'd decided, though, that today, after talking with his dad, he would tell his mum that they had his blessing to move. Half an hour later, he pulled up outside his parents' house. It was a small cottage in the heart of a village. They'd downsized and bought it 3 years ago. They wanted to grow their own veg and live close to a friendly country pub. They'd managed to make use of the pub, or at least his dad had, but they'd only grown a few small tomatoes and carrots. Their new life in the countryside clearly wasn't as idyllic as they'd hoped if they were planning to up sticks and move to Australia. His mum kissed him on the cheek and made herself scarce when he arrived. He'd pre-warned her that he wanted to speak to his dad on his own. She made a pot of tea and placed it on the dining room table with 2 large slices of cake. His dad sat down and poured a cup for himself and Robert. "Your mum said that you had something to ask me," he said, not wasting any time with pleasantries. "It's about Charlie," Robert began. "Yes, I'd guessed as much," his dad said. "It must have brought it all back, there being another one. Your mum has been in tears about it. She won't tell you that, though. She's trying to be your rock. It's been very hard for her." "I'm sorry." "Why are you apologising? She's your mother. It's what they do." "I've never said this, but I'm really grateful that you took control when Charlie died. I couldn't do it. I couldn't have seen her lying there like that." "I'm not going to pretend it was easy, but it had to be done. I don't blame you for not doing it. It doesn't make you less of a father." Less of a father? What a thing to say. Robert had always thought his grief made him a loving father. The fact that he hadn't been able to protect his beautiful little girl made him less of a father. Everything after her death had been irrelevant, up until now. "We had a meal with the Porters yesterday. Simon said something. I've got to check it out. He said that his daughter, Sam, had her head covered when he saw her." "It's funny you should say that. I thought it was odd at the time. Yes, Charlie was the same. She was wearing her white headscarf pulled tight around her head. All you could see was a beautiful face. I recognised her, of course, straight away. I will never forget how she looked. Like a perfect angel. I always imagine her lying there with wings, and instead of the scarf, a little halo. It helps me somehow." Robert pulled at his locks as his dad spoke. He was wearing his daughter's pink hairband. He hadn't worn it for a few weeks, but he needed it today. He looked up when his dad finished speaking and saw that he was crying. He'd never seen him cry before. Ever. Even at Charlie's funeral. Instead, he'd stood to one side, ordering everyone about, making sure everything was done just right. "I've never spoken to anyone about this before," his dad continued. "I wasn't sure what you wanted or needed to know. I feel dreadful that I didn't ask the police why they'd covered her head, but I just answered their questions. I wanted the whole ordeal to be over as quickly as possible. Robert got up out of his chair and hugged his dad. They both stood together for several minutes. The gulf between them was erased. Robert stayed for lunch and then rode back home. On the way, he realised he'd said nothing about Australia. But now he didn't want them to go. Perhaps that was for the best. He wanted his mum and dad to stay in Stanton so they could be part of his future, a future he suddenly cared about. But before he could think about what came next, he had to find out more about his daughter's death. 74. D.I. James Chambers. The phone finally rang at 2:30 p.m. As expected, his boss was not amused. James could hear the tetchiness in his speech. "How dare they even suggest that Stanton officers don't know what they are doing?" An unexpected rant followed about how good Stanton police force's statistics were compared to the nearby towns and cities. The more DCI Jackson spoke, the more James relaxed. It was going to be okay. They weren't pensioning him off just yet. The phone call came to an abrupt end when it was clear that it was his boss's turn to go to the bar. James put his mobile down and smiled. He was still on the case. This was no time to rest on his laurels, though. The reporter was right about their lack of progress. No real suspects, no motive, no clear lines of enquiry. It was unacceptable. They must work harder. Had he made errors in judgment? 75. Emma. He didn't arrive in his truck. He must have walked from Mum's. They didn't have a car and she couldn't imagine him on the bus. Not doing deliveries for best price today. Emma wondered if they knew how many miles Eric put on the clock doing personal stuff. The living room felt claustrophobic with him sitting in it. "I only want to help, Em. You know that." Did she? "It's your mum. I wanted you to know how much better she is now. She's not, well, you know." Drinking. Now she's not drinking. Still an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. That's how she met Eric, drinking in a pub. He was a tattooed, chain-smoking truck driver who liked to drink as much as her mum did. Emma never liked his tattoos. No colours or Gaelic symbols, no band names or flowers, only prison and gang references, images of his violent past all in ugly shades of grey. Her mum wasn't drinking, at least. That was good. Thanks for letting me know. What do you want, Eric? "Well, just to tell you about your mum, so you don't blame her. For Charlie, I mean." Blame her? Emma had never blamed her. Robert did. For weeks he'd assumed she was drunk and that was why Charlie had left the house. But Patrice confirmed that her mum hadn't had a drink that night. They hadn't breathalyzed her, but the officer who interviewed her was certain that she was sober. Robert wasn't convinced, and Emma didn't blame him. The uncomfortable silence soon became too much for Eric. He stood to go. "You did tell them, didn't you?" She had to think for a minute. Then she understood what he meant. "Yeah. I gave you an alibi, if that's what you mean." He looked relieved. It made her pause. He'd left by 5:30 p.m. on that Friday. It wasn't really an alibi. "I'll be off." Emma nodded. She didn't see him out. 76. D.I. James Chambers. Did we make a mistake? D.I. Chambers wrote this at the top of his yellow pad and stared at it, expecting an answer. Patrice sat in front of him, brushing crumbs off her black, tight-fitting trousers and then patting her weave, waiting. "You think we should have told the Deans about Charlie's hair?" She sat up and looked him straight in the eye. Yes, sir, I do. They might have spoken to the press. We couldn't have that. The reporters would have had a field day. Scalped children, lock up your daughters, dye their hair, no more blondes in Stanton. I understand your reasoning, but the parents might have been able to help us. Come up with a motive, anything. A side glance. She thinks I'm wrong. You think they've worked it out anyway? Yes, I do, sir. I think they know, or at least Robert does. He's been asking questions. Well, we can't have that. We don't have any answers. 77. Emma. Emma arrived at work. She rushed to hang up her jacket in her locker, and as she did so, she felt a hand on her shoulder. She jumped. It was only her boss. Sorry I'm late, Emma mumbled. No, that's fine. Dave tapped her on the arm. Come to my office. Let's have a little chat. Emma would have preferred just to start work. She wanted to slip behind the front desk and speak to customers in a happy voice. But she followed her boss. He paid her wages. She sat down on an uncomfortable tiny chair that had been squeezed into the broom cupboard of an office. Dave said, Emma, you've worked here for 4 years. You're my most trusted employee. He blushed and stared at the floor. I know we've had to make allowances over the last 6 months. Emma wondered if this was it. He'd finally had enough of making allowances and was about to hand over her cards. She rolled the bottom of her shirt in her hands, creasing it. Dave continued, I'm worried about you, Em. I used to catch you lifting up books and smelling them, turning the pages, smiling at phrases you liked, popping the books back on the shelf, glancing round to check if anyone had seen you reading on the job. He sighed. You don't do that anymore. When was the last time you read, Em? This was unexpected. He wasn't sacking her. He cared, without the odd ridiculous cliché of sympathy. She had to bite her lip to stop the tears. He was right, so absolutely right. I can't read. I open a book, turn to a page, look at the words. They mean nothing. It was Emma's turn to stare at the ground. Dave leant forward on his desk, clasping his hands together. What's your favourite book? Emma smiled. The Bone People by Kerry Hume. I'm assuming you've got a copy. If not, I can get you one. Yes, I've got a copy at home. It was on the bookshelf Robert had made for her. It had taken him weeks and it wobbled, not that she would ever tell him. Read it, even if it's just 1 page a day. You probably know what lies on each page anyway, so gaps won't worry you. Just read it, Em. Who would have thought that the best advice would come from her boss? He was right. Without books, she was lost. She'd replaced the velvet richness of stories with words read on social media. She was awash with empty, vacant, unfeeling words. 78. Nicole. Nicole was awake early. Her 2 daughters were still sleeping nearby. Rosie lay in the cot next to Nicole's bed while Holly slept in the other bedroom. Nicole watched her baby daughter sleep. She searched around for her dummy, spat it out, reached for it with her hand, and put it back in. She sucked at it a couple of times, then spat it out again. Nicole thought of her university friends. They'd be lying in bed asleep at this hour, dreaming about the night before. If she'd been a normal student, last night she'd have been drinking Jaeger bombs in the SUSU bar before dancing the night away. Instead, she'd watched the television until Rosie fell asleep in her lap. Then she'd had an early night. Perhaps this was better than having a drunken night of soon-forgotten passion with the union president and regrets in the morning. Still, she had no essays to write today, so she planned to take both girls to the park. It was supposed to be hot. One of those scorching May days, hotter than the summer was likely to be. She would make a picnic. They could pick up some crisps and sausage rolls from Best Price on the way. She yawned and rolled over, hugged the pillow, and attempted to snooze for a few more minutes. Her thoughts drifted to lager tasting kisses and soft caresses, only to be interrupted by the all-too-real sound of footsteps padding along the landing. The door to the bedroom opened and Holly climbed into bed next to her. They snuggled up for a Sunday morning cuddle. 79. The wig-maker didn't have work today. He'd woken early and taken up his spot on the stairwell of the flats on the Longmere estate. It was a beautiful day. You could see for miles up here. The blue sky was uninterrupted, except for a flock of pigeons that circled above the chantries, swooping and gliding in formation, never diverging from their path, round and round. The girl with the golden locks wasn't in the yard, but clothes billowed on the rotary washing line. Her mum must have forgotten to take them in yesterday. He hoped that she'd come out soon and the girl would be with her, either helping her with the washing or practicing her handstands. Maybe she would stay outside on her own. It would only take 5 minutes to drive from here to their house. Tapping an uneven rhythm on the banister with a button on his jacket.
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
He continued to wait. Tap, tap, pause, tap, 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 pause, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. He knew how to subdue, steal, and spirit away. Girls were easy. They weighed less, didn't fight back or have the foresight to scream. Of course, he'd never kidnapped a boy to find out if that were true. So few had long enough hair to be of interest to him. 80. Nicole. Nicole had just finished making sandwiches for the picnic when she remembered yesterday's washing. She picked up the plastic washing basket and went out to the yard, leaving Holly and Rosie playing with their multicoloured wooden bricks. There was no uneasiness today. Nicole's thoughts were on swings, slides, and eating sandwiches on a tartan picnic blanket. They'd run out of sun cream and would need to get that too on the way. As soon as she brought in the washing and the bag was packed full of food and squash, they all left the house. 10 minutes later, they were scouting the aisles for nice things to eat. Waiting at the checkout, Nicole overheard snatches of conversation. Josh isn't working today. I stayed at Steve's last night, haven't been home yet. Good, he gives me the creeps. My mum will go mad when I get in. She thinks I should have dumped him. She paid quickly. Then they rushed to the park. She wanted to get there before the crowds. 81. DS Anil Kapoor. The sports coach was playing for his Sunday team, Stanton United. They weren't the main team in Stanton. They didn't even have a ground, just a playing field. But DS Kapoor expected great things from Mr. Turnbull as he spent his life playing sport. A few kicks into the game, and already it was obvious that those that can't, teach. He would never make the grade as a footballer. He couldn't comment on the guys teaching, but it had to be better than this. Losing the ball to the opposition once was an accident. Twice was an error. 3 times was unforgivable. His teammates raised their hands in anger. DS Kapoor hid his laughter in the collar of his heavy coat. The guy was a klutz. But Mr. Turnbull wasn't their killer. He'd note down his thoughts anyway and send them to his boss. They had no other suspects, and that was nothing to laugh at. With the game over, he returned to his car. His mobile vibrated. A message arrived from the station. A breakthrough. At last. 82. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers sat at the dining table, surrounded by his family. Presents were piled high on the sideboard. The birthday cake his wife had baked was carefully positioned at the centre of the dining table. His parents had even come up from Devon. He was pleased they'd had an unspoiled Sunday dinner for once. No calls, no interruptions. His daughter, Rhian, had even stopped studying long enough to eat her meal at the table with them. She was preparing for her viva. Her doctoral thesis was on something to do with the high rates of dyslexia amongst the prison population. He could never remember the exact title. To be honest, he wasn't much concerned about the reasons for criminality. He dealt with the realities of it. Rhian had tried, but failed, to debate him on the issue. "I always leave the conjecture to other people," his usual response. It was time to open the presents. He opened Rhian's first. She was excited about it, he could tell. She beamed as he carefully unwrapped it, gently pulling the paper away from the sellotape and folding over the rough edges. She'd bought him a framed picture. There was the familiar profile of Sherlock Holmes in the corner, complete with deerstalker, and the quote, "It is a capital mistake to theorise before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts." Sherlock Holmes, a scandal in Bohemia. James laughed out loud. "That's wonderful," he said, and hugged his daughter. "I will put it up in my study as a reminder." "Not in your office?" Rhian said. James had a photo of his wife and daughter in the office at the station. He changed it for a new one once a year. It was a constant reminder of how lucky he was. His mobile started to vibrate in his pocket. "Excuse me," he said, leaving his family and retiring to his study. As he did so, his wife sighed and started to clear the table. His mum and dad raised their eyebrows and helped. Rhian went back to her studies. The phone call concerned a breakthrough in the case. A member of the public had found a crumpled photograph of a teenager with blonde flowing locks in the bark of the tree where the girls were disposed of. Sergeant Kapoor thought D.I. Chambers would want to see it straight away. He was right. Who was the girl in the photo? 83. The wigmaker returned home. Some of the local teenagers had spotted him in the stairwell and had given him the eye. They'd shoulder-barged him as they went past down the stairs. They hadn't said anything. Maybe they'd been surprised to feel the solid muscle beneath his baggy t-shirt. He hadn't seen the girl that day. This frustrated him. He stared at the photograph he kept in his jeans pocket every day. One of many he'd copied at Super Snaps all those years ago. And then he examined the wig. It was far from ready. 84. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers arrived at the station 20 minutes later. A copy of the photograph had been placed on display on the wall. "We've sent it to be enhanced," Sergeant Kapoor said. "Where exactly was it found?" asked D.I. Chambers. Alice Smith, Samantha's primary school teacher, had gone up to the tree to lay some flowers this morning. She does this every Sunday, apparently. There was a glint of the paper sticking out from part of the bark, which she forced out with her nails. She had some paper in her bag, so she wrapped it in that and brought it straight here. D.I. Chambers stared at the photograph. Despite being creased, it was clearly of a teenager with blonde, wavy hair. Not tight curls, but perhaps lightly permed. He remembered seeing a lot of girls with hair just like that in the 80s and 90s. It was all the rage to have your hair crimped, or what was it called? Demi-waved? Who was this woman? She might have had nothing to do with the case. A case of unrequited love or a breakup might have led someone to force the photograph into the bark of the tree. The bark had grown over the paper. It could have been there days, months, years. They'd scoured the tree after both murders, but not well enough, as Robert had shown them. He knew making mistakes was human nature, but they always annoyed him. A briefing was set for Thursday. Despite this, as soon as they had a reasonable enhancement in his hands, D.I. Chambers was going to the press. He wanted the photograph in every newspaper and on every news programme by the morning. 85. Robert. Robert got up for work early on Monday morning. He didn't want to wake Emma, so he had the radio on low in the kitchen. He heard the announcer on the news say, "Stanton police have issued a photograph of an individual they need to identify in relation to the Charlotte Dean and Samantha Porter case." Robert stopped buttering his toast, ran into the living room, switched on the television and shouted, "Emma!" They both stood rigid and stared at the screen for what seemed like hours until the photograph appeared. "Oh my God," Robert said. "It's her?" Crying, Emma stared at the woman's hair. It was blonde and long. It reminded her of Charlie's. "Who?" she said, looking directly at Robert. He just stood there, stunned, avoiding his wife's gaze as a blush rose up from his neck. 86. Robert. Instead of going to work, Robert rode straight to the police station. He asked to see D.I. Chambers and was immediately let through to his office. "You recognised her?" D.I. Chambers said. "Yes. Her name's Tracy Munro. I went to school with her, at Parkmead. She was in the same class as me for 3 years. We went on a date once. I took her to the cinema, but she didn't like the film and moaned about it all the way home. I found her quite boring, to be honest. All the lads liked her. I think it was the hair." Robert pushed an errant lock away from his face. He continued, "Personally, I got on better with the alternative crowd. The friendships he'd made in the following years had shaped him. I'm not even sure why I asked her out. But she died in a car accident about a few months later. I think her dad had been driving. He was drunk and had picked her up after a party. I never used to be into the school party scene. I was too busy going to gigs at that point. I think her dad was charged, but I don't know whether he went to prison or anything. D.I. Chambers made meticulous notes. He asked some supplementary questions. What year was this? What class? Was there anyone interested in Tracy who she had spurned? Anything else he could remember? But Robert couldn't think of anything else. School hadn't been that important to him. He'd mostly forgotten what had happened during those long, boring days. Most of his time had been spent doodling on the covers of his books, adding detail to the pictures of the various bands he liked. Becoming a father had changed Robert. Surely an event from so long ago couldn't have anything to do with Charlie's death. And yet it was clear from how fast D.I. Chambers was writing that he thought it could. 87. D.I. James Chambers. When he arrived at the office on Wednesday morning, a note was stuck on his desktop. DCI Jackson requests you meet him at 10 a.m. James guessed that he wanted an update. After the recent negative newspaper article, he had to be seen to keep everyone on their toes. He had an hour to get a report ready. He'd make sure every small detail was documented. DCI Jackson trusted him to be thorough and precise. Since they'd let the superintendent go in the last round of cuts, DCI was the highest Stanton station detective by rank. James did all the investigative work, and DCI Jackson did the assigning, statistics, and moaning when things didn't go to plan. Hopefully, the new lead would placate him, leaving James free to get on with the job. The second murder had raised the stakes. Expectations and hopes for an arrest were forcing everyone's hand. No more murders. That was the bottom line. James gathered his files and walked the short distance to DCI Jackson's office. He knocked on the door and waited. DCI Jackson boomed, "Come in." As James sat down, the DCI said, "Coffee? My wife Sarah's bought me one of those posh coffee machines with pods. Let's see what we've got." He placed a swivel stand of brightly coloured pods on the table. Caramel latte? Dark espresso? "I'm fine, sir. Thanks." James brushed some imaginary lint off his trousers. "James, I've told you before. Just call me Nigel in the office." "Yes, sir." James shuffled forward in his seat and placed a manila folder on the desk. "Here's my latest report on the Dean Porter case, sir. Would you like me to direct you to the relevant parts?" I said, "Oh, never mind. That won't be necessary. I will read it later." James waited, hoping that DCI Jackson would get to the reason he'd called him in. He didn't have to wait too long. "James, we have a problem. I'm getting flack from the chief about the case, especially after, If we don't get some movement soon, preferably an arrest, then I might need to bring someone else in from the region. Someone with more experience of these, type of cases." James knew he was the best local detective. They had some equally good detectives across the region, but he didn't believe that he was surpassed in terms of his intellectual abilities. He had to show he had it covered. "We've had some new information. I'm confident that we're closer to finding the killer. Every piece of evidence brings us nearer. It's only a matter of time, sir." DCI Jackson sighed. "Time is something we don't have, James. We can't afford another murder." Another murder. No, we couldn't afford that. Another child must not die. Not while he was in charge. 88. D.I. James Chambers. This was the biggest case D.I. Chambers had ever led, though he'd never admit it. He hadn't spent time considering this. Not until now. He realised that his boss was partially right. This was the only double child killing that he'd handled, but statistically, How many senior officers across the country had a case like this? A multiple child murder was a rare event. The closest he got to anything similar was the family slaughter carried out by an estranged father. He'd never forget the children's bodies found lying in their beds. Their father had shot them several times with his shotgun. Then he'd covered them with their brightly coloured duvets, tucked them up, ready for sleep. He had stabbed their mother soon after. When he had completed his mission, he'd shot himself. It wasn't the hardest crime to solve. They needed a breakthrough in this case. Tracy Monroe might be the key. They had to find out all they could about her too short life. D.I. Chambers would assign officers to the task at Wednesday's briefing. In the meantime, he'd request the files for the car accident. They would have to trace her father, see what life he had led after her death, whether he had ever forgiven himself. 89. Emma. The next day, Emma woke early. Silently, she sobbed. She bit her tongue, knowing the tears wouldn't stop. Today, Charlie would have been 7. 7 could have meant she was too old to be taken. The murderer may have passed her over for someone else. 7. At her last birthday, they had bought helium balloons emblazoned with large number 6s. The cake was in the shape of a horse's head, and her nan had secretly booked her riding lessons. Emma remembered her face when she opened the envelope, how she jumped up and down, even giving her nan a hug and a kiss. She'd pretended she was riding around the room, her hair swung from side to side like a palomino's mane, overjoyed. Her 6 and 7-year-old friends arrived shortly after, and they'd raced around. They barely sat to play past the parcel. Mostly boys, screaming and screeching, Charlie in the centre, the birthday girl, smiling. Today they had bought flowers and a soft, plush horse. Emma knew they were sitting on the hall table, ready to go to the churchyard. She wondered if Robert would come with them. He never visited the grave. She normally had to go with her mum who just sobbed the whole time. 7. 90. Robert. Robert faced the wall. He awoke early. He sensed Emma sobbing next to him. There were no words of comfort. What could he say? If he held her, he would shatter. He needed his strength. He needed to face another demon. The only time he had visited Charlie's grave was at the funeral. Then it was a hole that a tiny coffin was lowered into, a hole dug by melancholic men knowing who would lie there. It had been enough for Robert. The thought that his daughter lay there under the soil made it a place he couldn't visit again. He just couldn't. But he knew it hurt Emma. Why couldn't he be strong for her? Why couldn't he comfort his wife? He turned to her. She looked small and helpless, empty and broken. He bit his lip and held her close. "Will you come?" she asked, her head nestled in his chest. Yes. He held her tighter, not yet knowing if his answer was truthful. He needed to find the strength. Every birthday would be the same. He knew that. Every birthday there would be new traditions, new sadness. They'd count the years. Today she would be 7. They would imagine what she would have been doing if she lived. Today she would have a shiny new bike and would ride it around the park. Her blonde hair would have billowed behind her. She'd imagine she was Laura Trott racing circuits, getting faster and faster on each revolution. Robert smiled at this. He held Emma tightly, considered telling her this story. Maybe later, if he was strong enough. 91. Emma. Emma's mother arrived at 12 on the dot. She wore black, she had been crying, Her mascara was smudged and she held a tissue tightly in her grasp. "I got a taxi. I couldn't drive," she sobbed. Emma and Robert stared at her. Emma wondered if she should be crying harder. It felt like she should. It was a crying competition with no prize. Robert took control. "Don't take your jacket off, we're leaving now." Emma was relieved. She picked up the flowers and toy horse. The horse was similar to one that her mum had bought her as a child, a well-filled, tapestry-covered stuffed animal with plastic eyes. Quite ugly, really, but it felt soft and comforting. They walked to the church. It wasn't far. A sombre procession. No one spoke. They walked arm in arm, 3 abreast. The street was unusually quiet. They were only passed by a tall, older man. Emma imagined him doffing his hat in reverence, but his head was uncovered. Then she imagined Charlie skating down the street, laughing and giggling, maybe falling over, getting up, brushing herself down, not a tear. Emma must not cry. She must smile like her daughter had. She held on to Robert's arm. He stared ahead at the churchyard. Turning into the gate, Emma stumbled. Robert's grasp tightened. She looked up at his face. It was full of concern and something else. Fear. He looked petrified. "Mum, you go ahead," Emma said. Her mum walked ahead a few paces and sat down on a bench. Emma turned to Robert. "This isn't her. She has gone. But it is a place we can talk to her. That's what I do." His eyes were darting about. Uncertainty bled from him. Emma wanted to hold him tight and say, "Don't do it then if you can't." But she knew he'd regret it. Emma continued, "We can speak to her separately if that helps. You can go first. I'll sit on the bench with Mum." "What will I say?" Robert's voice was shaky and timid. Emma smiled. "You'll know what to say." As he moved away, Emma went to sit on the bench. She didn't give him directions. He knew where the grave was. She watched him, head bowed, walk towards their daughter's resting place. Her mum held her hand. Her grip was steady, unlike the days she'd been drinking. Maybe Eric was right, and she had given up this time. They sat on the bench in silence with the flowers and the horse placed next to them. 92. Robert. Robert reached Charlie's grave too soon. The black granite shone as though polished by the sun. He didn't read the date or the description. Instead, he rubbed the plastic doll he had in his pocket. Charlie's Batgirl. He sat down on the grass. It was damp, but he barely noticed. "Your mum thinks that I should talk to you. But you're not really here. I know that." He wouldn't look down at the grave. It made it more absurd. He continued to talk to his baby girl. "I miss you every day. That goes without saying. I miss your laughter. I miss watching you ride your rusty bike in the park and playing on the swings. Remember that day when you flew so high that you got scared that you might whiz round the top? How we'd laughed when you calmed down. We're okay, Charlie. Me and your mum. Just okay. But that's better than it was a few months back." He didn't want to look at the gravestone, so he stared at the teddy that sat beneath it. He was about to speak again when he noticed that the teddy was holding something. He leant forward and picked it up. The bear was poseable, and its hands were clasped together. Robert prized them apart. They held a small clump of golden hair. He almost dropped the bear with the shock. It couldn't be. Charlie's hair. 93. Emma. Emma approached the grave holding her mum's hand. She felt like a child again. It had always just been her and Mum when she was growing up. She never met her dad. He left before she was born. Didn't want the responsibility of a daughter. Eric arrived on the scene only recently and she never saw him as anything more than a mum's boyfriend. All she remembered as a child was how much she missed out not having a dad. It was what had convinced her that she would find the right man, get married, and then have children. Robert was the right man. She had always known that. Watching him kneeling at the grave of his daughter made her heart ache. Emma noticed him put something into his pocket. She guessed it was Charlie's Batgirl doll. He could never give it up. It was probably the right thing to do. There'd been robberies of children's graves. It made Emma tearful to see how parents couldn't mourn how they wanted to. She walked over to Robert. Her mum took the flowers from her hand and placed them on Charlie's grave. Emma knelt next to Robert, putting her arms gently around him, hugging him. She felt so cold, despite it being a warm May afternoon. She watched her mum empty the vase at the foot of the gravestone of dried, dead flowers. Then she helped her arrange the new ones. "That's better, isn't it, Charlie?" The red and yellow daisies stood proudly. "Your favourite colours. Happy birthday." "Perhaps we should have brought a cake," Emma's mum said. "I couldn't eat any," Robert said. "I didn't wish her happy birthday. I should have done." Emma touched his back. "You can say what you want. It all helps. Don't worry." She wondered if it made any difference to him, like it did for her. Maybe she was the daft one, wasting her time. Placing her hand on the granite, Emma said, "Happy birthday, beautiful angel. Love you to the moon and back." She blew her a kiss and then stood. She took the horse from her mother's hands and placed it next to the teddy that was sitting in front of the gravestone looking lost. "Look, Charlie, a horse for you to ride on through the clouds." They all stood together and linked arms again, ready for the journey home. Emma turned her head as she left the graveyard. She sensed someone was behind them but didn't spot anyone. What did it matter? There must be plenty of mourners, plenty of grave talkers. 94. He watched them leave. He'd arrived early that morning, so he wouldn't miss them. He knew they would come today. They would speak to their daughter, bring fresh flowers, maybe toys. He'd stood in the shadows and heard the whispered, "Happy birthday." On Charlie's last birthday, he'd watched from a distance as she'd played outside, biding his time. He was a careful planner, and she was worth waiting for. He hoped they appreciated his gift. Wasn't he thoughtful? The wigmaker walked back to Charlie's grave and picked up the horse. He raised it to his face and smelt it. So this was Emma's sweet scent. One day he would be that close to her that he would smell it firsthand. Of this, he had no doubt. 95. Robert walked home with his head down. He held Emma's hand. It felt soft against his calloused palm. He didn't want to look at the park as he passed it. The park, where memories played like an old family video. He looked the other way. Couldn't bear a rerun of Charlie's first attempt to ride a bike. His other hand was in his jacket pocket, stroking the fine blonde hairs. They couldn't belong to Charlie. Could they? This must be someone's sick idea of a joke, or a coincidence of some kind. Maybe a child had held the teddy while her parent had visited another grave and somehow the hair got caught. But that was ridiculous. It could never happen. Robert knew where the hair had come from. There was only one person who would have it. The thought chilled him. This was a gift from the killer. A birthday gift for her parents. Robert felt nauseous and walked more quickly, in a rush now to get home. "Slow down," Emma whispered. "Mum can't keep up." Should he tell her? If he told Emma, then she would want him to give the hair to the police. get it tested. They would shove it into a plastic envelope and take it from him. He'd never touch it again. He had to keep quiet. His thumb and finger rolled the hair in his pocket, keeping it safe. He could put it in a locket and give it to Emma for Christmas. He could say that he found it attached to the pink hairband and had kept it. It would be a beautiful surprise. Then it occurred to him that it had been in the hands of the killer. He had cut it from his daughter's scalp. He had touched it. Robert pulled his hand from his pocket, repulsed. When he reached home, Robert found a crisp white envelope in the kitchen drawer. He carefully placed the hair in it. He went upstairs and found his old battle-scarred leather jacket. It smelt of mosh pits and dry ice. He placed the envelope in one of the pockets and hung it back in the wardrobe. He didn't need to decide what to do with the hair today. 96. The wig maker sat at his desk in the spare room. He opened one of the drawers in his hobby chest. In a small plastic envelope were a few of Samantha's hairs. He wondered what he would do with these. What a wonderful gift they would make for the Porters. It filled him with pleasure, watching Robert finding his gift. He guessed that he wouldn't hand them over to the police. Robert would keep them and touch them every day as he had, getting some small joy from their softness and beauty. 97. D.I. James Chambers. The briefing started promptly at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. The crime scene manager announced at the start that after due deliberation, she intended to treat Mike Dayton's car as a crime scene. She was planning to have it brought in that afternoon as soon as the paperwork was completed and signed off. If D.I. Chambers was so inclined, he'd have marked that off as a point to him. Instead, he didn't register any outward response. Then D.S. Kapoor spoke. "We've always assumed because of the location of the tree that the bodies were brought to the car park. I'm wondering if that's the case. We've only traced Mike Dayton's car as a possible means of transport for Samantha's murder. We didn't trace any car for Charlie's that wasn't later ruled out. What if he entered the forest from the back? We know the Deans did, so it's certainly possible. There must be an obvious place to park out of sight of the road. Maybe when he hadn't been seen for Charlie's murder, the killer got cockier with Samantha and just used the front car park entrance, or maybe he wanted to be quicker. It would take a long time getting the body through the forest." Janet stood and said, "It would be very difficult getting CCTV in that area after the length of time since Charlie's murder. It's worth looking at, though. The more evidence we have, the more likely it is that the killer is local. I'm happy for now that we treat the car as a possible crime scene for both murders." The chief scene of crime officer, Rebecca Hastings, agreed and stated that she would examine the car as a priority. D.S. Kapoor agreed to call Robert Dean after the meeting to find out where he had parked his bike when he went to the forest. D.I. Chambers stood up when Janet Taylor had finished. The most important task today was to trace Tracy Monroe's family and classmates. He quickly assigned this to D.S. Kapoor and D.C. Ann Black. They had both been former pupils at Park Mead and would know some of the teachers there. Neither were young enough to have been pupils at the same time as Tracy, though. Next, Rebecca Hastings reported that they were now 75% certain that the knife used to kill Samantha was not the exact same knife that was used to kill Charlie. She displayed slides that showed various cuts to bone and skin. Both knives were described as commonly used kitchen knives with serrated blades. She then went on to show comparisons of 2 injuries, one from each girl, and highlighted the similarities and differences. D.I. Chambers appreciated how the chief scene of crimes officer always prefaced her remarks with, "You must realise forensic science deals with probabilities, not certainties." In this case, it seemed that the perpetrator went out to buy a new knife or used a different, previously bought knife for each murder. The fact that these were commonplace probably wouldn't help the case unless he had kept them and traces of blood from the victims were found on them. D.I. Chambers thanked Rebecca and brought the briefing to a close. It was now 12:30 p.m, and it was going to be another busy, long day. 98. Robert. "How did you know Tracy Monroe?" Emma asked, searching Robert's face for an answer. They were eating breakfast outside. It was still unnaturally hot for May. Robert was surprised it had taken her so long to ask. He took another bite of toast before he answered. "She was in the year below me at school. I didn't know her that well. We did go out once on a date. We went to see The Matrix. To be honest, the film was more interesting than she was." He blushed as he spoke. He wasn't sure why he felt so uncomfortable. He picked up a small metal watering can, ducked it in the water butt and started to water the plants, avoiding Emma's enquiring gaze. "I don't care that you went out. I just don't get it." Emma had started to shout. "What has this woman got to do with Charlie?" "She's dead," Robert said bluntly. "I know Charlie's—" "I'm talking about Tracy. She died years ago in a car crash." "So what has that to do with us? Were you with her in the car?" "No, this was months after we went out." "I don't get it." Emma got up without warning, stormed inside and slammed the kitchen door. Robert carried on watering the plants. He guessed Emma wanted to be on her own. She always avoided confrontation. Surely she didn't blame him. It couldn't be his fault, could it? 99. D.S. Anil Kapoor. Ben Turnbull, the sports coach, was at the gym. This was his early morning routine. He pushed weights while D.S. Kapoor did a steady jog on the running machine opposite. It was all becoming a bit of a bore. The guy was obsessed with being fit, not a likely killer. He cared too much about his appearance, always chose the equipment nearest to the mirrors. Every morning at 6 a.m. he came to the gym, except Sunday. He played football for a local team every Sunday. Last week, D.S. Kapoor had watched their lacklustre performance from his car while eating a McDonald's breakfast bap. He couldn't eat junk food in the gym, so he jogged instead, waiting for Turnbull to head for the changing room, hoping for another breakthrough, anything to end the gym monotony. 100. Robert. Robert was running late for work. He filtered down Cross Road when a car started to pull out in front of him. Robert pressed his horn and the car came to a juddering halt. Robert was able to stop just behind its bonnet. He swore in his helmet. The car driver waved a sorry and drove off, allowing Robert to continue his journey. By the time he arrived at work, he was fuming. Mariam was in the office alone. She smiled when Robert walked in. "Everyone's running late. There was a crash on Hastings Road. It's your lucky day. You might even have time for a cuppa before you get on the road." So he needn't have rushed. Robert sighed, no longer angry, and sat down. Mariam's tea was the best in the city, always strong and sweet. She even had biscuits, one of those selection packs with bourbons and pink wafers. This made up for the interrupted breakfast. He hadn't bothered to finish his toast that morning. He wanted to forget, at least for the rest of the day, that his daughter's death might somehow be connected to his past. All his fault. Mariam was speaking, but he'd been so lost in his own thoughts he'd missed the first bit of what she said. He just heard, "She was wondering if you fancied going out one night." "Oh," Robert said, forgetting he had a mouthful of biscuit and nearly choking. "My cousin, Nadia. She works on the checkout at Best Price. She's been trying to get Emma to go to a gig with her, but to no avail. I think she thinks that you might be able to persuade her. I said I'd ask." "Nadia's your cousin?" "Yes, small world, I know. But you know what us Bangladeshis are like?" "I didn't mean that." "I know. Anyway, Wild Mad Dog or something like that are playing at the Collie next Friday, so she was wondering if you wanted to go. She can get you in on the door as her mate works in the box office." Mad Dog McRae? No, don't think it was that. Ferocious Dog? Yes, that was it. Shall I just say yes and you can sort it out with Emma? OK. Thanks, Robert said. Maybe this was what exactly Emma needed. A night out. He bit his lip, trying not to think about the last time they went out. A gig, too. He hesitated, nearly saying, "No, sorry, it's too soon." But Mariam's smile made him reconsider. Maybe it was what they both needed. 101. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers sat at his desk. He knew the work he'd assigned would be well underway. He trusted each individual to do their job to the best of their ability. They occasionally let him down, but not often. There was a knock on his door. It was D.S. Kapoor. He didn't wait to be asked to come in. This occasionally bothered James, but he liked his urgency over the case. "These reports have just arrived. You requested them, sir, so I thought I'd hand them to you first." D.S. Kapoor's brow was furrowed. He was perhaps a little cross that the reports hadn't come to him or Anne first, since they were labelled David Munro, the father of Tracy. "Thanks. I requested them before the briefing." James hoped that D.S. Kapoor would accept that as an explanation and move on. "I'll scan read them and get them straight back to you." He had said that with authority. He was the highest-ranking officer after all. He wondered why there were 2 files and couldn't wait for D.S. Kapoor to leave so he could read them. "Sir..." D.S. Kapoor left the office and slammed the door. He was clearly still a little annoyed. He was probably going to tell D.C. Black what a controlling boss he was. James opened the first file. It was a report of the car crash that killed Tracy and left her father with serious injuries. The accident had occurred on the corner of Slater Road at around 2 a.m. on a Friday. The car had missed the curve completely and ploughed into a barrier on the opposite side of the road. Tracy, as the passenger, had taken the brunt of the crash. Her father had hit the windscreen with some force. He hadn't been wearing a seatbelt. He had been unconscious for most of the time. Tracy had died soon after reaching the hospital. She had significant injuries, including to her head and chest. The accident and emergency staff had tried to perform a thoracotomy to release the blood in her chest wall, but it was too late. The police had requested a blood alcohol test on her father. It came back as 230 milligrams per 100 millilitres of blood, which was well above the legal limit. The other piece of information that grabbed his attention was the search for a witness. A young man had been seen speaking to Tracy as she lay dying in the wreckage. He had squeezed between the bars and passenger seat. He left as soon as the ambulance arrived. No one had been able to trace him. It wasn't clear if he'd witnessed the crash. As the case was likely to go to court, the officers had gone to great lengths to try and trace him. He was described as an older teenager by witnesses, someone of roughly Tracy's age. The witnesses were not needed to prosecute David Munro in the end. He had pleaded guilty. The judge banned him from driving for a year and gave him a fine of £250, believing he had suffered enough. James opened the second file. This chronicled the investigation into the death of David Munro. He had returned to driving shortly after his ban. 3 years ago, he had been involved in a car accident. He had swerved to miss a car racing down a narrow country lane. His car had hit a tree, and since he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, he had died instantly. They hadn't managed to find the other car driver. They hadn't stopped at the scene. There were no witnesses, no paint on David's car suggesting a glancing blow, and no hope of finding the driver. The only evidence that there was another car was the tyre skid marks on the road. Some might say that this was a fitting end to the life of David Munro. James didn't think that. David had not had the happiest of times between killing his daughter and his death. His occupation was listed as unemployed. His previous job had been as an accountant for the largest firm in Stanton. His marital status was listed as divorced. Not surprising. There wouldn't be many women who would stay with their husband after their actions had resulted in their daughter's death. Who was the mysterious witness to Tracy's death and the speeding driver? James had a feeling in his gut that knowing the identities of both was important. But if it was difficult finding them then, it would be impossible now. 102. PC Sarah Mason. There was a link between the two schools. Sarah knew D.I. Chambers had given D.S. Kapoor the job of keeping an eye on Turnbull, so that was in hand. The supermarket. Could that be key? Were there links there to the Deans or the Porters? She had an hour before her partner showed up to go on patrol. Tracking down the list of names, a couple caught her eye. Eric Davies. That name rang a bell. She checked back through her little black notebook, found it. He was the partner of Emma's mum. He worked part-time as a delivery driver for Best Price. Could he be a suspect? She drew an asterisk next to his name. Apparently, Emma had met with him on the afternoon of her daughter's disappearance. He was worried about Emma's mum's drinking, or so he said. Emma had, in effect, provided him with an alibi. This needed checking. Was there time for him to have returned home or gone to the park? Where would he have taken the girls if he was the killer? He would need somewhere to shave their heads. Noting this down, she vowed to check on her next day off, the journey time from the Deans to his home and the park. There was another name, Joshua Cummins. His name matched on two of her lists, past pupils of Parkmead and Best Price employees. A security guard. He had far more opportunities to bump into Charlie Dean and Sam Porter. Sarah drew 2 asterisks next to his name and closed her notebook. 103. Emma. It was lunchtime, and Emma was eating a sandwich at the small table in the back room of the bookshop. Her mobile vibrated. Emma put down her sandwich, wiped the crumbs from her hands on her trousers, and picked up the phone. It was a text from Robert. I've said we would go to see Ferocious Dog on Friday with Nadia. Kiss, kiss, kiss. She really didn't know what to think. She hadn't seen a live band since that night. She'd thought she could never go again. She'd had a row with Robert that morning, and this is how he'd decided to make up. Was he that thoughtless? But he knew Ferocious Dog were one of her favourite bands. They'd never played Stanton before, so this was a first. They hadn't thought twice about travelling to other cities in the past. They'd arranged for her mum to babysit and often travelled with Robert's dad in his van. They'd even slept on friends' floors to keep the costs down. But things were different now. By not going to gigs for months, they'd lost all those friends. Those friends had not spoken, texted, emailed, or contacted on Facebook. They'd simply ignored them when Charlie was killed. The things that brought them together, the music, the gigs, had in the last 6 months shown there were no real ties. Emma wasn't sure she wanted to see them, but she did desperately miss the music, the dancing and the singing along. She picked up her sandwich and carried on eating, not replying to Robert's text. 104. D.I. James Chambers. P.C. Mason tapped on his door. She waited patiently for him to tell her to enter, clutching and unclutching her hands. Usually he was the one calling people to his office. They didn't come of their own volition. Was he that scary? He wondered, as he asked her to come in. I had a thought, she said, sitting down, so I checked it out. Go on, D.I. Chambers urged. She stared at the photograph of his family on his desk. It seemed to help her compose herself. I thought there might be a link between the supermarket and the pupils at Parkmead School. There is someone. One of the security guards. His name is Joshua Cummins. He was in the same year as Robert Dean. D.I. Chambers smiled. He had already checked this himself, but it was good to see that someone on the team was willing to show some initiative. "Did you check if he's working today, by any chance?" he said. "Yes, and he is." "Why don't we go and pick him up then?" D.I. Chambers stood up, and they left his office together. He saw Sarah blush as she walked across the incident room. He wanted her on the main team and hoped that she would feel proud and not embarrassed by her achievements. D.I. Chambers stood at the front of the incident room and announced that they were heading to Best Price to pick up a suspect. He then arranged 2 teams and briefed them as to where, in proximity to the supermarket, he wanted them positioned. He gave a copy of a risk assessment he had written to each team leader and highlighted the main exit points. He didn't seem to think that they would have too much trouble arresting the suspect. The hope was for a quick go-in and handcuff as quickly as possible. What they didn't want was for the suspect to return home. Sarah must have thought it was odd that D.I. Chambers had already completed a risk assessment for the arrest, copied a full-scale floor plan of the supermarket, and obtained a search warrant for Joshua's flat. She didn't say anything, though. She just looked pleased that she had been put on the main arrest team. 105. D.I. James Chambers. As D.I. Chambers drove to the supermarket, he considered the evidence. He knew that the link between the school and the supermarket was tenuous at best. He knew that without the pressure, without the media calling for blood and the threats of removal from the case, he might take more time. But it had to be done. If he removed the threat to another child, if he asked the right questions, found extra evidence, then it would be worth the fishing expedition. What was he becoming? One of those coppers he hated, that would do anything for an arrest, one that didn't much care if they were right. If the evidence stuck even in the short term, that was enough. But it wasn't. Not for D.I. Chambers. He had to get it right. He could turn the car round, call off the troops, but they might learn something. And if it was the killer, then the next victim would be saved. James knew the killer would be stalking again, would be seeking another girl with long blonde hair, or had already found one, would be waiting for the opportunity to remove her from her home, from her loving family, taking her, murdering her, and scalping her. D.I. Chambers fought his doubts. He brushed them away. It was better that they picked up the suspect. It could be him. It could be the security guard, Josh Cummins. 106. Nicole. Nicole was picking up yet more baby supplies as the police cars pulled up outside Best Price. She stood waiting for the cashier to remove the security tag from the bag of nappies. She never understood why they tagged them. She always thought if mothers were so hard up that they needed to steal nappies, then good luck to them. She looked down at Rosie in her pushchair. Rosie bit on one of her plastic toys. She was teething again. Nicole watched as the D.I. strode up to one of the security guards. She knew it was the inspector in charge of the murders of those 2 poor young girls, as she'd seen him on the news. Without any fuss, the uniformed officer placed the security guard in handcuffs and led him away to the police cars parked at the entrance. Nicole looked down at Rosie, who giggled at the woman waiting in the checkout line pulling silly faces at her. Nicole would have taken her out of the pushchair there and then and given her a huge hug, but she knew how hard it would be to get her back in again after. She would wait until she got home. She guessed that every mother in the country must have that same reaction whenever they thought of those poor girls. As she pushed the pushchair towards the exit, Nicole overheard the cashier's. "I knew there was something odd about him. I told you, didn't I? If it was this guy, maybe that would explain the strange feelings she'd been having." She shuddered, pushing Rosie a little faster out of the shop. 107. Emma. Emma always switched on the news when she arrived home from work. It didn't matter what shift she was doing, she always went straight to the news channel, just in case. 5 minutes in, the news presenter announced, "There has been a development in the Charlotte Dean and Samantha Porter murder case. A 27-year-old man is helping police with their inquiries. He is believed to live and work locally." Robert walked in a few moments later. Emma still stared at the television screen, constantly rewinding with the remote to listen to those 3 sentences again and again. They both stood there, stunned. Patrice ended their paralysis by knocking on the front door. "Sorry, I tried to get here sooner, but the traffic is terrible. I take it you've heard." Patrice sat down in the same place she always sat. Emma and Robert sat on the settee facing her. "Do we know him?" Robert asked. Emma winced. The mere thought that it could be someone they knew, although it was more likely someone Robert knew, someone he went to school with. Patrice gave nothing away. "I'm sorry. Until it's agreed that I can tell you who we have, which isn't likely to happen until after he is charged, then I can't tell you anything about him." "He's local, though, isn't he? They said so in the press," Robert insisted. "You must know who he is. I don't understand why you can't tell us. Surely you trust us by now. We've never spoken to the papers." "It's not up to me. I don't make the rules," Patrice replied. "Then why are you here?" Robert stood up. "Maybe you should leave." Patrice, unflustered, said, "I'm here to keep you informed of the investigation. As soon as I'm told that I can divulge the name of the suspect, I will. Now, if you need me to leave, will you come back and tell us his name?" Emma bit her lip, hugging her knees. Patrice stared at her, no doubt sensing how ill she felt. She desperately wanted Patrice to leave so she could cry, scream, let the pain out. "Of course. The very moment I'm given permission, I will come round." Patrice stood up to go. She didn't meet Robert's eyes, but smiled reassuringly at Emma. After Patrice had left, Robert hugged Emma. "It's good news, isn't it?" "I don't want to see him. I don't want to see the monster." Emma pressed her face into Robert's shoulder. She knew that she would have to face this demon at some point, whereas Robert wanted the chance to gain some retribution, some vengeance, some justice. She just wanted peace, an escape, a separation from the horror. 108. Josh. Josh Cummins, the security guard, was placed in a cell at Stanton Police Station. He'd been incarcerated for an hour while his solicitor, a friend of his aunt's, was located. He glanced around at the cold, empty cell, wondering how he came to be held here. How had he come to be placed in handcuffs, fingerprinted and photographed from every angle? How had he come to being body searched and questioned on all his medical history by a doctor he had never met before? He wasn't angry or upset, just completely numb. How could they suspect him? What had he done wrong? 109. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. James Chambers was glad to have a break before interviewing the suspect. It gave him the opportunity to review his notes further. It also meant a team had already been dispatched to search Joshua Cummins' flat. He lived alone, on Davenport Close, close to both of the girls' houses. In fact, if you got a piece of string and placed it from one house to the other, Joshua's flat would probably fall in the centre of it. James didn't know if this was significant, but he made a note of it. He ran a hand through his thick grey hair and then undid the top button of his shirt. He wrote a series of interview questions on his yellow legal pad. He checked off the photographs that he planned to refer to, lingering on the 2 pictures of Charlotte and Samantha, the ones taken when they were alive. He wanted to spend time on these. He wanted the suspect to see them as 2 young girls who loved to play. Charlotte, who loved adventures, forever emulating her hero, Batgirl, riding her bike too fast, climbing and jumping. Samantha, who loved animals and wanted to be a vet when she grew up. It was possible this man had no remorse, that he couldn't, and would never see these girls as children. They were just a means to get whatever he wanted. D.I. Chambers hypothesized it was their golden hair. Why else would he have shorn them? But what did he want it for? James never made assumptions, always waited for facts. However, he needed to test some theories out. Theories that had been raised by members of the team in the incident room and at the case reviews. He needed to see how their suspect responded. He hadn't made his mind up that their suspect in custody was the killer. He wouldn't until he had all the evidence, written, recorded, and properly labelled. 110. Robert. Robert woke with a start. With the revelations of the last couple of days, he'd forgotten to get back in touch with Simon. He debated ringing him or going around to his house that evening. He also considered asking Emma whether she wanted to tag along. She was sound asleep beside him, curled up in a ball. She'd slept much better the last 2 nights. Perhaps the possibility of having found and arrested their child's killer made her feel more secure and at peace. It hadn't had that effect on him. If anything, he felt more restless. He had to fight the urge to barge into Stanton Police Station and demand to see the killer. He'd fight off any police officers that stood in his way to find the bastard, beat him to a pulp and rip out his hair. Robert would go and see Simon, alone, that evening. Maybe he'd ring him and suggest they meet away from their wives, at a pub, out in the countryside, as far away from Stanton as possible, where nobody knew them. 111. Emma. Emma lay silently next to Robert. In her head was a vision of what the killer looked like. A monster with missing teeth and eyes that bore into your soul, who cackled and screeched. She knew she should be happy that they might have found Charlie's killer. That would be the normal reaction. Sharon Durrant, a mum she knew whose son had been murdered in a fight at the park, held a party when they arrested her son's killer. She'd got so drunk that she'd invited all the reporters in and told them wild tales of her past. Fortunately, only the worst kind of rag had printed them. The rest just concentrated on stories of the killer's childhood and his army career. Emma didn't understand why her reaction to news was different from Robert's. They were a couple. She never tried to hide how she felt, but often she couldn't find the exact words to describe the emotions each new event elicited. He was clearly over the moon that someone was in custody. He wanted to know everything about the monster. She knew that what he really wanted was to take him by the throat and torture him. Emma sighed and rolled away from her husband, as much as their double bed would allow. He must have noticed, as he pulled her in for a hug. "It's good news, isn't it?" he murmured in her ear. Was all she could muster. "I'm glad you're sleeping better. I can't sleep. I'd like to go round and finish the bastard off." Robert held her more tightly. It was beginning to hurt. Should she tell him that all she could see when she closed her eyes was a monster's face, that she just wanted everything to be over? Emma knew what was to come. A court case. They'd have to sit there listening to every detail of their daughter's final hours. They'd have to look at that monster every single day until he was convicted. What if he wasn't convicted? How would that make them feel? In the end, Emma just muttered, "I'm glad they've got him," shut her eyes, and turned away. 112. D.S. Anil Kapoor. Sergeant Anil Kapoor had finished bagging up and itemising the evidence found in Joshua Cummins' flat. He gazed at the pile of bags waiting to be taken to the forensic science labs. Everything had to be split into categories for the different private companies they outsourced to. Fortunately, this was the crime scene manager and exhibits officer's job, not his. The CSM was finishing off in the kitchen. A uniformed officer scrabbled around under the sink, removing half-empty bottles of bleach and floor cleaner that clearly hadn't been recently used. The flat was a state. They found piles of porn in the bedroom. Joshua Cummins clearly had a liking for big-breasted blonde women. Several magazines were folded open on these. They collected them in bags. They also had his laptop. There was no password protection, and the internet history was plain to see. When Joshua Cummins finished eyeing up blondes, he spent most of his time playing online poker. D.S. Kapoor made notes for his boss. If he left soon, he might be able to hand them to him before this morning's interview. Last night, they decided to concentrate on confirming the suspect's name, address and place of work. They'd asked for details of his shift patterns around the time of the girl's disappearance. The team was working with the supermarket manager to confirm this. Today's interview would be key. His boss decided to take in Detective Constable Anne Black with him. Anil felt slightly annoyed about this, particularly since it was protocol for DSs and DCs to interview. He would have liked the opportunity to break down this evil bastard. Instead, he wrote, "No sign of human hair other than suspect's own in flat," in his notebook, and started to pack up. 113. D.I. James Chambers. It was that time. D.I. Chambers did up his top shirt button and adjusted his tie. The evidence was neatly ordered and stacked next to him. Anne Black had the same beside her. "Are you ready, Anne?" When she nodded, he requested that the suspect, Josh Cummins, be brought into the interview room with his solicitor. James waited for a few moments before speaking. He wanted to have a really good look at the suspect before starting. However, the solicitor, Stephen Salt, was distracting him. Stephen looked uncomfortable and fidgeted in his chair. Was he up to the job? He wanted the interview to be fair. If he overstepped the mark, this young solicitor needed to stop him in his tracks. Josh looked terrified. He chewed the collar of his long-sleeved t-shirt, and his eyes darted all over the place, trying to take it all in. D.I. Chambers recited the PACE pre-interview speech, word for word, and pressed record on the digital recorder, stating the date, time, and the names of those present. He then explained to Josh why they were questioning him, that he was merely helping with their inquiries into the deaths of Charlotte Dean and Samantha Porter. He then went down the list of confirmation questions. How old was he? What was his date of birth? What was his address? Did he have any access to other properties? Where did he work? What were his hours of work? Did he drive? What car did he drive? There was a pause. Josh Cummins stated that he did drive and that he had a Corsa. D.I. Chambers and D.C. Anne Black excused themselves for the tape. James sent Anne to call Anil, and she left the interview room. Fortunately, he was still at the suspect's house. Anne asked him to check the house for car keys and got an officer to check with the DVLA what car or cars Josh was registered to own. James was annoyed. They'd listed him as driving a green Renault Clio, not a Corsa. Where had that mistake come from? They returned to the interview room. D.I. Chambers said, "For the tape, can you confirm the make, model and registration of any cars you either own or have access to drive?" "I've got a Corsa. It should be parked at work still," Josh stammered. "Where are the keys?" asked Anne. "In my locker at work. You can get them if you like. The code is 1234. I know you were going to tell me that I should have something more secure, but I'm rubbish at remembering numbers," he said, seemingly glad that they were still asking questions he could answer. Anne nodded to the officer by the door, who went to send someone to alert Janet Taylor that they had another possible crime scene, the Corsa in the car park at best price. "Have you ever owned a Clio?" "Yes, briefly. It belonged to my mum. She died last year of cancer." "What happened to the Clio?" James continued. "I sold it on eBay a month ago." James told both Josh and the solicitor that they would need the paperwork relating to the sale as soon as possible. They would need to trace it, recover and search it. James adjourned the interview for a 20-minute comfort break and made a note of the time. He would discuss the next steps with Anne. 114. Emma. A lunchtime meet-up. They hadn't done this in so long. Before Charlie died, every Thursday after work, she'd meet her mum for lunch at this cafe, the small independent one on the high street. Her mum would wear her best clothes, and they'd choose whatever they wanted off the menu, despite the cost. It was their weekly treat. This Thursday, the staff didn't look them in the face when they ordered, just asked what they wanted and scuttled off to the kitchen. "I hate it," Emma said into her cup. Her mum took her hand. "Hate what? Why are we pariahs? Me and Robert. We've lived here forever. They know us. Why can't anyone talk to us anymore?" "They don't know what to say." A glance towards the kitchen made it clear they had plenty to say, to each other. "I'm glad you asked me to come. We should try and be, well, normal." Emma brushed the edge of her china cup with a finger. "I've got something to tell you." Her mum's eyebrows raised like a pair of flippers on a pinball machine. "If it's about Eric, I know. He told me. The pair of you were planning an intervention. But it's okay. The death of poor Charlie has stopped me from drinking. You need me. You just don't know it yet. Everyone needs their mum at some point." 115. D.I. James Chambers. Anne came into his office with 2 freshly brewed coffees a few minutes later. "What do you reckon?" she said. "I'm not convinced it's him, but we haven't got down to specific questions about both evenings yet. Is it me, Anne, or do you think that he couldn't be that good an actor? I just can't see it myself. Whoever did this took those girls without anybody noticing. In twilight, in Charlie's case, practically daylight in Samantha's. He killed them almost immediately and then dumped them. It would take a great deal of arrogance, confidence, or downright dispassionate brutality to do that. All I can see in that interview room is a frightened child. So, what are you suggesting? Run through the list of questions we already have, then we will review. We've only got a few hours left before we need to charge him. If all we get is what we've got up to now, we will just have to release him." Anne didn't disagree with him. She had frowned instead and bit into the side of her polystyrene coffee cup. 116. Josh. Josh asked to go to the toilet during the break. He vomited up bile into the toilet bowl, placing his forehead against the side of the cubicle. He waited until he felt his heart stop racing and reached for a tissue to wipe his mouth. The next bit of the interview would be harder. What if he had no alibi that they could, what was it his solicitor had said? Corroborate? It was extremely likely. He only ever went to work, or to the gym, or to the cinema to see a Disney film with his younger brother. His brother wouldn't remember the dates, as he had global developmental delay. He lived in a care home in the next town, and they only saw each other once a month for an evening or afternoon out. It was possible the care home kept a record, but what if they didn't? The police officer that had escorted him to the toilet banged on the toilet door. Josh slowly rose to his feet. He left the cubicle and washed his hands under the watchful eye of the police officer, who then escorted him back to the interview room. His solicitor sat playing with his pen, pushing the nib down, clicking it repeatedly. Whatever mess he had gotten himself into, this solicitor was not going to be his saviour. 117. Josh. DC Black turned over a photograph. It was Charlotte Dean. Josh recognised her from the newspaper. She was wearing her school uniform and was half smiling at the camera. Josh trembled, waiting for the questions to start. "Do you recognise this girl?" D.I. Chambers asked. "Yes," Josh muttered, not looking at James, still staring at the photograph. "I saw her in the papers and on the television. It's Charlotte Dean." "Had you seen her before she died?" asked James. "I think so. Maybe where I work at Best Price." "And did you know any of her family prior to this?" "I knew her dad, vaguely. We went to the same school. Stanton is a small place. We weren't friends or nothing." Josh sat on his hands to try and stop them shaking. He couldn't look at either of the detectives. He felt guilty, even though he hadn't done anything. It was always like this. If the teacher had told off the class for talking, he would be the one to blush, despite not having said a word. Josh remembered Robert Dean. At school, he'd been quiet and aloof. No one ever bothered him. He knew the names of loads of alternative bands and was always boasting about the gigs he'd been to. But he was strong and tall for his age, so, unlike Josh, he was never bullied. Josh was bullied on a daily basis. D.I. Chambers showed him a photograph of Samantha Porter. She was laughing and chasing a large black Labrador. "Do you know who this is?" "Only from the television. She might have come in the supermarket. I don't know." Then came the question he dreaded. "What were you doing on Friday, the 11th of November?" How was he to know? It was months ago. It's not like he needed a diary. The only dates he kept on his phone were his work schedule. He shrugged. For the tape, Joshua Cummins shrugged his shoulders. DC Black said. "How am I supposed to know? It was months ago," Josh said into his sleeve, which he was now biting again. "Don't you think you would remember? Everyone in Stanton must remember what they were doing that day. I mean, it's not every day a 6-year-old is abducted and murdered," DC Black reminded him. He hadn't thought of it like that. Now he did. He vaguely remembered something. He'd worked all day and went to bed early with a migraine. When he woke up, he switched on the radio and heard that a body had been found in the woods off Derbyshire Avenue. "Wait." His voice was steady for the first time in the interview. "I got a migraine. I went to bed early." "Can anyone corroborate this?" asked D.I. Chambers. No, wait. Maria can, at the pharmacy. I bought some migraine tablets off her before I went home from my shift at 3 p.m. Surely that tells you I was unwell." He looked at his solicitor for confirmation. His solicitor shrugged. "What about on Friday, 12th of May? What were you doing on that day?" DC Black asked. He scratched his head, then scratched the skin on his hand until it became a vivid red. "I can't remember," he said eventually. He knew how bad that sounded. It wasn't even long ago, but his mind was a complete blank. He remembered overhearing the checkout girls talking about the murder the next day, but he couldn't for the life of him recall what he'd done on the Friday before. The rest of the interview went in a blur. They showed him photographs of the dead girls. He sobbed. Then they left him alone with his solicitor, who muttered something about him not being charged yet, so that was good. Josh just sat there in the chair, completely dazed, not knowing what the hell was going on. 118. D.I. James Chambers. Time was running out. They needed to charge him or let him go. D.S. Kapoor returned from the house search with nothing in the way of physical evidence. Yes, Joshua Cummins liked blonde women with big breasts, but these were women, not girls. They hadn't found any hair at the site or blood or anything incriminating. The only possible areas left to search were the suspects' cars, and James wasn't hopeful that they would reveal much. That reminded him. They hadn't got a report on Mike Dayton's yet. James would contact the crime lab first thing in the morning, The cuts at the vehicle investigation lab had held up several recent investigations. He was due a meeting with DCI Jackson in the coming week, so he made a note to raise it with him then. 2 hours later, he received the news that the preliminary search of Josh's car was clean. The full forensic examination wouldn't be completed for days, but they didn't seem hopeful. The car was dirty and dusty, but there were no obvious stains or blonde hairs inside the car or boot. They hadn't yet traced the car that Josh had sold. James made the decision he dreaded: to release Josh Cummins without charge. 119. The wigmaker smiled as he watched the evening news. They'd released Joshua Cummins, although the television reporter said that he was still helping the police with their inquiries. The wigmaker had guessed they wouldn't keep Josh long. He was too stupid, too naive. There was no way that the police would see him as the killer. The wigmaker took his cup of tea upstairs. He opened the door to his spare room and admired his own handiwork. He knew he would have to wait a week or so to get some new hair. If he was meticulous in his planning, he could frame Josh and get the rest of the hair he needed at the same time. Something stirred within him. He could sense it rising like before. But he was skilled at keeping the darkness at bay. He could pull his cap down and hide in the shadows whenever he needed to. He could pause for a while and then pounce. There was no rush. He'd already waited long enough. 120. Robert. Robert sat opposite Simon in the Weaver's pub, nursing a pint of Abbott's ale. His fellow griever looked unhealthy, all hollowed out, empty and broken. They drank their beer before they spoke, needing the comfort of the drink. It warmed their insides, giving them time to think, to consider why they were there and the developments of the last few hours. Robert went first. I spoke to my dad. Charlie's head was covered in the same way. He didn't ask why that might be. He must have done something to their heads. Simon paused. Maybe that's where he hit them. I don't think so. I'm sure Patrice said he stabbed Charlie once in the chest. Death was immediate. I think that was supposed to be a comfort. I guess it was. I couldn't bear it if she suffered. Robert stopped. A lump formed in his throat. He swallowed more beer in the hope of dislodging it, not wanting to break down in front of Simon. He was supposed to be the strong one, the one further down the road of grief, the one surviving and getting his life back. Simon stared into his pint. Eventually he said, "If not the method of death, what then? Is it the hair?" Robert thought of Charlie's beautiful blonde hair. She always looked uncomfortable with it dragged back into a ponytail or plaited. She was like an Amazonian warrior when her hair was long and flowing. It was her strength. When Charlie died, Emma found 63 hairbands in her bedroom, stuffed in drawers and under the mattress. Wearing her pink hairband reminded Robert of Charlie's strength. He was taking the burden of the hairband off her. It was a message of solidarity. The mere thought that the killer may have removed her strength in an act of evil sickened Robert to the core. "Oh, God, I hope that wasn't the reason," he said, sitting on his hands. "I just couldn't bear it." Simon seemed to have similar thoughts. He felt for Simon. They were brothers in grief. Both sought revenge and justice in equal measure, but had no clue how to achieve either. Guilt shredded them, ravaged them, and made them numb. "Do you think the police are doing enough, to catch the right killer?" Robert asked. He had never questioned the investigation before. Always assumed that D.I. Chambers was competent and thorough, that any evidence would be found and meticulously investigated. He was angry, though, that they'd arrested someone only to release them a day later. "I don't know. If they'd got the wrong man, I'd rather they let them go," Simon said. "It must be worse for you. You've had so much longer. They seem to be making more headway now there are two. Simon stopped speaking. He'd implied that Samantha's death had served a purpose, was making it easier for the police to find the killer. It was true, but Robert didn't want to consider it. He looked at Simon, who stared at the bottom of his glass. "Shall I get them in?" Robert asked. "Yes. This will be my last, then I'd better get back to Jane. She'll be wondering where I am. I said I would be at a late meeting." Robert had told Emma that he was pricing up a job and would be home by 8. He was putting off going home, knowing what tomorrow would bring. When he sat back down, Simon looked straight at him. "Do you think there will be another one? Is he stalking another girl?" Robert sat bolt upright, knocking the side of the table so the beers shook and spilled. "I can't think that. Jesus. But you must have considered it." "I know I have." Simon took a huge gulp of his beer and wiped his face with the back of his hand. "Yes. Actually, no. I can't think that. Maybe that's what all his nightmares were about. Not the stalking of Charlie, but the stalking of another victim." Simon stared towards the bar and sighed. "I think about it all the time." "What can we do to stop him?" Robert's leg began to shake. Simon seemed so much more composed. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." 121. Emma. Emma walked home from the bookshop. It was a warm, pleasant evening. Robert was working late, pricing up a job, so there was no rush to get home. Emma decided to walk along the canal. She rarely walked along the towpath. Life was such a rush. Even without Charlie, she still had dinner to cook or the washing up to do. If it was Robert's turn to cook, there was still washing, ironing, cleaning up. When she had time, she loved to sit for an hour or two with a good book, dreaming, living someone else's hopes or problems. She had her boss to thank for her returning to her happy place. The towpath was more overgrown than the last time she'd walked this way. There was more rubbish in the canal too. It saddened Emma. There were so few beautiful and calm spots in Stanton. It was becoming more of a large town than a semi-rural retreat. Maybe it was time to consider moving. There was a row of canal boats ahead, brightly painted, almost imperceptibly bobbing up and down in the water. Maybe they could buy a boat, cruise up and down the canals. She imagined Robert at the tiller, letting her steer when they reached a lock so he could swing the gates open, sleeping together in a huge, softly furnished double bed with the gentle rocking of the boat. It seemed so idyllic, so far removed from reality. One of the narrowboat doors opened, and out stepped a skinny guy with auburn dreadlocks. He had an equally skinny and scruffy wolfhound attached to a string he held in his hand. He smiled at Emma. Emma smiled back. She knew him. "Rich!" She ran and jumped onto the deck, hugging him tightly. "I can't believe it's you! When did you get back from Bristol?" Emma let him go, and he sat down on one of the worn pillows on the deck. Rich's dog sniffed Emma as she sat down next to him. Rich said, "I'm so sorry about Charlie. I hadn't seen the news or anything. It wasn't until I was sitting in a pub the other night and I saw her picture on the television that I found out. I only came back to Stanton 3 weeks ago." Emma shivered. "It's okay. You're probably the only person who wouldn't know. I envy your life, Rich. I'd love to drop out of it all myself. Well, be careful what you wish for. I lost my job as a sound engineer last month, which is why I'm back. I've now only got a roving licence, so I can't even stay here long. No job and no permanent home isn't much fun. But you've got your boat and your gorgeous companion." The wolfhound had nestled his head in Emma's lap. It looked up at her with soulful eyes. "What's his name?" "He's a girl." Rich blushed. "I call her Moonbeam." Emma punched him in the arm and smiled. "You used to call me that when we were hanging out together." With Rich's fair colouring, his deepening blush was more than obvious. Emma rested her head on his shoulder. "I miss those times." "So do I," Rich said. But look at us now, all grown up and responsible." "You? Responsible?" Emma laughed. "Well, I have my dog, and you have—" Rich paused, realising what he was about to say. "Robert. You have Robert." "Yes, I have Robert." Emma had wanted to say, "my soulmate," but there were days when she doubted that he was. "What about you? Found that special someone?" "I'm such a catch, me," Rich said. "Come on, I'll show you around my special girl." He stood up and took Emma's hand, leading her inside. Emma wasn't sure what she expected, but it wasn't this. The interior of the boat was immaculate. The floor was a dark, polished oak. The living space was dominated by a white wood burner surrounded by brightly painted tiles. Every part of the interior had a purpose. Along one side was a light oak folded table. Along the other was a plaid-cushioned sofa. Oh my. This is stunning, Rich. I know I'm a scruffy sob, but this is my pride and joy. I've spent a lot of time getting her right. He grinned. Shall I make us a coffee? Please. The kitchen space was compact. There was a range cooker and a refrigerator. Emma stroked the pale wood of the worktops. You built this, didn't you? Made the kitchen? Yes. You've carved it yourself. It's stunning, Rich. Thanks. Knew all those years hanging out in the woods would come to summat. He winked. It was Emma's turn to blush. They'd shared many a bottle of cider at local festivals, hanging out in the woods. This was before she met Robert. She and Rich were just good friends. The best of friends. Emma often wondered what would have happened if they'd actually got together, but then she wouldn't have Robert. And she wouldn't have had Charlie. Time sped by. They drank coffee and reminisced, remembering old friends, wild days and crazy nights. It was time to leave, all too soon. I should get back before Robert. I'd better go. Emma stood. Rich stood too, closely followed by Moonbeam, who hadn't had her evening walk. I'll see you out and take you part of the way home if you like. Don't worry yourself, I'll be fine. Emma didn't turn to look at Rich as she left. She wasn't sure what she'd do if he tried to hug her. You take care now, d'ye hear? He called as she walked along the towpath. She raised her hand, turned and waved. He pulled Moonbeam on her string in the opposite direction. Walking under the bridge and up the path to the main road, Emma's hair prickled. She turned and peered back under the bridge. She thought she saw a shadow slinking back against the concrete joist. It was probably her imagination, but she picked up her pace, anxious to get home. 122. The wig-maker sat on his black mock leather sofa eating crackers and cheddar. He didn't much care where the crumbs were going. Tonight had been amusing. Watching Emma with that scruffy hippie was a joy. She looked more than ready to do the dirty on Robert. Maybe that's what they were doing on the boat all that time. Luscious Emma, being unfaithful. How delicious. He took another bite of cracker. A fresh layer of crumbs landed on his trousers. He brushed them onto the floor. Robert deserved to be broken, to have his life shattered by adultery. He'd left Tracy to die. She'd even called out his name in the wreckage. He'd been the one to hold her hand as she lay dying, and yet she'd mistaken him for Robert. He truly loved Tracy. Robert never loved her, or at least not as much as he did. It was impossible. Why would any woman want a dreadlocked hippie anyway? One day he might take Robert's locks. The thought made the wig-maker laugh out loud, spraying more crumbs from his open mouth. Perhaps he should tell Robert about his wife's indiscretion. He could send him a text or an email. But he wasn't computer-savvy enough for it not to be traced, and he didn't take stupid risks. It could wait. He'd think of another way of letting him know. 123. Emma. It was good seeing Rich again. It reminded Emma that she had options. She didn't have to stay in Stanton. She could take off. She stirred the vegetable stew. Robert would be home soon. It was just after 8. Of course, she couldn't leave Stanton. Not until the killer was caught. Not until they had closure. Emma hated that word. Closure. Just shut the door on your grief. It's all over now. Life can go back to normal. The killer has been caught and put behind bars. Draw a line under it. As if you could ever draw a line under your daughter's death. Emma felt guilty. She was happy sitting on the narrow boat with Rich, dreaming about life chugging up and down the canals. She'd imagined herself reading on the sofa, watching ducks swim past her window, moonbeam lying at her feet, the heat glowing from the wood burner, leaning against Rich. No, she couldn't think that. She loved Robert. Nothing had happened. She would tell Robert that she'd met Rich as soon as he came in. Or perhaps not. Perhaps she wouldn't tell him anything. After all, nothing had happened. 124. Robert. The vegetable stew needed more salt, but Robert didn't say anything. He didn't want to upset her. "Did you have a good day at the bookshop?" he asked, spearing a carrot. "Just the usual. Did you get any business tonight?" Tonight? He'd forgotten that he'd told Emma that he was pricing up a job. Probably we'll find out later. As soon as they'd eaten, Robert took the plates into the kitchen to wash up. He expected Emma to pick up a book and read, but she followed him. She stood next to him at the sink, looking worried. "I bumped into Rich today, at the canal. He's back in Stanton. He has this crazy hound called Moonbeam, of all things." Rich. Robert couldn't remember him at first, but guessed he must be the one with the boat. He only knew a few of Emma's friends from before they got together. They were all into music, magic mushrooms and festivals. Pretty much like himself, apart from the mushrooms. He hated drugs. Didn't like how they made him feel. Emma continued. "It was good seeing him. Hadn't seen him in years. You should see his boat. It's stunning." Robert added the washing up liquid to the water in the bowl. "You might as well dry, standing there." Emma reached for a tea towel, carrying on talking about Rich, his dog, and his boat. Then she said, "Do you ever think of leaving Stanton?" Robert paused, dropping a mug back into the bowl. Soapy water splashed over the edge. "No. Sometimes. I think about getting on my bike and riding and not stopping. Does that count?" "I guess. One day, I'd like to live by the sea." "When we're retired? Isn't that everyone's dream?" Then they realised that they don't have the hips and knees for coastal walks. Emma smiled. "Don't spoil it. Are you sure you don't want to live on a barge with what's-his-face?" "No!" Emma splashed him with the bubbles. Robert hoped it was the truth. Emma took Robert's arm. "Let's forget this. It can wait until the morning." Robert knew what was coming. He'd much rather be making love than washing up, so he let himself be led by Emma. He wasn't concerned about Rich. Robert was with Emma. Rich was all alone with the dog with the funny name. 125. Emma. Emma lay in Robert's arms. She traced the Celtic tattoo on his arm, repainting each swirl with her finger. He loved her. He didn't have to say. It was obvious. She was lucky to have him. Guilt. That's what she felt tonight. She'd spent the evening thinking about another man. How could she be unfaithful, even in her mind? Robert's chest softly rose and fell as he slept. He always slept like a baby after they had sex. Emma always lay awake. their response always opposite, always different. It hadn't bothered Emma until now. She wanted to shake him awake and tell him, "I thought about leaving with Rich, about sailing away and leaving you." She may well have said that she wanted to leave him and Charlie. She rolled over, away from Robert. She didn't deserve him tonight, didn't deserve his love, his comfort, his tender touch. She was an unfaithful wife, in her head, the place where it mattered the most. She wasn't just considering a one-off fumble in the sheets driven by lust. In her mind, she was planning a future with Rich, which was madness. 126. PC Sarah Mason. On the night Charlie died, Eric Davis returned from work at 7 p.m. At that point, Emma's mum hadn't noticed Charlie was missing. She thought she'd taken herself to bed. She went up to check on Charlie as Eric warmed up his tea in the microwave. She wondered if she wanted a drink, a snack, or a cuddle. That's when she realised Charlie was gone. Had Eric enough time to kill Charlie between leaving the Dean's house and driving home to Emma's mum's? Sarah sat in her car outside the Dean's and started the timer. Eric had a big delivery truck with a speed limiter, so she drove within the speed limit to the park. The roads were busy with mums heading to the gym or the shops after dropping their little ones off at school. Not the same crowd that would be driving at 5:30 p.m. on a Friday evening, the after-work stragglers or weekend getawayers. 12 minutes to the front car park. She headed back to the Dean's, new route to the back of the woods. 13 minutes. Back to the Dean's, then back home. 15 minutes. That didn't make sense. Where did Eric go that night after Emma's? She returned to the park. Another 5 minutes to get to the car park. Sarah headed to a bench and drew out her timeline from her backpack. Underneath she wrote, "Where could he have taken Charlie after the park? Where could he cut her hair?" 127. Emma. Emma walked to work the next morning along the towpath, expecting, hoping to see Rich. She walked past his boat. The curtains were drawn and the door leading to the deck tightly shut. Emma didn't stop and knock. She slowed her pace. It was 8:30 in the morning. Rich was a sound engineer, a night worker, not a day slaver. Of course, he was still asleep. What was she thinking? As soon as she walked past the boat, Emma's pace quickened and she pushed all thoughts of Rich and Moonbeam out of her head. Tonight she was going out for the first time in ages. That's what she needed, not thinking about old friends and ridiculous fantasies. What was she doing? Her and Rich. Nothing but a childhood dream. 128. Emma. It was after 6 p.m. on a Friday. Emma was getting ready to go out. She wore the new Model Army green and grey t-shirt and a pair of black combats. She couldn't decide whether to wear her trusty old Doc Martens or the clogs she bought in the 90s at a festival. She decided on the Docs, as they were easier to dance in. She picked up her makeup bag. Emma rarely wore makeup. She had pale skin and could never find a foundation shade that was an exact match. They made her look sickly. She wore black eyeliner and a soft beige lipstick. Emma looked at herself in the mirror, moving her head from one side to the other, checking out each angle. She hadn't been out in over 6 months. She was dreading it. Why hadn't they decided to go and see a film or just go to the pub? Seeing a band as they had on that night, Emma wasn't sure she could hold it together. When she was ready, she entered Charlie's room and sat on the bed, head bowed. "I'm going out tonight with your dad. I'm going to see a band. I know I've never said this to you before, but I'm so sorry. So sorry that I left you that night." Emma bit her lip, trying to stop the tears. I bet you're thinking, how can I go out and leave you again? But you always like listening to the bands me and your dad love. Emma smiled at the memory of Charlie pretending she was in the mosh pit at a new model army gig. Vagabonds played on their dilapidated record player and Charlie convinced Robert to let her stand on his shoulders in the garden while she let her arms dance. She'd seen photographs of the band's fans, the family, doing just that. Emma was scared she'd slip. At the gigs there'd be an army of fans holding onto the legs of the brave for support. Here there was just Charlie and Robert. She was her daddy's girl. Charlie, I will never get over losing you. But I have to live. It's taken me a while to get here. I know that's what you would want. You embraced life. Loved every moment. I know you'd want me and your dad to do the same. Emma stood up then and picked up one of the Playmobil that sat on top of the chest of drawers. It was a paramedic in a bright green uniform. She popped it in her jacket pocket and left the bedroom. 129. Robert. Robert reached for his leather jacket. It had the Thunder and Consolation logo painted on the back. He held it to his face and smelt it. It still smelt faintly of dry ice and sweat. He hadn't worn it in 6 months. He put the leather jacket on and stared at himself in the hall mirror. His locks were looking tired, so he took a tin of oil off the shelf and gently rubbed it into each separate dread, encouraging errant hairs to curl back into the main body. When he'd finished, he stared back at the man he'd become. Every line on his forehead was a sign of the past 6 months. He couldn't wear the pink hairband tonight. If he saw any of his old mates, they'd rip him up for it. So he left the band in the drawer, in the hall cupboard. He almost wanted to apologise to Charlie, to ask her permission to go out, to enjoy himself. 130. Emma. Emma and Robert walked into the Rose and Crown, and the pub became silent. Emma almost turned round and went back outside. Instead, she held tightly onto Robert's hand. Nadia rushed over and hugged her. By the time Nadia pulled away, the men in the crowd had returned to their pints and their loud conversation. A queue of women had formed to hug Emma. Some were crying. I missed you. I wanted to call. I'm so sorry. I'm so glad you are here. One after another woman hugged her and held on tight as she stared into space, feeling uncomfortably numb. You could tell which of these women had children. They kept a gap between Emma and them, frightened that it might be catching, that they would be offering their children as the next victim. Their sorry for your loss was louder and more heartfelt, but this was where their closeness ended. Then there was Mandy, obviously pregnant. She was the last in the queue and couldn't look at Emma. So Emma took the initiative and threw her arms around Mandy. It's good to see you, she said. Mandy physically relaxed in her arms and whispered, I'm so sorry, Em. Emma held on to her friend. Please, don't apologise. She stepped back and looked down at Mandy's pregnancy bump. How many weeks are you? You look blooming. Mandy smiled. 26. I don't think I'll be in the mosh pit tonight. I saw New Model Army when I was 30 weeks with Charlie. Robert was like a mother hen and made me stand by the mixing desk all night. She leant in and whispered into Mandy's ear. I just waited until he went into the pit and moved to the front opposite Marshall. Mandy laughed. The ice had been broken. Everyone appeared to relax, just like old times. Emma went quiet. She used to have so much in common with these women, but now she hardly knew them. A brave face would be worn, and once the band started playing, she hoped that her spirit would be re-energised into her former self, not this empty shell of tormented grief. 131. Robert. Robert let go of Emma's hand as soon as he saw she was being comforted by her friends. He spotted Dave at the bar and headed for him. Dave was one of Robert's oldest friends. They'd met at a gig just after Robert left school. They'd met in this pub every Friday evening for a pint after work, until that Friday, the night Charlie was murdered. That Friday, they hadn't met at 3:30 p.m. as they usually did. They met after 6 p.m, with their wives in tow. They ordered chips to soak up the alcohol, knowing they were in for a long night. The band Roughneck Riot played from 8 p.m, and then they planned to go to an after-party at the club down the road. Robert stopped moving towards the bar. His legs shook. He remembered that moment. He'd been in the mosh pit facing towards the door with his hands in the air when he saw them. The police entered the collie, searched the crowd for him and Emma. It was only when the roadie called out their names at the mic that he found out who they were looking for. Him. Coming back to the present, feeling himself sinking, Dave gripped his arm and led him to the bar. When he reached it, Robert was able to prop himself up. Dave ordered the drinks, then gave Robert a crushing hug and whispered, "Good to see you, mate." Robert didn't need to question Dave about why he hadn't rung, texted or come round since Charlie died. He didn't question why Dave hadn't come to Charlie's funeral. He knew why. Dave had a little girl, the same age as Charlie. Robert had wondered over the last 6 months whether, if the boot was on the other foot, he would have reacted the same way. Tonight's hug and the help to reach the bar washed all that away, cleansed it. They could start again. "Good to see you too, mate," Robert said. Dave raised his glass in salute and placed a pint of Robert's favourite beer in front of him. "Sup that." They had a couple more drinks in the Rose and Crown. Robert was relieved they talked only about the forthcoming gig and the previous times they'd seen Ferocious Dog. None of the lads spoke about Charlie. Not one even mentioned her name. 132. Emma. Like a swarm, Emma and her friends walked down Pemberthy Road to the collie. Nadia hadn't stopped talking. Her friend looked stunning, in tight black jeans and knee-high black boots. She wore a tight black T-shirt with a mesh vest in dark khaki over the top, carrying her leather jacket over her arm. Her hair was raven black, crimped and backcombed. Animatedly, she spoke with her hands and eyes. Everyone listened to her every word. They turned the corner and saw the front entrance of the club. Emma stopped walking. Nadia stopped talking. Emma sensed Robert behind her just as he put his hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him and saw the same haunted look on his face. It was decision time. Turn and run, or face more demons. Emma watched as Nadia and Dave led everyone away towards the club. "We can do this," Robert said. Emma wasn't sure if he was saying this to himself or to her. Tears streamed down his face, glistening in the twilight. She kissed him, long and hard. Then she held his face in her hands. "Let's go," she ordered. "They're all waiting for us." Not knowing where her strength came from, she suddenly felt determined. She wanted things to be more normal, wanted to start enjoying life, wanted to stop feeling guilty for every small moment of pleasure. For one night, she wanted to be strong for Robert. She took his hand and led him to the club. There was a long queue of black-wearing fans leading up the road and around the corner from the club, clutching their tickets. Nadia stood beside one of the bouncers. She gestured them both over to the front of the queue. Emma was surprised and relieved that the bouncer let them enter ahead of all the others. She knew that if she'd had to wait, there was a chance they'd have given up and gone home. 133. When the wig maker wasn't working or hunting on a Friday night, he came to the Rose and Crown after 6 p.m. He usually sat with a group of brickies who came in for 1 or 5 after work. He could talk with them about ridiculous things for a few minutes, but mostly he would feign listening while watching out for Robert. He'd been coming here for years. And there they were, Robert and the delectable, unfaithful Emma being treated like lost sheep returning to the fold. He watched as their good-time mates hugged them and slapped them on the back as though this was a cause for celebration. Euphoria should be kept for significant events, like murdering a child, not for gig-going. Anyone can jump up and down, wave their arms in the air and sing. This pathetic band of travellers with their Mohicans, dreads and dyed hair were just society's cast-offs, wastrels. They thought they were being alternative. What a joke! They were arrogant narcissists, thinking they were better than anyone else. He would teach them. 134. Emma. As soon as they entered the club, Nadia led Emma to the front, near the stage. The support act, Jess Silk, was about to start. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, allowing them to reach the barrier which separated the crowd from the stage. This had never happened before. Emma couldn't decide if it was because she was with Nadia, who was clearly well liked by Stanton's alternative crowd, or whether the crowd pitied her. She hoped it was the former. Jess Silk's energy consumed them in minutes as she belted out at full volume the first line of "There's a bar at the end of the world." 135. PC Sarah Mason. Sarah arrived at the police station. Eric Davis, in his interview on the night of Charlie Dean's murder, had stated that he lived with Emma's mum, Janice. There was no mention of other homes, but the relationship was only 6 months old at the time, and they were both getting on in years. Maybe he had another pad that he rented out or hadn't yet sold. Wanting to impress D.I. Chambers with her tenacity, she didn't knock on his office door to share her new line of thought. Develop it, check it, make it watertight. Then she'd take her theory to the boss. A quick computer check of land registry records, and bingo, an address. A small holding on the edge of town. She copied down the details with a smile. It would be dark now, so it could wait until morning. 136. Emma. Jess Silk finished her set and the crowd roared. After years of gig-going, Emma knew if she left her space now then she wouldn't be at the front for Ferocious Dog. Emma took her chance anyway. "I'm desperate for the toilet. See you back here in a minute." Nadia smiled. "OK. If you fancy going to the bar, I'll have a pint of whatever watered-down lager they're selling." Emma pushed her way through the crowd and saw Robert by the bar. She walked over to him and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Be a love and get the drinks in. Get me and Nadia a lager. I will be back in a sec, just need the loo." She didn't give him a chance to reply and headed off to join the queue for the ladies. Emma hated queuing and was both surprised and relieved when she spotted Rich. At least she'd have someone to chat to until they got to the door. She waved him over. "I didn't expect to see you here. Why weren't you at the pub?" "No cash. A friend gave me the ticket for tonight." Rich grinned. "Is Robert here then?" "Yeah, he's at the bar." Emma blushed, not sure what to say next. "You look great, by the way." Rich nudged her and smiled again. Remembering how scrawny and unkempt Rich looked on the narrowboat, Emma scrutinised tonight's appearance. His khaki jacket and black t-shirt were clean. His combats and paraboots less so. "You look better." "Cheers. I'll take that as a compliment." He leant against the wall. Emma stared at his dreadlocks. They were longer and tighter than Robert's. Auburn to Robert's blonde. She was tempted to run her hands along one, but knew how that would look. It was bad enough that he was leaning near her in the queue for the ladies' toilet. If anyone spotted them. "Listen, I think you're about to go in. Pop by the boat sometime for a coffee," Rich whispered in her ear, then moved away back into the crowd. Emma felt guilty. She wasn't sure why. It wasn't like she'd done anything improper, just had a chat with an old friend. She hoped she wouldn't still be blushing when she went back to Robert. By the time she reached her husband at the bar, he'd bought the drinks. Emma kissed him again. On the mouth this time, a soft, brief kiss. Then took the pints of lager and went back into the fray in search of Nadia. All thoughts of Rich were forgotten. The next couple of hours were for dancing and being normal again. Not a time to think of the past in any of its good or bad guises. 137. Robert watched Emma as she swayed and danced. He stood to the side, not ready to join the fray in the mosh pit. She looked beautiful tonight. He'd forgotten how much she came alive at gigs. It was what drew him to her in the first place. They'd met at a gig. Their first kiss was at a gig. Emma had told him she was pregnant with Charlie at a gig, just before the encore. She'd shouted it in his ear, and he'd almost not heard her, made her repeat it twice. His stomach lurched, remembering the sheer joy of that moment. He wondered if he'd ever feel like that again. Tonight, Emma had a strength to her that he hadn't seen since Charlie's death, a confidence that she'd previously lost. She appeared to have escaped the claggy bog of despair, even if it was just for a moment. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a text from Patrice. "Where are you? I need to talk to you both." "We're at the collie. Can it wait?" It took a while before she replied. "It can wait until you get home. Text me then." Robert thought of fetching Emma and leaving, but decided against it. They needed tonight. Whatever Patrice wanted would ruin their evening. It would be another thing to fight back from, a further pull back into the bog. 138. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers couldn't quite believe it. He had received a call from the duty sergeant at 8 p.m. to say that a member of the public had brought in a bag containing a knife stained dark with blood and a razor. The man who dropped it off had said that he'd found it half buried at the back of his house on Draycott Street. He thought it had probably been disturbed by a dog or fox as it was half poking out of the ground. The razor was plastered with fine blonde hairs. The canvas bag was distinctive too. It had a shaded paperback on it and the words Marlowe's Bookshop. James recognised it as the bookshop where Emma worked. James checked it. By chance there was a receipt for books tucked into a corner, but as expected, he did not find anything else. The bag and its contents were dispatched immediately to the forensic lab and marked urgent with the case number written in bold. 139. Emma. Dancing, out of breath, dancing, singing along, smiling at Nadia. The rest of the world melted away. Holding onto the barrier, her now red hair swayed, whipping in time to the music. Hands in the air, laughing out loud. Nothing mattered for 2 hours. Nothing. Then the music stopped. The band left the stage after the final encore. The lights came on, and Emma turned to search for Robert. She could see Nadia, who stood a few feet away from her, engrossed in conversation with a beautiful punk with spiky green hair. Emma could tell by the way the two women stood close together with hands entwined that this was not the best time to interrupt. She wished Nadia well. She'd phone her sometime tomorrow and thank her for making her come. Robert was by the bar, searching all the pockets in his combats. Emma grinned. This was the usual routine. It was like nothing ever really changed. He was looking for the cloakroom ticket to reclaim his leather jacket. Emma pushed her hand into the back pocket of her black jeans and pulled out 2 white tickets. She pushed through the crowd towards Robert. When she was up close, she held out one of the tickets. "Looking for this?" It wasn't until they were outside the club that Robert said, "Patrice texted that she wants to meet us." Emma was brought immediately back to reality. Robert hailed a cab, and she got in the back. Robert put his arm around her as they sat on the back seat. She felt cold. 140. Emma. Patrice sat in her usual armchair. She had ruined her evening. Why did she always contact Robert, never Emma? She was the strong one. She was cross with him for not telling her straight away that Patrice had contacted him. She scowled in his direction and noticed how worried he looked. He stared at Patrice, his blonde eyebrows scrunched up, making the lines on his forehead more prominent. Patrice broke the silence. Early this evening, a member of the public handed in a canvas bag that they found buried in the back alley behind their house. It contained items which we believe could have been used in a murder or assault. It is very possible that they may be linked to Charlie's murder. We've sent them to our forensic labs for further investigation. Could they help trace Charlie's murderer? Robert asked. It's too early to say. Patrice leant forward in her seat. Emma, the bag the items were in, it was from the bookshop where you work. Emma sat bolt upright and suddenly felt nauseous. She stood up and excused herself. She stumbled up the stairs and pushed open the bathroom door, only just reaching the toilet as she started to vomit. She sank to her knees. With one hand she clung to the toilet bowl and with the other held her hair back. Hot liquid smelling strongly of beer spewed from her mouth. After a few seconds, she stopped retching and sat back leaning against the bathroom. The coolness of the wall tiles was a relief. She sat there for a few minutes, then stood up and flushed the toilet. She washed her face and cleaned her teeth. Catching her reflection in the mirror, she noticed how ghostly pale she looked, particularly with her pillar-box red hair. When she went back downstairs, Robert had made Patrice tea, and there was a mug of black coffee for her on the table. She couldn't face drinking it. She sat down on the sofa. Robert asked if she was okay. No doubt they'd both heard her vomiting. She said she was fine. We'll need to look at the bookshop records, said Patrice. Can we have the owner's mobile number? We'll ask him to open up for us tomorrow. Emma went to get her phone from her jacket. She saw that Nadia had texted her. Had a fab night, in more ways than one. Speak tomorrow. Kiss, kiss. It all seemed such a long time ago. Emma searched her contacts for her boss's number and forwarded it to Patrice. She felt drained. It was time for her to leave. 141. The wigmaker woke early. He gathered the remaining hair into a pile on his desk, rolled it out, and tried to hook it, ready to weave. But it was useless. The hair was too fine. He stabbed the desk with the hook and caught the edge of his other hand. It didn't bleed at first. Then it gushed. He pulled his hand up away from the table, worried the blood would stain the wig, ruin it. Afterwards he went downstairs to the kitchen and put his hand under the tap, watching the blood flow down the sink. It reminded him of the times he'd cut himself before. Short-lived relief, lasting only as long as the blood gurgled down the plug hole. The sense of relief was the same with the girls, just as short-lived. Murder did nothing for him. It was just a necessary act. 142. PC Sarah Mason. A bag of hair was found on Draycott Street, not a million miles as the crow flies from the small holding on Penwick Lane. Sarah decided to visit both sites. Stanton's old farming community were forced to the edge of town in the 70s. New builds carved the countryside into pockets of estates. The tenant farms were sold or taken over by the larger farm holdings on the periphery of the town and away from the new main roads that spliced through the countryside. Only a few small holdings survived the cull. They still housed market gardens of mini crops and a flock of sheep or henhouse. 21 Penwick Lane lay neglected between two thriving businesses, a microbrewery and a strawberry-picking farm. It may have once had neat rows of vegetables carved into its small front garden, but now these were covered in brambles, and the odd, large, immovable rock. Not even the path escaped the weeds. Of course, Sarah knew the dangers. Visiting a suspect on your own was a big no-no. But Eric wasn't an official suspect anyway. Only a consideration, a possible, a maybe if the timeline fitted. What might have been his motive? Was Charlie getting in the way of his romance with Emma's mum? Tenuous, at best. Sarah shook this thought from her head and knocked on the cracked paintwork of the heavy wooden door. No one answered. She knocked again, harder. A man with curly blonde hair and a jovial smile stood in the doorway of the brewery next door. "He's not in, love." Sarah flashed her warrant card. "Who currently lives here?" "Well, it used to be Eric, but he's got some woman on the go, so he's subletting to his nephew. Not supposed to, mind. I did consider telling the landlord. He's a bit of a lad. Wouldn't be surprised if he was dealing. Always got his mates round and you can smell it like." He sniffed, loudly. Smell what? Sarah could guess, but if he spelt it out, then she might be able to get a warrant to search the premises. Wacky-backy, I suppose, but I never touched the stuff. He sniffed again. Cannabis. There were plenty smoking it in Stanton. It was a boring place to live for teenagers and the perfect place for a county line. She could pass this information on to the drugs team, but the family link to Eric might be enough to keep a search in-house. Either way, she needed to speak to D.I. Chambers. 143. D.I. James Chambers. Prioritise. So many trails of clues. Some would lead to dead ends and explanations. Others were gold threads leading to a breakthrough. You were never sure which were which until you followed them. The bookshop was the first priority. The killer had shopped there. Why else would he have one of their tote bags? Unless he was prodding them, teasing them. James read the email from PC Sarah Mason again, as keen as mustard. He liked her, and made a note to tell her sergeant that she should put herself forward to take the detective exams. The small holding was a place of interest. The killer had to take the girls somewhere to shave their hair. Bookshop first, small holding second. While he waited for the key, he reread Sarah's timeline for Eric. Something niggled him. He hated that feeling. But he wasn't one for instinct. He wanted cold, hard facts. 144. The net was closing in. He sensed it. Claustrophobia. Hadn't felt like this since he'd lived with his sister. Always in control, telling him what to do, when to get up, what to wear, how to behave. Like his mother. His blonde-haired mother. He remembered snuggling up to her in the warm bed. She snored, but that didn't matter. He loved her. Imagined being married to her. Taking her out on his arm, everyone said how beautiful she looked. But that was mostly thanks to her makeup. The most garish lipstick she could find, always in a shade of pink. It had suited her. His sister stopped his nightly scuttling to his mother's bed. Said it was unnatural at his age. But what could be as natural as a mother's love? 145. Emma. It was 7 a.m. on a warm Sunday morning. Emma stood outside the bookshop waiting for the police to arrive. She shivered, despite the warmth. Her mum would have said that someone had just stepped onto her grave. That was exactly how she felt. Her daughter's killer knew where she worked. Was it her fault? Was she the reason that the killer had chosen Charlie? She pulled her PVC jacket closer around her and moved further into the doorway. 5 minutes later, D.I. Chambers and a PC who introduced herself as Sarah Mason arrived at the bookshop. Emma opened up for them. Her boss had told her to use the back office computer, giving her all the necessary passwords. It was unlike him, but he was away playing golf in Wales. He also wouldn't want the Sunday trade spoiled by the presence of the 2 police officers. Emma opened up the sales records. She wasn't sure what the officers were looking for, so she carefully explained all aspects of the search facility. Then she left them to their search and went to the tiny kitchen area to make coffee. 146. D.I. James Chambers. What should we search for first? Sarah asked her boss. Let's start with the employee list from Best Price. We could check it against card payments, D.I. Chambers replied. Sarah took the list out of the manila folder she'd brought with her. She typed in each name. There was a list of romance titles for one of the women cashiers, a list of crime novels for the deputy manager. These were mostly Mark Billingham's and Val McDermid's. Both authors Sarah also loved, though she wasn't going to admit that to her boss. Is there a printer? Sarah asked Emma. If you go to the print icon in the top left-hand corner, it will print to the shop printer in the main part of the bookshop, replied Emma. Sarah printed the lists of books she had found. Emma went to fetch the paper copies. D.I. Chambers said to Sarah, "Run a check for books about hair or wig making." Sarah didn't question why he was asking this. She ran the check. Only one match came back. Costume Design and Wig Making by Susan Bradshaw. There was an order generated with a name and address. It was for Mike Dayton, and the address sounded familiar. The book was collected 2 weeks later and paid for in cash. Sarah showed James what she'd found, and he rang one of the MIT team to check that the address matched Mike Dayton's. He confirmed that it did. I thought that we had ruled Mike Dayton out, sir, Sarah said. He was working the night of Samantha's murder. We checked, and he arrived at the venue at 6 p.m. to set up. He didn't leave until 2 in the morning. So someone used his identity. Emma came back at that moment. You found something? She asked. Sarah hesitated. She wasn't sure how much she could say. It was an odd search. How could she explain it to Emma? Including the fact that it was bought by Mike Dayton, who they'd pretty much decided wasn't a suspect but was being framed by another. They needed solid proof of that, though. James spoke. A Mike Dayton had his car stolen on the day of Samantha's murder. We've checked, and a book was ordered and bought by him, or someone using his name, called Costume Design and Wig Making. Do you remember the sale, by any chance? Sarah noticed that Emma had gone unusually pale at the mention of the book. Yes. It was such an odd request, I remember it well, Emma muttered. Emma, this is important. Can you describe the person who bought the book? Sarah asked. Yes. He was about my age. He had dark hair, which was parted in the middle. It looked odd. He was very muscular. He looked like a bodybuilder, which was why I thought it was an odd choice of book, Emma replied. Could he have been wearing a wig? James asked. Emma looked confused. Possibly. Sarah and James left with printouts of the search results. They arranged for Emma to come to the station the next day to look at some photographs of Mike Dayton to eliminate him from their inquiries. They would also make an e-fit of the man that Emma had served as a customer. They were getting close now. 147. PC Sarah Mason. Sarah sat on the top step and pulled her jacket tight around her. The bathroom door was locked. She was shut out. Another wail, deep and empty. Failure. Grief. The IVF hadn't worked for the second time. With the 2 miscarriages, she knew the pain. It burnt. Sarah waited, not moving from the top step. She hugged her knees. Jess would come out eventually. Work could wait. Maybe it was time to suggest that she would carry their child. Jess wanted this so much, to be the natural mum. And Sarah, if she was honest, she didn't care. But if it meant they had a child, then of course she'd step up. Another wail. Sarah placed her head on her knees and wept. It was worse for the Deans and the Porters. They had children that they nurtured and loved, that they had grown with. For a fleeting moment, though, Sarah understood their pain. 148. Emma. Emma arrived at the police station at 8 a.m. She sat and waited for D.I. Chambers to call her into the interview room. She recalled how Robert had quizzed her for hours the night before. Who was this Mike Dayton? Did the police suspect him? What had costume design got to do with it? She was waiting for the accusations, but they never came. If he was stalking you, then it is your fault. That was what Emma thought. All night she had tossed and turned, seeing pictures of the bodybuilder in her head. His physique got larger through the night. His face shape and features constantly changed until she wasn't sure what was real and what was imagined. The only constant was the middle parting in his hair that D.I. Chambers suggested was a wig. A PC came and took her to interview room 3. D.I. Chambers waited for her. He had a tablet open showing a montage of photographs. For some reason, Emma had expected a table full of photographs for her to individually inspect, or maybe even a police lineup. But this was the digital age and everything was now computer-based. I want you to look at these photographs, he said slowly. Let me know if anyone looks familiar to you. Look at each of them a couple of times first. Don't worry if you do not see him or are unsure. Emma looked at each photograph in turn. None of them looked familiar. Their head shape and features were completely different to the man she'd served. She was sure of it. I don't recognise any of them, she said. Are you sure? James asked. Yes, certain, Emma responded. The man, who Emma assumed was a police constable, sat down next to her. My name is Peter Johnson. I'm a forensic artist. Emma expected him to use a tablet like the one held by D.I. Chambers, but instead he reached into his bag and got out a box of pencils and a sketch pad. They worked solidly for an hour until Emma was happy with the portrait. The artist had painstakingly drawn the lightest of lines and rubbed out the unnecessary ones until the outline was complete. He then shaded the drawing until it looked just like the man she had served in the bookshop. Emma could now see why D.I. Chambers had asked if his hair was a wig. The hair looked wholly unrealistic in this form. Before the forensic artist left, D.I. Chambers asked him to draw other versions with different hairstyles. Emma could barely look at each sketch in case it was familiar. The thought that this man had been stalking her was terrifying. She didn't recognise any of the pictures, but she didn't relax. Even hours after leaving the police station, she still felt apprehensive. 149. Robert. Robert arrived home at a little after 6 p.m. Emma was in the kitchen, peeling vegetables. She smiled when he walked past. He went straight to the fridge and helped himself to a cold beer. It's been one of those days, he said as he took a large gulp of beer. Emma didn't react at all. He wondered what was up. She didn't tut or sigh or ask for her own beer. She just continued to peel the vegetables. Do you want one? He eventually asked. Emma shook her head. Then he noticed she was crying without sound. A steady stream of tears flowed down her face and dripped off her chin. Robert grabbed some kitchen roll and passed it to her. She dabbed her face and eyes. Bad day too? Robert asked. Then he remembered. Emma had been to the police station. He'd been so caught up in scaffold planks and angry builders that he'd forgotten that Emma had gone to identify the guy she'd served in the bookshop. "I wasn't much help," Emma finally said. "How'd you know?" "The photo they showed me first definitely wasn't him. Then some forensics guy got me to describe him, and he sketched what I said. By the end it was pretty close, but now the more I think, the more I'm not sure. Maybe the guy I described doesn't look like him at all." "Why don't we go back to Best Price tomorrow? Now you know you've probably seen him, you might be able to spot him in the supermarket." Emma dropped the knife she was holding. It clattered on the draining board and fell into the sink with a splash. "It's all a game to you! Do you really think I want to go hunting for him?" Emma screamed. "You did before," muttered Robert. He was going to hug her but thought better of it. It was usually best to let Emma burn herself out. Robert hated confrontation. Emma left the rest of the vegetables unpeeled and went upstairs. A door slammed. He guessed it was Charlie's room. He took another long slug of beer and finished preparing the dinner, doubtful that Emma would join him, but hoping that she would. 150. PC Sarah Mason. Work was a place of calm. Yesterday, Sarah and Jess mourned the loss of another life, another dream. For hours, Sarah waited on the stairs. When Jess left the bathroom, she ignored Sarah, entering their bedroom and slamming the door. Alone, the clear message. Hours later, the tears stopped, and Sarah opened their bedroom door. She held Jess as she slept. At least her sergeant had good news. "Chambers has asked if you'll join his team again. He's got a soft spot for you. No patrol today." He expected a smile. She couldn't muster one. Just a nod. The photo fit was pinned to the wall. Clearly not Eric, or Mike Dayton, or Josh Cummins. Everything about him looked false, like a cartoon character. Popeye, pumped up. Maybe he took steroids. Eric's nephew used drugs. She had a name for Eric's nephew, Paul Davies. Typing it into Holmes, her heart beat a little faster. All thoughts of embryos and failure were forgotten for a moment. There it was, in black and white. A small-time dealer. Arrested twice, imprisoned once for 12 months. But that didn't make him a killer. 151. Robert. Robert woke early and reached over to Emma's side of the bed, hoping for an early morning cuddle. But she wasn't there. She must have slept all night in Charlie's bed. He went downstairs and made himself breakfast. Quickly, he showered and shaved and left for work. It was raining. Fine, drizzly rain that soaked through his leathers. By the time he reached work, he was wet and miserable. He hadn't spoken to Emma. He didn't plan to. Not quite yet. Mariam had just switched on the kettle when he entered the office. "Cuppa?" she asked. Robert just shrugged, and Mariam raised her eyebrows. "I want you leading the team today. There's a list of jobs. It'll be full on. I hope you've brought a packed lunch." His boss Jack didn't wait for any protest. He didn't expect any. Robert hadn't brought any lunch. He was planning on riding home at lunchtime and maybe catching Emma before she went to work. Now he would have to stop off at Greg's or Best Price before doing the first job. The lads arrived a few minutes later, and they left the yard. The last job of the day was a tricky one. The planks they had left were too short. Robert was hungry and tired and upset that he hadn't seen or heard from Emma. She wasn't picking up his text or answering her phone. He just wanted to get this job finished and go home. Martin, the apprentice, shouted from the top planks, "Bring me up some bolts. I've run out." Robert shimmied up the scaffold, holding the bag of bolts, rushing, more concerned about speed than safety. He reached the top boards. The guardrails were not yet in place. He was supposed to attach himself to the mid-rail using a safety line, but he didn't bother. Robert handed Martin the bag. For the first time in his life, he felt dizzy. The boards felt like they were moving under his feet. He stepped to the side in the hope of gaining balance, but there was no guardrail to support him. So he fell. 20 feet. 152. Emma. Emma arrived at work early. She'd left the house after she heard Robert leave, not wanting to talk to him. Walking to work always cleared her head. She thought about Rich. Maybe she should visit his boat, for a talk, nothing more. But did Rich have other motives? When they were in their late teens, they were inseparable. Both attended the school in the next town. Emma had been bullied in her first year at Parkmead. She stood out, enjoyed different music to the rest of her class, liked to read on her own instead of hanging around in a crowd. Her mum decided it was better to move to another school rather than tackle the issue. Emma had been bullied there too, but this time she decided not to tell her mum. There was nowhere else for her to go. Besides, she got on well with her new English teacher, who was always suggesting new books for Emma to devour. Rich, meanwhile, had been expelled from Parkmead for calling his form tutor a wanker and damaging school property. The way Rich told the story, he was the hero. His form teacher had made inappropriate remarks to the female students. While the rest of his class seemed to decide it was better not to complain, Rich tackled it head-on by throwing a chair at the teacher. So, they both went to secondary school in a different town to where they lived. Two misfits. They spent the rest of their time trying to shock students and teachers alike, going for the most outlandish hair colours and adapting their uniform as much as they could get away with. They went shopping together on Saturdays, bought vinyl from the guy selling alternative music on the market, spent the afternoon in Emma's house listening to what they had bought, dyed each other's hair, drank cider on the swings in the local park, told each other their wildest dreams, plotted going to festivals they couldn't afford. They kissed, only once. They were at the park, lying on their backs watching the clouds and talking about the cure. Rich rolled over, stroked Emma's chin, and leant in. It was nice, but it left them both feeling embarrassed and awkward for the rest of the day. Neither mentioned it again. In fact, Emma only remembered the kiss occasionally, and wondered what would have happened if they'd gone any further. She still remembered how soft Rich's lips were, and how he tasted of spearmint. Arriving at work, all thoughts of Rich had dissipated. A pile of new stock needed stacking on shelves. It was a laborious and often boring job. The only skill it required was knowing the alphabet. Emma would occasionally spot a book that really interested her and read the first chapter while her boss wasn't looking. She was absorbed in a new psychological thriller when she felt a set of eyes boring into her. She put the book on the shelf and reached for another. As she went to shelve it, she noticed that a piece of paper poked out of the top. Occasionally the sale notice was left in. Emma sighed and pulled it out. Someone had cut letters out of a newspaper and glued them onto the paper. The letter began, "Dear Emma." Nearly dropping it in shock, she started to read it again. "Dear Emma, I know your little secret, but I'm guessing Robert doesn't. Having an affair with a crusty on a boat. Tut, tut. It's no wonder you no longer have a daughter. Neither of you deserved her." It wasn't signed. Emma's hand shook. Was her daughter's killer still here watching her? She searched around the shop in a panic. One of the other assistants, Mark, spotted her. "Emma, what's up? You look like you've seen a ghost." She came to her senses. She couldn't show anyone the letter. They might believe she really was seeing Rich, and she wasn't. Nothing was happening between them. She calmed down, walked to the staff room and stuffed the letter in her bag. 153. D.I. James Chambers. Side by side, he placed the photograph of Paul Davis and the e-fit Emma Dean had provided. James couldn't see it. With pieces of white A4 paper covering the parts he didn't want, he singled out the hairline, then the eyes, then the nose, mouth, and chin. Studying both photos, He could see that the eye shape and nose were similar, but the jawline of the E-fit was stronger, and the hairline didn't match. Best to rule him out, to be sure. He put in a request for a warrant to search the small holding, then gathered the team. 154. Emma. Emma received a call from Robert's boss, Jack, as she was about to leave work. She asked him to repeat himself 3 times before she believed him. Jack didn't know what condition Robert was in, only that he'd fallen 20 feet from a scaffold and had been taken to Stanton University Hospital. 10 minutes later, Emma waited outside the bookshop for Jack to pick her up. She stood rigidly with her phone in her hand, dreading another call. She was convinced Robert was dead. In her head, she was back waiting for news of her missing daughter. She was waiting for the police to arrive to tell her what she already knew. Her daughter was dead. She jumped as her phone buzzed, a text from Jack. He was parked up on the other side of the bookshop. Emma ran to his car. On the way to the hospital, Jack kept talking. It wasn't Robert's fault, he said. He had gone to attach himself to the midpole and slipped. One of the apprentices had tried to catch him, but it all happened so fast. A complete accident. He was sure Robert would be okay. He was made of strong stuff. Emma heard the words, but they meant nothing. She was alone now. She could sense it, just as she could when Charlie died. She didn't need Patrice to tell her they found a body. She knew. And now she knew Robert was dead. They arrived at the hospital 10 minutes later. Jack came round to her side of the car and helped her out like she was an invalid. There was a huge queue at A&E reception. Jack led Emma to a chair. "I'll go and get someone." Emma didn't reply. She just looked around her, not really seeing anything. Numb. Jack came back minutes later with a nurse. "I can take you to Robert," the nurse said. "I don't want to see him," Emma said. "I can't see him like that. I couldn't see Charlie. I can't see Robert. I just can't." "Emma," Jack said. "Robert's not dead. He's not good, but he's not dead. Come on, let's go and see him." He helped Emma up and led her to the trauma unit to the left of reception. The nurse held the door open. Emma could barely see Robert. He was surrounded by doctors and nurses. All had a specific job to do, busy taking blood, monitoring his heart rate and talking in what sounded to Emma like a foreign language. She wanted to hold his hand, arm, stroke his face, anything. Eventually, the bodies parted and she could see that Robert was awake, clearly in pain, but awake. He wore a neck brace and stared at the ceiling. Emma moved to the top of the bed where he could see her. He smiled. A forced smile, almost a grimace, but a smile nonetheless. "He's very lucky," one of the doctors said. "He's broken a few ribs and we are waiting to take him for a head scan, so we won't know the full extent of his injuries yet. But he's lucky not to have more serious injuries. I bounced off one of the lower boards, don't ask me how," Robert muttered. Emma kissed his forehead. It was warm and sticky. The rest of the evening went in a blur. Robert had a concussion and one of his ribs had nicked a lung. He had to have a chest drain fitted, but he was alive. That was all that mattered. Jack drove Emma home in silence. She was glad, as she was too tired and drained to talk. 155. D.I. James Chambers. 6 a.m. Paul Davis would still be in bed. That's what they hoped. No time to flush anything down the toilet. Using the enforcer to break down the door, a squeal. They'd woken him then. D.I. Chambers read out the warrant as Paul stood there in his baggy, dirty pants. "What the fuck do you think I've done now? This is harassment, this is," the young lad spat. The team of police ripped through the living room. One found the scales, another some tin foil, and a third the block of resin. Personal use. They carried on the search, moving to the kitchen. A padlocked door. "Where does this lead?" D.I. Chambers asked. The basement. Ain't got a key. Paul sat down on a chair with a sigh. Chambers stopped the search and called for the enforcer. The door snapped open with one firm push. The smell hit them immediately, and the bright light. James gingerly took a step, but he knew this was no killer's lair. No bodies or blood to be found, just plants. Row upon row of cannabis plants, under strings of LED lights. 156. Emma. Emma woke with a start the next morning. Disorientated, she reached for Robert, before remembering. She had no work today and the hospital had told her that visiting wasn't allowed until 2 p.m. She could go and buy Robert new toiletries and night clothes. He would appreciate that. Her bag was hanging up in the hall. Emma wondered if she'd enough cash to get the bus straight from Best Price to the hospital. She searched around in the bottom of her bag for her purse. Not finding it, she started to pull things out. A copy of Val McDermid's The Vanishing Point came out first, followed by a moleskin notebook. Robert had bought her this for her birthday to record her musings. And then out came a white envelope. Emma had forgotten the note she'd found in the shop. After Robert's fall, all memory of it had been erased. She had been more concerned about the plight of her surviving love to care about the triviality of blackmail. She put her bag down, sat on the bottom step and opened the note again. What would Robert do if he read the note? Would he believe that her meeting Rich was completely innocent? When she started seeing Robert, Rich gallantly slipped into the background. He would rarely call Emma, only chatting to her when they were coincidentally in the same place. Even then, the conversation was stilted. They didn't laugh together, hug, or share secrets like they used to. It had made Emma feel sad and lonely. But as her relationship blossomed with Robert, she forgot about her friendship with Rich. He became peripheral. When he left in his narrowboat for Bristol, Emma simply waved him goodbye and wished him luck. He must have been sad about this, thinking back. He would know what to do about the note, whether she should simply come clean about it to Robert or brush it all under the carpet. She would visit him, soon. An hour later, Emma was trawling the shelves at Best Price trying to find some nightclothes and slippers for Robert. She looked up from a particularly hideous-looking pair of pyjama bottoms and saw Nadia waving from the back of the shop. "How's Robert?" Nadia said as soon as Emma reached her. "How do you know what happened?" Emma said, briefly forgetting what small-town England was like. "One of the nurses comes in at the end of the night shift. She told me," Nadia explained. "Will he be in long?" "No idea. I hope not. I hate being in the house on my own." "Why don't I come round and keep you company later? I can bring a pizza." "What time does evening visiting end?" "About 8. I should be home by 8:30 at a push. I can get my cousin Mo to pick you up if you want. He lives round the corner from the hospital." "No, it's fine." "Thanks." Emma felt relieved that she wouldn't have to spend the whole evening alone. But when she carried on searching for pyjamas, she felt uneasy again. The hair stood up on the back of her neck. She was glad to find something mildly suitable, quickly paid, and left the shop. 157. D.I. James Chambers. Which suspects were they left with? The schoolteacher and sports coach, Ben Turnbull, who, outside of work, only went to the gym. He didn't match the E-fit, but should they rely on that? The cannabis grower, his uncle, Eric, none of them seemed plausible. It was all unravelling into a heap of nothingness. Take a breath. Calm. Go back to your notes. Reset. James knew the drill. This wasn't the end, just a new beginning. But what had they missed? The schools? No one else fitted the bill. No one worked across sites. The children's teachers were as grief-stricken as the parents. And who could blame them? 158. The wigmaker hadn't expected to see Emma today. This was a bonus. He hoped she'd read his note. Maybe it was in her bag, festering. Robert had fallen from a scaffold. It was a shame the damage hadn't been fatal. Mind you, if Robert had died, he wouldn't feel the pain of what was going to happen in the coming days. The task needed to be completed as soon as possible. The opportunity may never come up again. Later, he would sneak out of work early and fetch his new set of tools from their hiding place under the sink. It was time. 159. Nicole. It was after 6 p.m. on a Friday. Nicole was studying at the dining room table. Her books were strewn everywhere. The girls were in their pyjamas watching cartoons on the television. Nicole had an essay to write comparing the work of the Bronte sisters. Over the last few weeks, she had reread all of their works, but was having trouble with the word length. She could write for months on the subject. She imagined herself walking the Yorkshire moors wearing a bustled crinoline dress and bonnet, searching for her tall, dark love, her pleading voice carried away by the wind. She glanced up at the window and saw a shadow move along the back wall. She stood with a start and moved towards the window. At this angle she could see out, but anyone in the yard couldn't see in. There was someone out there, dressed in dark clothes with their hood pulled up, carrying a black bag. "We need to leave, now," Nicole whispered as she moved towards the sofa. She picked up Rosie and held her tightly, scared she would start crying. Holly got up immediately, hearing the urgency in her mother's voice, the cartoon instantly forgotten. They moved quickly towards the front door. Their best bet would be to go to Pete and Sean's 2 doors down. Pete was a firefighter. He would scare anyone off. She opened the door and they ran. Reaching the neighbour's house, she banged on the door. Sean answered. He was only wearing a towel, his black hair still damp from the shower. "What the hell's the matter?" "Pete's just come off his shift. He's having a nap," Sean said. "There's someone breaking into my house," Nicole said. Rosie was crying now. Holly held on to Nicole's legs, both sensing their mother's fear. Pete came to the door, his brown curly hair flattened by sleep. "Out the back," he said, having heard Nicole. Nicole nodded. They let her and the girls into their house. Sean stayed with them in the front room. Pete raced out of the back door. 10 minutes later, Pete came back into the house, puffing. "I couldn't see anyone. I ran down the back of our houses and up to the main road too. I've checked your back door lock. It looks fine." "You should call the police," Sean pleaded. "I'd rather just get my stuff and go to my mum's for the night. The police would probably be hours," Nicole said. Her tired girls were cuddled up next to her on the sofa, but if she stayed here to wait for the police, her kids would trash the place in 5 minutes. Everything was neatly placed and colour-coordinated, the exact opposite of her house. "Pete, do you mind coming with me to get some things? Then we can get the bus to my mum's. She only lives in Stockford Road," Nicole asked. "Don't be daft. The girls can stay with me while you get your stuff, then Pete will drive you all to Stockford Road. It can't be more than 5 minutes' drive. Won't you, Pete?" Sean enthused. Pete looked far from impressed by this idea. "Yeah, of course I will," he said. Nicole was concerned she was taking advantage of their neighbourliness, but Sean seemed more than happy to babysit, and the girls were comfortable with him. Besides, it would just be for a short time. Pete clearly wanted to please Sean by going along with the plan. 10 minutes later, the girls were curled up on the back seat of Pete's car. Nicole held a carrier bag filled with their clothes and toothbrushes. "I'm sorry I don't have car seats. I hope I don't get you into trouble," she said to Pete, who seemed mildly annoyed that he'd been inconvenienced, no doubt tired after a busy shift. "As long as they keep their heads down, no one will notice. You will go to the police, won't you? I mean, if you saw someone breaking in. You don't want to spend the next few weeks worried all the time." Nicole took this to mean that he thought she was being paranoid. She just said, "I will." Nicole directed Pete to the 5th house on Stockford Road with the caravan on the drive. The girls sat up. Nicole said a mumbled, "Thanks," and got out of the car with the girls as fast as she could. 160. Emma. Emma got back from the hospital at 9 p.m. Robert was spaced out on painkillers and hadn't said much. His parents arrived and pretty much dominated the time spent with him. They wanted to know exactly what happened. Robert seemed to think he'd just slipped, but Emma told them what Jack said, that he was moving between poles and hadn't managed to attach the carabiner yet. Robert's mum thought he might be able to claim against Jack. Robert went mad at this. Jack had been so good since Charlie died. Emma was glad when the bell rang, and she rushed to get the bus home, not having to talk any more to Robert's parents. Then she felt guilty for not saying a proper goodbye to Robert. Nadia arrived at 9:30 p.m. She bought a bottle of vodka and a vegetable pizza. At least she'd remembered Emma was a vegetarian now. They ate quickly and drank a couple of vodka and cokes each. "I can do your hair for you if you like. I brought some styling wax with me," Nadia suggested. "Robert is in hospital and I'm having my hair done," Emma said. "He will appreciate it too when you see him tomorrow. Go and get it washed and then I will blow dry it for you." Emma went to the bathroom, showered and washed her hair. The bath was splattered with red dye. She'd only dyed her hair a few nights ago and it was still leaking from her hair as she shampooed. She got out of the bath, dried herself with an old towel and put on her red dressing gown, tying its belt tightly. Downstairs, Sisters of Mercy was belting out from the speakers. Emma and Robert owned a turntable and amp. Emma kept suggesting they replace it with a digital system, but Robert wouldn't hear of it. Nadia started to dry Emma's hair. It didn't take long, but it gave Emma the chance to properly relax. She liked the touch of Nadia's hands as she held her hair closer to the dryer, not bothering with a comb or brush. When Nadia finished, she rubbed styling wax onto her hands and pulled clumps of hair into a spiky punk style. "Did you enjoy the gig the other night?" Nadia asked. The gig seemed so long ago. "Yeah," Emma answered. "I noticed you seemed to, too." Nadia laughed. "Dina is an old friend. Well, more than a friend. I don't think I've ever told you I am bi, and let's face it, the male talent at that gig. Lots of middle-aged, sweaty men. No, thank you. No one at work take your fancy. Best price, are you having a laugh? The talent there is dire." This brought Emma back to reality. Did that guy come back to work? Guy? Oh, you mean Josh? No, he never did. Good riddance, I say. He used to give me the creeps. Never spoke to me or any of the other staff, yet he used to follow blonde women around the shop. Emma shivered. "I'll tell you what," Nadia continued, "there are some right weirdos that work at my place." Emma listened as Nadia described each staff member in turn. The checkout women with errant husbands and romantic daydreams. The fishmonger who kept snakes and used to have dead mice in his locker. The trolley collector who never takes his cap off, even indoors. He's always hanging about inside the shop. The state of the trolleys, too. I'm surprised he's never had the sack. Emma sat bolt upright. "Do you think it's him?" "Him what?" asked Nadia. "The killer. It could be him. He's always in the shop, never takes his cap off." The more Emma thought about it, the more likely it became. He wore a cap, or a wig, as he had in the bookshop to disguise himself. "Don't say that. He lives 2 streets down from me. Now you're giving me the creeps." "I want to see his house. Can we go there in the morning?" "Why on earth would you want to see his house?" "Well, if we go early enough, he's not likely to be wearing his cap, is he? I mean, he won't wear it in bed." "OK, but you will have to knock on his door. He knows me, and it can't be tomorrow. I'm working from 6. It will have to be Tuesday." He knows me too, thought Emma. Not sure why she'd even suggested this mad idea, but she knew that she had to go through with it. If she saw his face, she could be certain. She would know it was him, and then she could go to the police. 161. PC Sarah Mason. The case was all falling apart. She could see that in her colleagues' faces. Suspects considered and written off. D.I. Chambers had taken to walking up and down his office and swinging his arm. She imagined he was talking to himself, but could only see his back. There must be someone they had missed. Maybe the killer had no links to the school, the supermarket, to Stanton even. Should they look at nearby towns? All similar murders were ruled out. There wasn't anyone else on the system who abducted 6-year-old blonde girls and shaved their heads. Of course, that was something to be grateful for. No DNA or fingerprints, which meant they couldn't do a mass swabbing of the Stanton community. But every male was a suspect, if you listened to local gossip. And why just males? Statistically, they were the most likely perpetrator, but they had no reason to rule out women too. Outside of work, it was all Sarah heard. I reckon it's a family member of the Dean's. I bet they haven't checked them all. The father, he looks dodgy if you ask me. There's that lad at the car wash who can't look you in the eye. I wouldn't put it past him. If we didn't have the canal, we wouldn't have all these old people on boats. It was one of them. You mark my words. The queue for the butchers, the hairdressers, the doctors, wherever you went, it was the same. It made you feel sorry for the Deans and the porters. They must have it all the time. Sarah sighed and checked and rechecked her lists. Best Price had provided the job applications for all of their employees. She checked them against the former pupils at Parkmead School for the second time. Nothing. No one had checked out employees who were new to the town and hadn't attended the local secondary. She made a list of their names and the schools they'd attended, then found the numbers for those schools. That was her next task. Methodical, just like D.I. Chambers, who, thankfully, she could see sat at his desk, writing on his pad. 162. Nicole. Nicole and the girls returned to their house early Monday morning. Nicole couldn't bear being around her mother and stepdad much longer. They were always shouting and screaming at each other. Nicole couldn't have her girls listening to that. She'd had to put up with it for the last 2 years before leaving home. Out of necessity, she'd left at 16 and gone to work at a greengrocer with a small bedsit above. Holly was born 6 months after she got her job. Having a child meant that she could move into a housing association flat. As soon as she could, she returned to college and got her A-levels. She hadn't minded claiming benefits and studying. They even had a free creche attached for social work referrals. She hated that label, but she was determined to make something of her life, to make Holly proud. She didn't care what her mum thought. She was so disappointed with herself when she fell pregnant with Rosie. It was only her 2nd year of university, and she'd had a fling with the union president. Neither of them could believe it when she found out she was pregnant. He ran home to his parents to decide what he wanted. Nicole knew what she wanted. A sibling for Holly. She knew she could cope with looking after children and studying, as she was already doing it. Turning the key in the lock, she ushered Holly inside, holding Rosie and the carrier bag in one arm. Holly rushed off as soon as she got in, to her room, Nicole assumed. The bus journey had been a nightmare. Without the buggy, Nicole had to hold Rosie the whole way. She had been snuffly and fussy, crying and moaning the whole way. Nicole was relieved to put her down to sleep. She made herself a cup of tea and read back through her essay, checking where she was up to. All she wanted was half an hour's peace. The trauma of Friday evening was forgotten for the moment. Nicole was just finishing a section on Wuthering Heights when she heard a piercing scream. Not sure where it came from, she stood up in panic. Where was Holly? She shouted her name up the stairs. Nothing. The back door was wide open. Rushing outside into the yard, Nicole found that the back gate was open too. No, she moaned. How had she not realised that she'd gone out to play? She ran through the yard into the back entry. A man had his hand clasped around Holly's mouth, dragging her backwards to a waiting car. Nicole sprinted towards him, screaming and hitting his arms and body. Holly looked terrified, but somehow managed to open her mouth and sink her teeth into the man's hand. He let go. For a split second, he must have realised it was pointless to fight this crazy woman and her feral child. He jumped in his car and sped off towards the main road. Nicole rushed back into the house and rang the police. They arrived within 15 minutes. Holly was inconsolable. This bled on to Rosie, who was now awake and screaming. The police officer introduced himself as D.S. Kapoor. He had trouble understanding what Nicole was saying. She was shaking, while the girls still cried. He offered to have one of the PCs look after them, but they wouldn't be removed from her. In the end, after getting brief descriptions of the car and abductor, D.S. Kapoor decided to leave Nicole in the sympathetic hands of a PC. I'll get a member of Family Liaison to sit with you, and there will be a couple of officers around the house for the next few hours at least, D.S. Kapoor told Nicole. Then he left. Nicole sat with the PC and drank a constant supply of tea, holding tightly onto her two girls. 163. The wigmaker returned home. He was sweating and shaking as he unlocked his front door. He had made a huge mistake. He couldn't believe his luck when he returned to the girl's house to find her playing in the yard. He knew if he was quick, he could grab the child in daylight, as he had with the last one. Samantha had been busy feeding those rabbits when he'd come up behind her and hit her over the head. But this time, the girl had heard him enter the yard and screamed. He'd dropped the brick he was holding, and instead of just running back to the car, he'd stupidly clamped his hand around her mouth to keep it shut and pulled her away. He tried to calm his breathing so he could think straight. He'd dumped the stolen car on a piece of wasteland about 2 miles away and set fire to it. Hopefully, that was enough. He'd worn a black hoodie and the bottom half of his face was covered by a neck warmer like motorcyclists wore. She wouldn't have seen his whole face. He pinched the back of his hand hard. He needed to calm down. Nothing bad was going to happen. He could blend back into the shadows. 164. Emma. Approaching the narrow boat, Emma wondered if her child's killer was following her. Did he have a letter ready for Robert? What would it say? Your wife is having an affair with a New Age traveller while you are laid up in hospital. Emma shivered and boarded the boat. She tapped on the door, and Rich opened it almost immediately. He must have seen her coming up the towpath. He hugged her. His chin rested on her shoulder. For a moment she didn't want to let him go. He smelled of coconut oil and his dreads tickled, like Robert's. Eventually she pulled away. Rich asked, "Can I get you a coffee or a tea or something?" "A tea would be nice." Emma sat on the sofa and stared across the water at the opposite towpath. Maybe they should shut the curtains. On a shelf next to the settee was a photograph of her with Rich from their teens. Rich had his arm around her, and she held his hand, smiling. Together, before Robert. There were no other photos of past friends, loves and girlfriends. Just this one. Emma shivered again. Rich put a tray of tea and a small plate of biscuits on the table and sat down next to her. Emma said, "Robert's in hospital." "What?" Worry lines formed on Rich's forehead, and he took Emma's hand in his. What the hell happened? Emma took her hand away, concerned how it might look. He fell from a scaffold, about 20 feet. Rich looked even more worried. Emma continued, "He's not too bad, considering." "Bloody hell, that's awful, Moon. Rich looked at the floor. Emma didn't know how to tell him about the letter. It was burning a hole in the bottom of her bag. She could just show it to him. Let him read it. Let him make up his mind. In her heart, Emma believed it was from her daughter's killer. Why she felt this, she wasn't sure. There was no major evidence that it was, just a gnawing feeling deep in her gut. It had kept her awake all night, thinking that the monster who killed her daughter was now taunting and threatening her. What made it worse was the one person she thought she could always turn to she couldn't even speak to about this. But Rich might be able to help. I've had a letter. Someone left it in the shop addressed to me. They'd hidden it in a book. Emma got the envelope out of her bag and showed the letter to Rich. Blimey, that's like a spy novel. How weird. Rich smiled. Don't let it get to you. It's all rubbish. Emma chewed her lip. I can't bear the thought of Robert reading it. Why, Moon? It's not like we've ever done anything. I know that, and you know that. But since Charlie died, things haven't been easy. We're not as close as we were. I've told him I've met you on the boat, but this might put major doubts in his head. Rich sighed and again took hold of Emma's hand. I guess that's normal. But I'm sure he still trusts you. All you've got to do is tell him the truth. Emma bit her lip. But what if he doesn't believe me? Rich put his arm around Emma and hugged her. I'm more concerned about who's written the letter. Someone has either managed to be on the towpath just at the same time as you, or he hugged Emma a little tighter, or they are following you. They're stalking me, Rich. Emma leant into Rich's chest. Do you think? No, I can't think this. It can't be Charlie's killer, can it? I think you need to go to the police. If you need me to, I can come. I'll tell them there's nothing going on between us. Emma started to cry. She pushed her face into Rich's jumper, shoulders heaving. Rich stroked her hair. Moon, you can stay here if you want while Robert is in hospital. You can take the bed, and I'll take the sofa. Emma sat bolt upright like a frightened rabbit, brought to her senses by the suggestion. Then it will be true, won't it? Rich sat back, giving Emma space. What will be true? That I'm having an affair with a crusty on a boat. She got up and searched round for her bag. When she'd found it, she hugged it to her chest. We've not kissed or anything. Rich blushed. But you've thought about it. And you haven't. No. Emma practically ran off the boat. She slipped on the deck and grabbed the side of the boat, lurching her back into sensibleness. They hadn't had an affair. They hadn't even come close. But she was running away because she feared that if Rich attempted to kiss her, she wouldn't stop him. She sat down on one of the cushions arranged around the front outdoor seating. Rich hadn't followed her. He was probably upset. Of course, this was all ridiculous. She'd told Robert that she'd met Rich on the boat. She hadn't lied or kept it a secret. So why couldn't she show him the letter? She felt something warm and soft rubbing her leg. It was Moonbeam. The dog must have been asleep under the seat. Moonbeam rested her head on her lap and Emma stroked it. Rich still called her Moon. That was the problem. Robert called her Emma, and Rich called her Moon. 165. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers was at work early. He had spoken to D.S. Kapoor about the possible abduction of another child, Holly Stretton, the previous evening. He was preparing a report for the case review when PC Sarah Mason tapped on his door. She was holding a file. She walked over to his desk and held it out to him. "This is the forensic report on the 3 cars," she said. James took it and thanked her. He opened the file. The top 2 reports were for Josh Cummins' cars. There was nothing discovered in either, which was what James had expected. He was even more convinced of Josh's innocence. The third report was for Mike Dayton's car. There were no fingerprints anywhere on the car except for Mike Dayton's. There was evidence that the car had been steam cleaned inside and power washed. Even the wheel arches were immaculate. James would get one of the officers to check with Mike that he hadn't recently cleaned it. He had been using his van more recently and had previously told the team that he hadn't used his cars in the days before it was impounded. There was only one significant piece of evidence. A piece of plastic with a minute sample of blood had been found attached to the spare wheel rim. The forensic team had checked. It was Samantha's blood. The killer had made two clear mistakes: the attempted abduction and the plastic left in the car. James suspected that he'd wrapped Samantha's body in plastic. It was a particularly thick variety, like garden rubbish bags. The plastic must then have caught on the wheel rim as he tried to force the body into the car. James went into the incident room and marked the position of Mike Dayton's house on the map, and then the position of Nicole's home. They were in walking distance of each other. In fact, all the important locations were within a 2-mile zone. James had never doubted that the killer lived in Stanton and possibly worked at Best Price. Stalking and killing blonde 6-year-old girls. He was someone's neighbour, someone's son, and maybe someone's partner or husband. In his gut, James doubted he was married. He doubted he had a partner. There was no real evidence that he didn't, and he knew that husbands killed children too. More often their own, but not always. 166. Emma. Emma missed having Robert in her bed. That's why she couldn't sleep and was tossing and turning at 3 a.m. Her mind spun with it all. Rich, Robert, Charlie, Sam, the killer. Throwing the duvet aside, she got up. Not sure why she did it. Maybe she needed Robert's familiar citrus smell. Opening his side of the wardrobe, she ran her hands over his clothes. Stopping on a jumper, she pulled it to her face, inhaling the scent. Robert's old jacket. The leather reminded her of clubs, of dancing, of freedom, of love. Instead of holding it, she put it on and danced around the bedroom with Justin Sullivan's voice singing in her head. Plunging her hand in a pocket, she felt something soft. She stroked it. It reminded her of... Horrified, she pulled out her hand. She screamed, and the blonde strands of hair slipped to the floor. 167. D.I. James Chambers. Case reviews often moved the case forward. James always learned something new, even if it was a new hypothesis that could be dismissed quickly as more evidence came to light. This case review was no different. There was plenty of new information to share. The attempted abduction of Holly was likely to have been carried out by Charlie and Samantha's killer. Anyone could see that. They couldn't call him a serial killer, but no one in the room cared about this. Stanton wasn't a large city. It wasn't even a large town. It wasn't a village, but many residents had a village mentality. If you mentioned someone's name in a room of 5 people, chances are someone would know them. This killer was without doubt the worst and most prolific in Stanton's history. The entire police force and forensic community were determined to catch him, whatever it took. D.I. Chambers stood, and the room was silent. He began by reminding everyone that they could not jump to conclusions about any piece of evidence or any suspect. He reminded them about the interrogation of Josh Cummins, and that just because he fulfilled 2 key pieces of the inquiry, working at Best Price and attending Parkmead School, this did not make him their killer. There could well be others that shared the link, maybe more tenuously. For example, maybe they were unemployed but were regular shoppers in Best Price. Or maybe they were friends with pupils that attended the school but went to the grammar school in the next town. There were still lines of inquiry to follow, and they needed to widen that net. DS Kapoor stood. The attempted abduction of Holly Stretton was described in detail. A hand-drawn map was included in everyone's pack alongside descriptions of both the attacker and his car. The attacker was wearing clothes which hid his identity, but there were still descriptions of his height, 5'11", possible weight, around 90 kilograms, and skin colour, white, IC1. He then asked a series of questions and made several statements. We know that the killer stalks his victims. We know that Nicole regularly shopped in Best Price with the girls. Where else did he stalk them? We need to go house to house in as wide an area as possible. We need forensics at any possible location that he could observe Holly from. The most obvious place to start is tall buildings. There are 3 flats in the vicinity. We need door-to-door there. One of the officers laughed. We can ask residents in those flats whatever you like. They won't tell you anything, he said. May I remind you that this is the attempted abduction of a young girl, not a drugs bust. Make sure you state this at the start of each interview. There are many single parents and families living in those flats that will want the perpetrator caught as soon as possible, D.I. Chambers said with authority. D.S. Kapoor continued. We need to find the make of car as quickly as possible. Nicole said it was light-coloured and possibly a large 4-door. There must have been witnesses that saw it leave the area at speed. We need to find these. D.S. Kapoor gave a list of team leaders for the house-to-house and gave out photocopies of the most important questions to ask. Then it was the turn of forensics. Julie Smith, a forensic vehicle investigator, began. She was assertive and precise. She described what they had found in all 3 vehicles. She detailed the findings of the search of Mike Dayton's car. Everything was certain. There was no room for error. The plastic bag must have snagged on the wheel rim as he loaded the body in the car. This irritated James, but he kept his calm and tried to ignore it. There was then a short comfort break. James was relieved. He needed to stretch his legs. He went over to the urn and poured himself a coffee. Rebecca Hastings, the forensic scientist, stood next to him. I could see you getting annoyed, she whispered. James said, When? Julie is new. She's strident, isn't she? She's also very good at her job, though, very thorough. No one else would have found that piece of plastic. It was small and quite inaccessible. You should be glad we have her on our team, Rebecca said. James reminded himself that he should be more tolerant. He'd always been a logical, factual thinker. Facts had to be proven without doubt. That's why he'd always wanted to be a police officer. He thought that innocent until proven guilty was exactly that. He wouldn't tolerate error or arrogance from his officers, but this hadn't won him friends on the force. He questioned everything his colleagues did and often went over their work again. He was glad of Rebecca's reminder not to judge and dismiss others so easily. I'd better sort my papers. I'm up next, Rebecca said, breaking into his thoughts. She went to sit down, but stopped and reached into her pocket for her phone. James noticed her smile as she looked at the screen. A few minutes later, Rebecca was showing slides of the bag of tools that had been found a few days ago. She described the serrations on the knife and stated that it was extremely likely to be the murder weapon for Samantha's murder. The blood that had been found on the knife was a match to Samantha's DNA. She then showed pictures of the razor and stated that the tiny strands of blonde hair could not be used to extract DNA, but were of the same or very similar colouring to Samantha's hair. She then turned from the slides to the room and said, We did find one other example of DNA. This was on the razor. It did not belong to Samantha. We ran it through the national database, and we got a match within the last hour. His name is Andrew Peterson. He was charged with assault against a sex worker 5 years ago. There was a sudden buzz of animated conversation. D.I. Chambers stood up and asked for quiet. He then assigned roles to members of his team. He noticed that PC Sarah Mason wasn't in the room, so he kept a couple of tasks back, just for her. Their priority was finding out where Andrew Peterson was living now, and more about his previous assault. 168. PC Sarah Mason. Sarah started her afternoon shift early. There were 2 lines of inquiry she was eager to follow. The first involved Tracy Monroe. A school friend had reminded her of the story of a bullied schoolboy who'd killed himself several years ago. She'd remarked on how similar the case was to another, but it was the name of the schoolboy that had resonated. Robert Monroe. As soon as Sarah had arrived at work, she put in a request for the paperwork. It couldn't just be a coincidence, surely. While she waited, she continued checking the staff at Best Price. It concerned her that they hadn't done a complete history of all the male workers. They had checked age and whether they had attended Parkmead School, but not work history. One person, in particular, bothered her. He was the trolley collector. She had a name for him, Patrick Shale, but couldn't find any previous employment or addresses linked to that name. She had done searches on his date of birth, but the only match she could find with the same name was for a boy that had died, aged 7, in a car accident. The school listed on his records had since burnt down, and the new school hadn't kept records of former students, so that was another dead end. D.I. Chambers hadn't returned by the time Sarah was sent out on patrol. This information could wait until she'd finished her shift, she decided. By then, she'd have more details about Robert Monroe. 169. Emma. Emma met Nadia at her house at 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning. Emma felt mildly excited. All she was going to do was knock at the trolley pusher's door, say, "Sorry, wrong house," and walk away. What could go wrong? Since she'd last seen this guy, she'd completely changed her hair colour from brown to pillar box red, changed her hairstyle from a bob to a short and spiky crop. Even if he recognised her, he wasn't likely to do anything in the middle of a housing estate in broad daylight. After finding the hair last night, she'd begun to doubt Robert. It was a relief to think this guy was the likely killer, not her husband. No one she knew. It still hurt, though. Doubting hurt. Chewed her up. They almost jogged to the trolley pusher's house. Nadia stayed across the road. "Don't worry, I can see you from here," she said. "If anything happens, I'll call the police." Emma almost decided not to go through with it. What was she thinking? This was madness. Nadia hugged her, and she stepped out of the shadows. After walking the short distance to the front door, she knocked timidly and waited. Nothing happened. No one came. Then she knocked more firmly. She stepped back, fearing the door would fly open and she would face him. But no one came. She didn't risk knocking again. She turned, walked down the path and crossed the road to Nadia. He's not in. Emma felt relieved. It had been a stupid idea. Maybe he doesn't answer the door to strangers. We could stay here a while. He might leave to go to work. Nadia wrapped her jacket firmly around her. Emma shuddered. Let's not. Even if he comes out later, I won't get a clear view of him from across the road. 170. The wig maker was upstairs in the spare room when she knocked. It was early, but he had decided to complete as much of the wig as he could from the final strands of Samantha's hair. He got up and moved the net slightly to see outside. She knocked again, much harder this time, and then stepped back so he could see her properly. It was the lovely, delicious Emma. She had come to him. Then she'd left, running across the road to the entry opposite where she met someone with jet black hair. As this person turned towards him, he recognised her. It was Nadia, one of the cashiers from the shop. He'd often seen the two of them chatting. He didn't know they were friends, though. Now he was worried. What if they went to the police? He could move the wig and the equipment, but where to? He needed it nearby. He would have to complete his final act soon. He resigned himself to never fully completing the wig. Gently, he combed it, covering the bald patches. It was the exact colour he remembered. He moved it closer and smelt it, then rubbed the side of his face against it. Not long now, he thought. 171. Emma. Back at Nadia's house, Emma blew on her tea. "What now?" asked Nadia. "I don't know. It was probably a mad thing to do," replied Emma. "I could ring my supervisor and check when he's on shift. Then you could come into the supermarket and take another look at him." "Do you think I should contact Patrice, our FLO, or DI Chambers?" "And say what? There's this odd trolley collector at Best Price. He might be the killer. They might pick him up, like Josh, and if it wasn't him, you'd feel so guilty. But if it was, it might save a child's life." Emma ran her hand through her hair so it stood up straight. She lay back on Nadia's sofa and stared at the ceiling. She'd asked Robert what he thought during her visit that afternoon. He would know what to do. She missed him. The last couple of days had been hell. It was the first time they'd been apart in ages, and certainly since Charlie's death. For months, all they'd done was go to work and sit at home together, barely speaking. She missed his presence, missed his body warmth in bed, missed his snoring even. Nadia interrupted her thoughts. "Did you want some breakfast?" she asked. "No, it's fine. I'd better go home. I've got to go to the hospital later." "Thanks, though." Emma got up off the sofa, hugged Nadia, and left. 172. Nicole. Nicole left Holly and Rosie with her neighbour, Sean, so she could attend the police station to look at possible pictures of Holly's abductor. It was either that, or let them stay with one of the police officers. Sean had offered. He even came round to hers on the promise that he would ignore the mess. She'd never been to a police station before. She walked up the steps leading to the front entrance with trepidation. She didn't want to see a picture of Holly's abductor. She knew he might be the same man responsible for the murder of Charlie Dean and Samantha Porter. 2 girls, aged 6, with long blonde hair, just like Holly. She promised her girls on the steps of the police station that no matter what essays she had to do, what work she might do in the future, they would always come first. She got to the top of the steps and pushed open the door to police reception. As soon as she gave her name to the young police officer at reception, she was led to an interview room. The room was cold and sparsely furnished. While she waited for DS Kapoor, she skimmed through the news pages on her phone. There had been no mention of Holly's attempted abduction. The police had decided to keep it quiet. They explained why, but she hadn't really been listening. It was hard to concentrate. DS Kapoor entered the room 5 minutes later, carrying a tablet and a manila folder. "I just want you to look at a couple of photographs and sketches to help us with our inquiries," he said. He opened the tablet first. There were 4 sketches of a man with a weird hairline and centre parting. She stared at the hair, not noticing his other features. The others were similar but had different hairstyles. "Do you recognise this man?" DS Kapoor asked. "I'm not sure. I didn't see much of his face. Maybe if you covered the top of his face and from below his nose." DS Kapoor did this electronically. Now Nicole could only see his eyes. She shuddered. "I can't be certain, but they are the same shape." It was the face Nicole saw when she closed her eyes, the face that tormented her, the hooded and masked face with blank eyes. He looked young, and yet his demeanour and gait made her think he was older. His skin had been freckled and pale. She'd noticed as she got closer. She'd tried hard to remember what he looked like, even if she could only see a small part of his face. DS Kapoor opened the manila folder and took out several photographs. He laid them on the table. He asked Nicole to look carefully at them all. She dismissed them until she was left with one. He had the same eyes, and this time she recognised the face. The hair was far less distinctive, and he was far slenderer than he was now. "I know him," she simply said. "He's the trolley guy at Best Price." "Oh, God. That's why I feel uncomfortable in that shop. It's him, isn't it? And the eyes. It's him." She pushed away the photo and held on to the sides of the chair. D.S. Kapoor immediately put the photographs back in the folder. He asked Nicole if she needed a cup of tea or a ride home. He couldn't get out of the room quick enough. 173. Emma. Afternoon visiting hours were 1 until 3. Emma followed the crowd to Robert's ward. They were all walking briskly, not wanting to be the last ones in, afraid that would make them look uncaring, all commenting on how hospitals made them feel and hoping that they wouldn't have to do this for much longer. All complaining about the cost of the car parking or the bus fare. About half of them used the hand wash dispenser on the wall before they went on the ward. Emma always did. She didn't want to add to Robert's woes by giving him MRSA or such like. She entered the ward with the hustle and bustle of the queuing relatives and headed to Robert's bay. He was sitting up in bed, listening to music on his phone. She leant over and kissed him. He winced. Bright purple, almost black bruises were showing on his arms and legs, but particularly his chest, or at least the area she could see above the ridiculous pyjamas. He seemed happier, though. "Are my mum and dad not here?" he asked. Emma muttered, "No." "Good. I couldn't stand Mum fussing any longer." He took Emma's hand. "I can't wait to come home. It's horrible not being there with you." Emma gave him a half smile and sat down on the plastic chair next to the bed. After the shock of finding Charlie's hair yesterday, she'd decided she would tell him everything, about her and Rich, and about the trolley pusher. She wanted no more secrets. She came right out and said it. "I've seen Rich a few times on the boat." "Is your friend, Em? That's fine." Robert didn't look concerned. In fact, he was smiling. "I had a letter from someone. They put it in a book at the bookshop for me to find. It said that they were going to tell you I was having some kind of illicit affair with Rich." Emma studied the patterns on the curtains at the side of Robert's bed, too worried to look at him. "You should have just told me. It's fine." He brushed imaginary cotton off his sheets, not looking at Emma. Robert seemed broken, a shadow of his former self. He never wore pyjamas in bed, and she loved his muscular frame, which was now discreetly covered. She had to tell him everything. "I thought about it. Thought about sailing away, leaving Stanton and the grief behind. Starting a new life. With Rich." Robert completed her sentence. "You always loved him. I know that." "He's my best friend." "Shouldn't your husband be your best male friend?" Robert bit his lip. Emma sensed that he regretted saying that, but in many ways it was true. In others, it wasn't. She hadn't created a child with Rich. Her shared experiences with him were all fun and light-hearted. Her experiences with Robert were grown up and serious. Maybe Robert was her truest friend, after all. "I just wanted to escape. It was foolish. I'm sorry." Sorry meant forgiveness. There was nothing to forgive, but the last thing Emma wanted was to hurt Robert. "I've found some hair." It was Robert's turn to come clean. "At Charlie's grave, on her birthday. I found some blonde hair." Emma didn't tell him that she already knew about the hair. Her mind twisted with the what-ifs and whos and hows. It took her a while to respond. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I wanted to keep it in case it belonged to Charlie. I knew you'd make me give the hair to the police." He looked down at the sheet again. His blonde lashes shielded his eyes. Emma stared, waiting for him to look round at her, knowing when he did that he'd look like a puppy that needed scolding. Reality dawned. Emma was certain. He's been taunting us. The killer's been taunting us. I think I know who he is. Em, what do you mean? You know who it is? Tell me. Tell me everything. It took her the rest of the visit to explain what had happened that morning. Robert kept interrupting, wanting to know why she and Nadia were being so stupid, wanting to know why they thought it was him. At the end of the visit, Robert was silent. He seemed annoyed at her. They kissed, but he seemed desperate for her to leave. She said she would see him at 6 that evening, and he just grunted. 174. Robert. Robert couldn't believe what Emma had told him. The stuff about Rich, that was fine. That was expected. Rich was always there in the background. Emma's unfinished business. That's how he saw Rich, the one that sailed away. Robert knew why Rich went to Bristol, why he left Stanton. It was because he loved Emma and couldn't stand the fact that she was with him instead. He'd left within months of them becoming a couple. If anything happened to Robert, then Rich would be there in a flash. He was sure of it. Rich would pick up the pieces and mend a broken Emma. So why had he chosen to come back now? That's what Robert didn't understand. It had struck him as odd when Emma told him that Rich didn't know about Charlie's death. It was all over the news, and not just in Stanton. Surely he'd have seen it. So why hadn't he come back to console Emma then, the love of his life? A horrible thought occurred to him. Rich could have planned the whole thing. Killed Charlie, waited, come back, killed another girl so it wasn't suspicious, told Emma he was here for her. That was, of course, rubbish. The jealous side of his brain was taking control. He needed to be rational. Being an idiot was the reason he was in hospital. But that wasn't what worried Robert the most. How could Emma and Nadia be so stupid? Going to visit a possible killer while he sat here in this bed. He got up as soon as Emma left. His legs were working fine. It was everywhere else that ached. His ribs, particularly, but he could live with that. He went to the nurse's station where a nurse was completing her notes. I want to discharge myself, he said. The doctor will be around in an hour. You can talk to her then, the nurse said without looking up from her notes. I want to discharge myself now, Robert said more emphatically. He stopped holding his ribs, trying to show that he was no longer in pain. She looked up then and said, I can't advise that. I don't need your advice, just give me the forms to sign and some clothes. I don't know where mine are. They were cut off you. You will have to wait for your wife to bring you some in. Robert looked down at his pyjamas and slippers. It would be worth the embarrassment to stop Emma doing anything stupid. I will leave like this, in a taxi. I'm sure they've seen worse, he said. The nurse got up and went to a filing cabinet. She gave Robert a handful of forms and a pen. Here. Make sure you read them. Contrary to what you may think, we can't keep you here, but you need to be aware that it could make your health worse, and you are leaving against medical advice. You may as well wait for the doctor, though, because it will take a few hours for your prescription to be ready. What could Emma do in a couple of hours? The pain was excruciating, so he would have to wait for the painkillers at least. He signed the paperwork and went back to sit on the bed. He would wait for his prescription and leave. 175. D.I. James Chambers. It had been a busy day now they had a name. They had searched for Andrew Peterson in every database they had. There was no record of him after his probation period had ended. No record of employment or on the electoral register. It was like he had vanished. It was then James noticed that Sarah was hovering at his door again. He got up and opened the door. She visibly jumped as he did this. Sorry, I was just about to knock, she said. He held the door open and she went to sit down. She sat with her hands tightly clasped as she spoke. Tracy Monroe has a brother called Robert. He committed suicide in 1996. I don't know how it is significant in this case, but it's possibly relevant. D.I. Chambers pondered this. The Monroe family was clearly haunted by tragedy. Robert Monroe, her brother. Robert Dean, one of her boyfriends. Same first name. Was this significant? He wrote it down on his pad. Sarah rubbed her hands together. Perhaps this is more important. I've found a discrepancy on the employment records at Best Price. Go on, said James. The shopping trolley collector is using a false name, Patrick Shale. The name on his records is for a child that died in a car crash many years ago, Sarah said clearly and precisely. D.S. Kapoor entered James's office. He didn't knock. We've got a positive ID from Nicole. It's the trolley guy at Best Price. Then everything happened at once. The murder investigation team were brought together. Roles were assigned, risk assessments were written and issued, an arrest plan was drawn up, and warrants were sought. All of this took time. 176. P.C. Sarah Mason. There was more to the trolley guy. Sarah was sure of it. You don't suddenly murder young girls. He would have a record somewhere. The chances were that he and Andrew Peterson were one and the same. He was using a false name. Andrew Peterson had a record. She guessed her colleagues already knew this. But maybe there was more. Andrew Peterson was on probation for assaulting a sex worker. She went back to the record. A photograph of the victim. Her blonde curly hair stood out, a double for Tracy Monroe. Another huge tick next to his name. Sarah's skin prickled. They were getting closer. The fire at the school. Would that have been him too? There must be a teacher who remembered him. The records were lost. Newspapers. They might hold the key. She picked up her coat and bag and headed for Stanton Library. 177. The wig was as finished as it was ever going to be. He knew that. He would wait until it was dark, then act. He needed her alive. That was the problem. How would he abduct her? He'd bought drugs off the dark web. They would keep her compliant. He'd set up a room to keep her in. It had soundproofed walls, metal clasps and chains ground into the floor. There was even a bed, which at some point he hoped to make use of. He'd always wanted to lose his virginity to Tracy. This had been a long time coming. Now he had a choice. Find a way to leave Stanton with Emma. Take all this with them, find somewhere new to stay. Or snatch her now. Complete the transformation to Tracy. Maybe they would get one night together. She would know how much he loved her then. Perhaps at that moment of climax he could kill them both. It was meant to end this way. The ultimate tragedy for poor Robert, and just what he deserved. No child. No wife. Normally he didn't allow himself any comfort, any joy. But it seemed so close now. 178. P.C. Sarah Mason. Sarah checked the dates in her notebook and pulled up the local newspaper for those 6 months. The day after the fire, the school dominated the front page. Sarah jotted down the name of the head teacher, Marion Hibbert, then headed backwards. School sports day. Another teacher's name to note. No mention of Andrew Peterson or Patrick Shale. Clearly not a standout athlete. The spelling competition. the English teacher, and still no photos of their killer. After an hour, she had 6 names. If they were still in Stanton, finding their numbers would be easy. The head teacher had died 3 years before. Natural causes. Nothing of concern. She called the English teacher instead. Hanif Khan knew the name of their suspect, Andrew Peterson, straight away. Strange lad, not many friends. Sat on his own, you know the type. There was a rumour. Sarah grasped her mobile tighter. Go on. Might have started the fire at the school. His family, all a bit strange, had to move after a house fire. Coincidence, I know. Unlikely. His sister, I taught her too. Proper little madam. Was anything done at the time? Was the fire investigated? Couldn't prove anything. They moved away straight after to, A long pause. What was the place called? Small town somewhere. Stanton? Yeah, that was it. 179. Emma. Emma couldn't believe it. A taxi had pulled up outside and Robert got out in pyjamas and slippers. They couldn't have discharged him yet, surely. If they had, why hadn't they waited until she could bring him some clothes? I've discharged myself. We are going round there together. If it's him, we'll go straight to the police. I need it over, Robert said as soon as she let him in. What do you mean? Emma asked. This trolley guy. I need to know if it's him. You can show me the house, and if it is him, either we can phone the police, or I'll sort it. Emma knew what sort it meant. She was completely torn on this. She wanted to see this guy even if it was to eliminate him as the killer, but she didn't want to go around there with Robert in this mood. He was in no fit state to become a vigilante avenger. He was already getting dressed. She could hear him grimacing at each movement as he put on his clothes. He came back downstairs a few minutes later. He went to get the helmets, passing Emma hers. Here, he said. You can show me where this bastard lives. Emma took the helmet and went to find her leather jacket. She would knock on the door again. She'd make Robert stay in the place Nadia had hidden. Then he could call the police if anything happened. That would be the safest option. She would only need to see his whole face, then she would know. Robert couldn't go near him. He wouldn't stop at looking. Wouldn't even speak to the guy, just try and knock him out. And where would that get him? In his state, straight back in hospital, and the killer would run. They'd lose him. Emma stopped, sat down on the bottom stair. Robert hovered at the door, holding his crash helmet. Come on, let's do this. Robert looked excited. The opposite of what she felt. Not fear, either, just flat. Was this the end of their daughter's story? Finding her killer, bringing him to justice? She bit her lip. Yes. Let's go. The ride there was too quick. She tapped Robert on the shoulder every time he needed to make a right or left turn, and now they were here at the house. Emma felt far more apprehensive having Robert here than she had that morning with Nadia. You would have thought that being here with a young woman would have been scarier than with a grown man, but it wasn't. This morning it had seemed simple, a knock and run. But Emma didn't know what Robert would do if she recognised this guy. If he tried to kill him, would she stop him or cheer him on? As she got off the bike, she had an even worse thought. This could be the place where her daughter was murdered, where she took her last breath. For a moment she wanted to turn and run, but she must be brave. Not for herself, for Charlie. 180. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers was waiting for the warrant to search Andrew Peterson's house to be agreed. As soon as they had that, they were leaving. There were officers ready in 2 vans. They had all been fully briefed. Andrew wasn't working today. They expected, but couldn't be certain, that he was at home. He hoped this was it. If it was, then instead of simply putting money behind the bar for his officers to have a drink on him, he would actually join them. This man needed to be caught. For once, he was certain. There was enough evidence to charge him. He'd made a list. Andrew Peterson had previously served a prison sentence of 6 months for assaulting a sex worker. The sex worker's name was Shana Taylor. She had brassy blonde hair and described Andrew as a stalker who followed her around and had never been a client. He gave her the creeps. On the night of December 2nd, 2014, he had grabbed Shana around the neck as she was leaving an alleyway to return to her patch. She'd managed to escape his grip and had reported him to the police station the next morning. Andrew Peterson attended Park Mead School for his last 2 years and was in the same year as Tracy Monroe. Andrew Peterson used a false name, Patrick Shale, while working as a trolley collector at Best Price. Andrew Peterson's blood was found on the razor blade used to shave Samantha Dean's hair. Andrew Peterson was positively identified as the man who tried to abduct Holly Stretton. Even the Crown Prosecution Service would see that this was enough to charge Andrew Peterson. D.I. Chambers was sure of this. Now all they needed was that warrant. 181. Emma. Emma knocked on the door and waited. It opened almost immediately. The guy standing in front of her was the trolley collector. He was, also, the man in the bookshop. D.I. Chambers had been right. He'd worn a wig that day. Now he looked as near to normal as anyone could. Before she could say she'd knocked on the wrong door, the man spoke. "Hello, Emma. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. To explain." Emma couldn't move. She wanted to run, but felt rooted to the ground. He wasn't touching her, but she felt his grip tighten around her. He smiled. "There's nothing to be afraid of. I just want to explain why I did it." He had a soft, imploring voice, monotone, almost hypnotic. Not what she'd been expecting at all. She almost wanted to listen to what he had to say. She certainly couldn't speak or move. He took her arm and led her into the house. She knew she should fight, run away back to Robert, but she couldn't. She wanted to know why. She'd always wanted to know why. The front door shut behind them. He led her upstairs, and she didn't protest. It was only when they entered the spare bedroom and she saw the chains and locks that she tried to escape. His grip was strong on her arm. The more she struggled, the tighter it got. She had completely misjudged his size and strength. Foolishly, she thought she could dominate him. Instead of locking her up, he sat her down on the only chair. "Stay there," he demanded. She did as she was told. He locked the door with a key and sat on the bed. "I can chain you up if you like," he said, "but I think you want to hear what I have to say." She didn't speak or move. She sat, transfixed. "You left me before I had the chance to tell you what I felt. You were too good for them. They had no clue what you were. I would have treated you better. You could have lived however you wished and wherever you wished. I would never have left you, never have used you." Emma realised he wasn't talking about her or Charlie. He was talking about someone else entirely. "I can help," she simply said, not even sure why she said it. It's what she always said. Always the peacemaker, always trying to make things better. But not this. Surely, Not this. You have to understand that I did it because I had to. I needed the hair, you see. Without the hair, none of this would work. Robert needed to pay. He used you and cast you aside. But, Emma... He stopped speaking and looked directly at her. His voice became more menacing. Emma, your hair is the wrong colour and thickness. Everything else would work, but not your hair. Emma tried to move. Fear and adrenaline suddenly took over. He'd expected this. He grabbed her arms and forced her back into the chair. At the same moment, they both heard glass breaking downstairs. Emma was pushed aside, knocked to the floor, as he unlocked the door and went in search of whoever was breaking in. He had the foresight to lock the door behind him. Emma sat staring at the door. For a moment she was unable to move, like a frightened rabbit on a country road. She took stock of her situation. Looking around, she hoped to discover a weapon. But the room was bare. Apart from the bed and the chains, there was nothing to save her. 182. Robert. Robert couldn't believe Emma had gone into the house. How could she have been so stupid? This guy hadn't even had to force her, she'd just walked in. He dialed 999. Then he'd hung up before anyone answered. They wouldn't come quick enough. If he had to explain who he and Emma was and that they thought this man had killed their daughter, it might be too late for Emma. He had to find a way in there. Fast. The back door was locked. He found a brick and threw it through the kitchen door window. His hand slipped through the hole. He turned the key in the lock and walked in. Robert was confronted by a man whom he vaguely recognised. He plunged a serrated blade at Robert, who wasn't quick enough to step away. It penetrated his jacket and pierced the skin between his ribs. The pain was excruciating. Robert stumbled and hit his head on the edge of the sink as he fell. He didn't feel anything more. 183. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers and the arrest team were heading to Andrew Peterson's address when the call came through. There had been a possible burglary reported by a neighbour at that same address 20 minutes ago. They were at least 10 minutes away. He told the driver to speed up. He didn't know who was breaking in or why it had taken so long for dispatch to let them know about the call. Heads would roll for that. He just hoped they weren't too late. Many different scenarios passed through his mind. None of them were good. Most of them involved vigilante fathers putting their lives at risk. 184. The wigmaker knew he didn't have long. He went to fetch the wig from the third bedroom. He inspected it as he took it off the dummy head. He smelt it. It was fine, soft, human hair. You couldn't buy this anywhere. He felt a sense of pride and excitement. He had achieved what he had set out to do. Tracy had come to him. He went to her, unlocked the door. Now all she needed was to be dressed. Her back was pressed against the wall away from him. Her legs were pulled up, and she was hugging her knees. He should shackle her, but he needed this to be quick. Putting the wig on the bed, he took the knife out of the back pocket of his jeans and made sure that she could see it was wet with blood. Then he placed that within reach on the bed, next to the wig. He moved towards Tracy, placing the wig carefully on her head. The transformation was complete. He pushed his tongue inside her mouth, only briefly, so she wouldn't bite it. He now had one of his knees between her legs and pressed against her stomach so she couldn't move. One of his hands held her wrist together. The other reached for the knife. 185. Robert. Robert opened his eyes. The light hurt. In fact, everything hurt. He closed them again. Then he realised where he was and what had happened. He forced himself up. He was bleeding, but not badly. His leather jacket had stopped the knife from penetrating a lung. He tried to stand. This winded him and he leant against the sink for a moment, struggling to breathe. He had to get to Emma. He stumbled and dragged himself through to the living room and then heard a thump from upstairs. He went into the hall, grabbed the stair rail and hauled himself up the stairs. Ignoring the pain, he had to save Emma. Some element of surprise was essential, so he entered the front bedrooms as quietly as he could. The first looked like an average bedroom, tidier than most. There was no Emma. He moved on. The second had a dressing table in it, with an array of tools neatly laid out on a roll of cloth. He picked up a hammer and moved on to the next. He opened the door as quietly as he could. Emma was forced against the back wall. She was wearing a blonde wig which had fallen askew. The man had his knee forcing her legs apart. Robert raised the hammer. The man must have heard him. He turned as quickly as he could and slashed at Robert with the knife. Robert stepped backwards to escape the blade. He tripped and fell to the floor. 186. Emma. Emma had been ready to give up. In her head she was ready to meet Charlie. She didn't care what this man did to her. It was over. But then she saw Robert in the doorway with the hammer raised and everything changed. She could live. She could defeat this monster. The man must have sensed this and turned in time to slash at Robert. As she saw Robert fall, she found new strength. She was Charlie's mother. She jumped on the man's back and pushed her finger into one of his eyes. She felt him squirm beneath her. He still had the knife which he waved about, trying to reach her. She grabbed his arm and whacked it with as much force as she could against the wall. The knife fell from his grasp. Before he could drop to the floor, she pushed herself away from him, knelt down and reached for the knife. As she turned, she lunged at him. The knife entered between his ribs, the force upward into his chest. It took what seemed like minutes for him to fall. Robert had got to her in that time. He took the knife off her and stabbed him too, then dropped the knife and held her. 187. D.I. James Chambers. D.I. Chambers arrived at the house of Andrew Peterson after 6 p.m. The back door had been broken into, and the officers entered unimpaired. There was a pool of blood on the kitchen floor, and 2 bricks which had been used to break the glass in the door. The parade of police searched the downstairs before proceeding up the stairs. There was blood on the handrail. They found Emma and Robert still holding on to each other. Andrew Peterson lay dead at their feet. Blood from 2 knife wounds pooled beneath him. As James led Robert and Emma out of the room, he spotted Robert's knife wound and radioed for an ambulance. They were clearly both in shock. James carefully removed the wig from Emma's hair. The time for interviews would come later. The parents were safe. The killer was dead. That was all that mattered. There was, however, a scene to protect, and the immediacy of this took over. Everyone left the house and waited for the forensic team. He put Emma and Robert in a police car to wait for the ambulance. They were hugging each other still, and James remembered how far apart these parents had been when he first met them. 188. P.C. Sarah Mason. The parents sobbed in the back of the patrol car. She didn't know what to say. Robert had his arms around his wife, stroking her hair. The killer was dead, but she understood this was no time to celebrate or even reflect. The entire local force had been too slow. Mistakes were made. Another child died because of it. The town needed to mend, but most important were the deans and the porters. She wanted to hug them too. Jessica. As she drove the deans home, she thought of her wife, understood the grief of each loss, each failure. They would try again, blow the cost, once more. "Thank you." Emma's voice barely carried. "What for?" Sarah asked. "I know you all did your best to find him, and now he won't kill again." That was true. Sarah wanted to say, "Thank you for killing him." There wouldn't be much of an investigation. It was self-defense. Blue lights flooded her back window. The ambulance had arrived. 189. Emma. 6 months had passed since Emma killed her daughter's murderer. She still sometimes felt the knife in her hand. She tried to move on, but it was hard. How do you work in a bookshop knowing you have stabbed someone in the heart? All those crime fiction books could be about you. She lay on the bed in Charlie's room. They were going to move the bed out later that day. She stroked her stomach and looked up at the ceiling. "I'm sorry, Charlie," she said. "You will never meet your new brother or sister. I hope you don't mind if we redecorate your room. What do you reckon? A sunny yellow? Maybe we will change it later when we know what we are having." She would keep all Charlie's clothes and toys in the loft in boxes. She couldn't give them away. She couldn't see them being played with either. Most of her things were now packed away. It was just the bed, which would be replaced with a cot. But, of course, Charlie could never be replaced. Emma lay there and surrounded herself with all the moments they had shared, blocking all the images of death and murder with images of Charlie playing, climbing trees and swinging as high as she could, her Batgirl doll beside her. 190. Robert. Robert cleaned his bike, polished it until it sparkled. He'd told Emma that he was getting it ready to sell, but this wasn't exactly true. He was getting it ready to trade in for a newer model. Maybe a cruiser or a naked street bike. He hadn't made up his mind. His role was as protector, and here he was contemplating buying another bike to race the wind on. The last year had taught him that you can survive a tragedy. You can move forward. It won't make you a better person, just a different one. He hadn't been able to protect Charlie from the evil in the world, but he would do everything in his power to protect the new baby. Emma hadn't told him that she had stopped taking the pill. He could have considered this a betrayal, but he didn't. He understood her need to nurture and love a child. To be truthful, he'd felt the same. Fear had stopped him raising the idea. Fear that they were no longer close as a couple. That their relationship had too many chips around the edge and hairline cracks to withstand a return to parenthood. When Emma had told him that she was pregnant, he had picked her up like a doll, held her close and cried. Even the thought of that day made him well up. Nothing felt more right. It masked the horror of the previous 9 months. He didn't see that evil bastard's face every time he shut his eyes. He no longer replayed his perceived vision of Charlie's murder on a loop. Previously, knowing who had committed the murder only sharpened the focus, making it more vivid. It didn't help that he'd slid a knife up to the hilt into the killer's heart. It made no difference at all. That had left him numb. He understood how soldiers felt. If you have enough hate in you, then you cannot mourn a death at your own hands. it simply becomes a necessary action. Maybe it would hit him at some point. Now he had one purpose. He had to keep Emma and the new baby safe. Emma wouldn't let him wrap them both in cotton wool, but he'd be a watchful eye from a careful distance, always ready to pick them up when they fell, always ready to protect them from the monsters. When the time was right, he'd hand Charlie's Batgirl toy onto this child and send them out to face the world. This recording of Her Perfect Girl was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Caroline Fantozzi. Produced by David Bendina. Text copyright 2024 by Nicky Downs. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.